Hi, y'all, and welcome to our second ever all-day live stream. I am so glad to have you here with me. We are going to be watching one, and it's about to start. So let me mute that for just a second. We are going to be watching one of the biggest true crime trial days of the year, of several years in a row. I'd put it that way. This is the second day of Donna Adelson's trial. She's accused of murdering Dan Markel, her ex-son-in-law. He was divorced from her daughter, Wendi, but Wendi and Dan Markel were continuing to be in a very brutal and acrimonious, bitter dispute about who got custody of the kids, who got custody when. And Dan Markel had just filed 3 months before a motion to keep Donna Adelson from having unsupervised visitation with her children. So the prosecution theory of the case is, and let me go ahead, each morning I want to try to do a little intro for any of you who are new. Dan Markel was murdered. The people who are accused and have been convicted of murdering him are Charlie Adelson, and the prosecution said, the jury believed, he hired his girlfriend, Katie Medbanawa, to hire her ex, Sigfredo Garcia, and Luis Rivera, just march across the bottom row there. And then Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia together murdered Dan Markel while he was sitting in his own driveway, in his own garage, his car still running. Charlie Adelson, according to the prosecution, was working with his mother, who really wanted Dan Markel dead and out of the way so her precious grandchildren could move down near her in Florida. So Donna Adelson is the one presently on trial. Wendi, you see next to her, is often rumored to have been included, but has never been charged. And the reason today is so huge, absolutely huge day, Wendi Adelson will be coming and testifying against her own mother. We are going to see that today. At least that's the plan, is Wendi will testify today. Now, next to Wendi, you see Harvey. Harvey, married to Donna, the father of Wendi. He also has not been charged. There are also many people who think he might be involved. So you're going to hear about all of these players today, and I wanted you to know who's who. One of the biggest days of the entire Charlie Adelson trial that we saw was the day that Wendi testified, because it was explosive testimony. We could see that the prosecution believed that she was involved, that they went after her, that they asked her questions all around that. And because you could see the brother-sister dynamic. Wendi Adelson says she had absolutely nothing to do with this. She has cooperated time and time again. That's her story. Now, many, including, it seems, the prosecutors, believe not. But recently, the prosecutors did refer to Wendi as a cooperating witness. Fascinating, because up until now, no one has really thought that she was a cooperating witness. They've thought of her more as a potential suspect, co-conspirator. But let's talk about what she's done. She has testified in trials when called. She has gone to the police station and testified. This trial, though, something different happened. In this trial, someone, let me rephrase that. In this trial, Wendi filed a motion. She said, I'm more than happy to come and testify for the prosecution because I get something called use and derivative use immunity. And we'll explain what that is in just a minute, but let me finish that thought. So she says, I'm happy to testify for the state, but I'm not willing to testify for my mom, because that way I don't get the use and derivative use immunity, and I'm not willing to do that. If she calls me, I'm going to take the fifth. So the court has quashed, meaning squished down, gotten rid of, to put it in vernacular, that subpoena. It's not issued. She is not under subpoena from the defense right now. I'll go ahead and pull this out and talk to you a little more directly. So she is not under that subpoena right now. She is only under the state subpoena, and the state subpoena is related directly to the question of whatever they ask in direct examination. What that means is that Donna's team might have things they would like to ask. They might have topics they'd like to cover that they think help Donna. They can't do that. They don't have their own subpoena. They're limited to the topics brought up by the state during the direct examination when the state asks the questions. So that means that Wendi basically asked not to do anything extra that would help her mother. Now, I think we will hear more argument about that today, because if they let Wendi leave the stand and leave, she's not under subpoena. She can't be called back. The defense didn't make what's called a proffer, sort of a statement of, okay, here are the various things that we might ask her about. They probably should have. But that I would expect to come today. And I would expect them, before she leaves the stand, to say, hey, here are some topics we would like to cover. Please keep her here under subpoena. So we will find out what exactly happens. Yes, we are headed over to the trial in just a second. We will get to it. All right, so let's go ahead and get started on that. We will get started with the trial. I'll go ahead and start at the beginning. You won't miss a second. We'll put it on 1.25. All right, let's go. It's trial day. Let's see if I did that right. I have to remove this. Okay. Stop.
They can come in. They can come in. When you come in, please take a seat. Be quiet. As far as the proffer is concerned, that will be out of the presence of the jury. So with that, that's really not an issue. Who goes what?
Proffer. Maybe the Wendi.
State provided us with materials. There was one that was objectionable. Ms. Kaplan agreed to withdraw that from the exhibit. But there's only one remaining pleading that is still subject to the foundation.
Please find your seats this morning.
Okay, so we can skip through this. Judge telling everybody, don't have your cell phones. Good advice.
Witnesses, no cell phones, be pointing at the witnesses or the members of the jury. If you need to step out while the witness is testifying today, will you remain outside until that witness has finished with the testimony? Do we have any questions at all concerning the conduct of the gallery while the trial is going on? I think this is pretty simple. That's all evidence, but there are no bad questions. If you have questions, please let us know. All right. If there being no questions also as well, if you need to speak with each other, please step outside the hallway, so that way there's no disruption or disturbances for the jury. Also, while the testimony is going on, you not to be in head nodding or in gesturing or in motion that will indicate you're either agreeing with or disagreeing with what the witnesses are saying. If you have an issue with controlling your ability to do this, please step outside as well. We have all of our parties present this morning, including the defendant who is present with counsel. Ms. Adelson, do you have your device to assist your hearing? All right, it's working properly.
Referring to Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson wearing those headphones to hear better.
Supplement to the issue that we need to work through concerning the foundation. Do you have the witness available to do this proper?
Yes.
We've seen Dan Markel's mother and father. A little bit of noise, sorry.
Defense objected to last week with Detective Isom. It includes one additional pleading, the grandma motion, as it's been referenced previously. That's tab JJ in your book there. So each tab represents a divorce filing, and behind the divorce filing in each tab is the supporting documentation for that document to show that Donna Adelson was aware of that particular pleading. So the state is going to be seeking to introduce this exhibit. My understanding is the only issue in contention at this time is the JJ tab. So we will call Investigator Newlin at this time to address that issue.
Investigator Newlin, if you can come up and take a stand. please raise your right hand and be sworn for Proffer? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give? I swear. You may take your seat. You may inquire, Ms. Kappelman, when you are ready.
Thank you, Judge. I just need about 30 seconds.
Deputies, if we've run out of seating room, is there an overflow area?
Tell me if the sound of the court gets higher with this.
Turn those phones off, please.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newlin, Jason Newlin.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
Were you asked to assist in assembling the notebook that's known as State's Exhibit 60?
Yes,
And does State's Exhibit 60 contain each of the divorce filings that we were able to directly link to Donna Adelson, meaning show that through some other means that she had knowledge of those pleadings?
yes,
And is the book organized such that each tab has the pleading, and then right behind that tab will be the supporting documentation associated with that tab?
that's correct.
All right, I want to
So let's stop for a minute and address the issue of the sound. So I spent over 20 hours this weekend doing all I could. I use a Mac-based system. Apparently, you cannot separate sound streams in a Mac-based system easily. I tried various things, including various types of equipment, as well as a system called Loopback that Mike could do it. None of that worked. I brought in a consultant. None of that worked. So what you've got right now is the best I can do. This is also how I hear it from the court. It's very soft. Some courts have better sound, some have worse sound. And that is, we have the subtitles at the bottom, so that should be able to help. I'm going to whisper as much as I can to lower my voice, but the streams are connected, which means I can't lower my voice without lowering the sound of the court. At least I don't think so. So that's why I ask you if it's better, and if you can tell me, that would be great. I'll turn, this is my microphone at the very lowest spot that it can go. So hopefully all of this that we spent the time on this weekend will work, because I don't know. By the way, would you please hit the like button? It would really help us. Thank you. So let's get started again.
draw your attention to tab JJ, which specifically contains page 441 through 456 of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson's divorce pleadings. This is a pleading entitled what?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that we have referred to throughout preparation for this trial as the grandma motion?
Yes,
Is that because this is the motion in which Dan Markel is seeking to limit or restrict Donna Adelson's contact with his children?
yes, it is.
Okay, so the language, grandma says that the kids are reporting to him, grandma says, you're stupid, that sort of thing, that's what's in this motion.
That's correct.
Okay. And on what date was this motion filed by Dan Markel?
March 26, 2014.
Okay. And is there an email predating that filing in which Dan Markel sends Wendi Adelson the content of what ends up in this motion, the allegations that end up in this motion, and outlines them for her?
Yes,
And was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
yes, it was.
On what date was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
December 17th, 2013.
And is that email contained in State's Exhibit 60JJ.2?
Yes, it is.
Right. And was there a response to Wendi forwarding this stuff to Donna?
Yes, there was.
What was the response?
Wow.
All right. And is there another email the next day in which Wendi forwards the parenting coordinator's response to Dan's allegations of grandparental alienation?
Yes, there was.
All right. And is that what the email that's marked as JJ.3?
Yes.
And this is the one that for some reason when we print it out comes out in a big weird formatting block?
Yes.
Okay, but this email was sent from Wendi to her mother.
Dear Mom and Dad. Yes.
Okay, and on what date?
December 18th, 2013.
Okay, and that's addressed Dear Mom and Dad.
That's correct.
And that contains the same allegations that are later contained in State's Exhibit JJ.
Yes.
Okay. And when the motion was actually filed on 3/26 of 14, do you have any evidence as to where Donna Adelson was located at that time?
Traveling to Orlando on her way to Tallahassee, Florida.
All right, so she wasn't forwarded the actual motion.
Not that we
Right.
can tell.
Okay, and is that
One
consistent?
moment, turn off the phone.
One second while he's commenting. She looked so much worse today than she did last week. Do you notice that? To me, she looks like she's had a really rough weekend.
Please continue.
And is her presence in Tallahassee when the motion was actually filed, or actually she was on her way at the time it was filed, consistent with why she might not have been forwarded that exact pleading when she was forwarded other pleadings?
Correct.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The email JJ2 that is dated December 18th of 2013, that was sent to an email address shared by Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who responded wow, do you?
I do not.
And with respect to Donna Adelson driving from Orlando to Tallahassee at the time that the motion was filed on March 26, 2014, you don't have any evidence that that motion was shared with Donna, do you?
No.
Nothing further?
Can redirect for investigator Newlin.
Okay, super simple witness, but let's talk about what we just heard. So what they're doing, what the state is doing, is showing that Donna Adelson actually had information about that grandma motion. So we had heard before, maybe she didn't even know about it. She didn't pay any attention to those divorce and custody filings. No, it was sent directly to her. So the defense is, well, it was a shared email. So maybe Harvey got it instead of Donna. You don't have evidence that Donna herself received it. But chances are, based on everything else, that the jury is going to conclude, yeah, Donna knew all about this. Let's go ahead and start back up again.
In the research you did on all the filings preceding JJ, were many of those sent to the shared email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. And in many of those, does Donna respond in a way that we can confirm that it's Donna Adelson responding as opposed to Harvey Adelson?
Wow was a common response from many emails signed Love Mom.
Right, but my question is, in a lot of them, do we have a pattern of Donna responding to those emails?
Yes.
And we have a pattern of her doing so such that we can say this one is Donna, not potentially Harvey.
That's correct.
So the rule would be is aware of the pattern for the investigation.
Meaning they're signed mom,
Yes.
or they say dad and I, whatever, with context indicating Donna's the author as opposed to Harvey.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, investigator. Any other witnesses or evidence to offer concerning issue of Proffer?
That is that tab.
Zelman, you may make any final argument concerning JJ of State 60.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's the defense position that the state's argument is entirely speculative. In Investigator Newlin's testimony, he indicated that the pattern indicated that when Donna was responding to these emails with pleadings, she would sign it with her name, or she would indicate Dad and I. This response, JJ2, just says wow exclamation point. As a result, Your Honor, it's our position that the state cannot establish a foundation for admission of JJ1, which is the March 26, 2014 counter motion.
He's gonna let it in.
As
That's
nicknamed
not predictable.
grandmother motion.
Scott Holman, you may briefly respond.
Judge, the email was sent to a joint email that we can prove was routinely checked and responded to by Donna Adelson. She routinely checked and responded to emails specifically in reference to this divorce, and the pattern and totality of the testimony will show that she was the one that was primarily engaged in receiving pleadings, giving feedback on pleadings, even drafting and editing pleadings on Wendy's behalf. So I think the fact that the email was shared, and if the defense wants to point that out and argue that maybe it was
That's what's
Harvey
gonna
that
happen.
responded to this particular email, then they're free to do that. I think that goes to weight, not admissibility. I think it's important that the second time the email was shared, it was directed to Mom and Dad. It was specifically directed to Donna and Harvey, so not just to Harvey.
The foundation for this item will need to be established. It sounds through multiple witnesses, both investigator Newlin and also through the testimony of Wendi Adelson. However, once the pattern has been demonstrated, I will find based on this can be admitted if the pattern in fact does show that both either Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson would both respond from this email concerning matters of the divorce, and the communications do in fact match other communications that were made specifically by the defendant. Concerning the limiting instruction that was discussed on Friday, if the defense is still seeking this, the court would provide the instruction. This evidence may be considered for demonstrating state of mind, motive, or intent, unless you're seeking some other form of limiting instruction, specifically as the 60 JJ.
That doesn't seem to address their objection to me.
This evidence may be considered for demonstrating the defendant's state of mind, motive, or intent as far as any arguments that Donna Adelson is in fact not the person who sent the wow response, because it was shared. Certainly the defense is free to cross-examine on that point and present any evidence or argument in support of that position. But I'm going to find that these matters being argued go to weight, not admissibility, if the pattern can be demonstrated by both the investigator and Wendi Adelson and their knowledge of these communications or investigation.
Defense appreciates that and agrees with the language.
Very well. Ms. Keppelman, do you wish for State 60 to remain at the bench, or will you need it back for the moment?
I have a copy, Judge.
So what we've just seen is a proffer. Jury's not in the room. They're all discussing what will the jury see and hear. And the defense is saying, while it looks like Wendi sent this grandma motion, in other words, the motion saying, I don't want Donna to have unsupervised visitation with our children, that Dan filed, it looks like she saw it. Maybe it was really Harvey, because she had a shared email. It So we don't know. Was it Donna? Was it Harvey? So there's no foundation. You can't prove it. So the judge is talking about giving a limiting instruction about what it's going to be used for and requiring the state to prove exactly what they've already started to do with this witness, which is Donna was the one who regularly responded to this email.
So if you'd like to keep it for your use, that's fine, or I can retrieve it.
All right, I will just keep it up here then next to my trial notebook. Are there any other matters that we need to address before the jurors are brought in for this morning? I believe, as previously discussed before last week on Friday, as it relates to Wendi Adelson, if the defense is still seeking to take a proffer as to matters that would be both relevant and would not, at least in their review of the evidence, go to Mrs. Adelson's Fifth Amendment privilege, I will allow you to take a proffer out of the presence of the jury concerning that matter. Is Mr. Loro present so he understands what will take place?
He's present, Judge. I think I told him 10 o'clock.
All right. When it's time for her to take the stand, she will be testifying pursuant to the state subpoena and any immunity that would attach under the state subpoena. After that examination has concluded, the jurors will be taken out of the room so the proffer can take place. I believe Mr. Loro's position on this matter has been clear throughout as to anything but a state subpoena which confers immunity. He or his client intends to invoke her privilege against self-incrimination. As to that, he will be informed of the defense being able to take a proffer, since the proffer was not possible at the time the motion was argued. Again, depending on what the questions are and whether she will still intend to invoke the privilege at that time, the court will make a ruling. I did, though, want to make sure both parties are aware as it relates to the cases on the invocation of the privilege under federal law and both state law. The defense is going to have a high hurdle to clear with this. I believe cases go to the lines of the privilege not only protects the answers that would in themselves support a conviction under a federal or state criminal statute, but likewise embraces those which would furnish a link in the chain of evidence. And to that point, I believe that is where Mr. Loro's argument lies. But Mr. Zellman, again, you'll have your opportunity to make your proffer, determine whether in fact there is something that is relevant and does not go to the proper invocation of the privilege. All right. While we're awaiting the jurors, I believe we told them to report at 9:15. If there are any needs that the parties need to attend to, please do so now. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so now. Once the jurors arrive, we will bring them in and we'll get started with our first witness for the day. Does either party need to be heard about this any further? 9:15, I believe that's when the jurors were told to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still not going out and doing testimony.
Okay, so what we have just heard is that Wendi is about to testify, and they're going to do just what we were talking about right before we got started. They're going to make a proffer. Remember how when the court started, I was talking about the use and derivative use immunity that Wendi will get by statute when she testifies on behalf of the state. When she gets a subpoena from the state and comes and agrees to show up for that. And I'll go ahead and move this forward so we'll be, wait, was that something? No, it was just moving a little bit. I'm going to move this forward so we'll be caught all the way up. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, so Wendi, I was saying, said, I'll testify for the state because I get this immunity. But what I won't do is testify for my mother, because if I do that, I'm not going to get the same immunity. And I need that because I don't want to be convicted of a crime. I have the right to take the fifth and to say I'm not going to testify. But the Fifth Amendment has been deemed to be coextensive with use and derivative use immunity, which means the Fifth Amendment is equal to use and derivative use immunity. If the person receives use and derivative use immunity, then their Fifth Amendment is totally protected. That's how the courts have seen it. I'm not sure I totally agree, but that is how the courts have seen it. And so by the state giving her this immunity, then they aren't allowed to use the word she says, and they're also not allowed to use anything they derive from that. So if they take her words and we're like, oh, So on, this day she made a phone call, and if it can be traced and linked directly back to what she said, and they got their information from that, that's what they can't do. So the courts have said, well, that's enough. That's enough protection in terms of the Fifth Amendment for anybody. So Wendi can get this immunity and she can come and say whatever. So can Charlie. If he gets the Fifth Amendment, he has to answer. If he gets the immunity, he has to answer the questions. But if they choose not to, they get held in contempt. So Wendi moved in advance she said, I'll answer the state, but I want you to do away with the subpoena from my mother, because I'm worried about that. I don't get immunity for that. By statute, I get immunity when the state gives me a subpoena, but my mother, the defendant, can't confer any immunity on me. It doesn't protect me at all, and I'm not willing to come. So the court said, yeah, that's right. Donna's team has argued the reason that that's not strong enough is because it has argued the reason that it's not fair. I should say it that way. The reason that it's not fair is because of the fact that the prosecution is going to ask a series of questions that are favorable for them, that they want to ask. And our cross-examination is going to be limited to just those topics. So if we have a topic that we want to ask, we're not allowed to ask that. That's not fair fundamentally. And then add on top of that, in addition to the fact that it's not fair fundamentally, it's also the case that some of the stuff we'd be asking about wouldn't even incriminate her. There's nothing wrong with her answering some of this. It would not even be something she would need to invoke the Fifth Amendment. So, Judge, you should not have quashed our subpoena. And if you let her walk out the door with no subpoena from us, she can leave and we can't force her to come back because you did away with our subpoena. So what they're going to do is talk before, at some point during the testimony or before the testimony, they're going to have a hearing and a proffer, and the defense is going to come forward and say, here are the topics we would like to ask her about that would not require her to invoke the Fifth Amendment. And the judge was warning the defense, look, this is going to be a high hurdle for you. It's not going to be easy for you to get over this because the law is pretty broad here, which is we're going to really protect that Fifth Amendment. So it's not just statements like, yes, I did it. I know who did it. I saw the crime and lied about it. It's not specific statements like that. It's also anything that might be a link in the chain that would lead to proving that. So what the judge is saying is, I'm going to have to look at this very broadly. If there's any possibility, it could be a link in the chain leading to some kind of incrimination for Wendi, where she would be found responsible for this crime. If I can find that anywhere in there, then I will. Then I'm going to have to say, no, I can't force her to testify. So we will see what that is. They really probably should have made a proffer at the time that they made the argument. The judge said it wasn't possible then. I don't know why not, time-wise, or maybe they just had not considered that issue yet. But now they have, and that's what we're going to be hearing when it's time. Let's make sure the court stream is turned on. Yep. It's going. Okay, so they're still on break, which means we have time. Thank you, Rob, for gifting a lawyerly membership. I greatly appreciate that. We are in one of the biggest days of the Donna Adelson trial, one of the biggest days of true crime, definitely of 2025, the day when Wendi Adelson will come and testify against her mother, Donna Adelson. We have some idea what she's going to say. She's testified before, several times, in fact, and she's given interviews to law enforcement. But never has she been asked to testify against her mother. And a lot of new issues will be involved in this particular cross-examination and direct examination. Well, more in the direct, and then the cross will follow. For example, the relationship between Wendi and Donna and Dan Markel and the divorce and the custody, all of that is going to come into play. Wendi asked for the divorce from Dan Markel. In fact, it was rather abrupt and sudden. She suddenly moved out and left a note, and there you have it. So it was clear that I wouldn't think Donna could have been particularly upset over that since it was Wendi's choice, but it was bitter from that moment on. It was really hard. It was really bitter. And so I think that Donna easily could be upset, especially over the motion that had been filed to keep her from unsupervised visitation with her children. Dan Markel said that he had heard from his boys, Grandma says you're stupid. Grandma says you're trying to take us away from her. And comments like that. And he said, wait, that's parental alienation. That's you trying to keep my kids from their natural and hard fought for connection with me. And you can't do that. So he was trying to get a court ruling that would be removed. I want to say a special shout out to our first 5 in today's chat: Maria Z, Aqua Hologram, Annie Legg, Heather Hayward, and Desert Rose. Welcome to all 5 of you. All right. I am also going to try, well, I'll leave that for now. Okay. I am going to try to turn my volume down next time. I'm going to ask you if it changes my voice, but I don't want it to change the court. So you tell me. I'll tell you when that happens. So we are in the middle of day 2, Donna Adelson's trial, and it's going to be an absolutely huge bombshell day. We knew Wendi would be coming early for a couple of reasons. One, she did during Charlie's trial. I think she was witness 3, maybe 4. And this time around, she's a little bit further down the line, but she, in her motions to quash the defense subpoena, she had said, Wendi Adelson is expected to testify early on. So that is what I'm expecting will happen. So let's do this. Let's take a few questions. If you've got something you've been wondering about or anything like that, let me know. And that's what we can talk about next. I'm super excited about this. Wendi's testimony is among the most important, and it's also one of the most challenging legally because of the fact that she does have the Fifth Amendment, because she has been noised about as a co-conspirator. And so it is really important from her perspective that she not incriminate herself. She has taken a completely different approach from the way that everybody else has approached this. Donna and Harvey refused to meet with the police. Wendi met and interviewed with the police. Donna and Harvey refused to come to Charlie's trial. Donna came to Charlie's trial. She came to other trials as well. We've seen this over and over again, that there has been throughout the course, Wendi's pitch has been, I've cooperated. I have cooperated repeatedly. I've never held back. Everyone else, you deal with them. Maybe they've held back, but I haven't. I have not held back. I have shown up over and over again. Clearly, that would be the argument she would make if she got charged. She's going to make the argument that she clearly could not have been involved because she was willing to cooperate. And she wouldn't have been as willing to cooperate and to come forward if she had been lying. So that's the argument we expect if she ever gets charged will happen. Do I think that Rivera naming Wendi tightens the screws on her? Petunia asked. That's a really interesting question. Up until now, he had not named Wendi. He had said that there was a lady. And maybe he had mentioned Wendi's name at some point, but in general, his testimony had been a couple of things. One, that he saw a lady walking on the side of the street as they were driving by near Dan Markel's house. And he understood from Sigfredo Garcia that was the lady who wanted her husband killed. And it could not have been Wendi because her kids were in daycare and so forth. So it couldn't have been. That made people question, what does that mean? Who was that lady? But I think the testimony just got jumbled up over the years. The way it came in today, he said that he mentioned the name, just like Petunia says, Wendi. He mentioned Wendi specifically. And I personally don't think that's going to tighten the screws on Wendi. The reason I think that is because that's not what he said up until now. So I think that's pretty impeachable. And so I don't think it's going to directly affect it. But up until now, he hasn't been saying, Wendi, was the one, Wendi who wanted, none of that had come out at trial. So that's my thinking. Destination NY. Had Wendi left the country, would she have to come back for the state subpoena?
Everyone can be seated.
Let's go ahead. It's like they're coming back.
Everyone's reported. Good to go? Yes, sir. Oh, need to stay.
We are waiting for the jury to come in, and we are expecting fireworks, shall I say, this morning. I think it's going to be very, very dramatic. I'm very curious, all the reactions on all sides as to how this happens. I think body language will be interesting. There's just going to be a lot going on. So, big day in the Donna Adelson trial. Thank you for being here with us. If you would hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. There is Donna. She really does look the worse for the wear over the weekend, in my view. I don't know what happened. I can't even hear the jury filing in. Usually you can hear all the people walking in.
You can bring the jurors on.
Okay, here they come then. Wonder how the snacks were today. The judge talked about giving them really good snacks last week. I think he said from Costco.
It's just investigator Newlin, right?
So investigator Newlin be first, I guess.
Spoke too soon. The parade to the bathroom continues.
We're waiting
Yes,
for the jury.
that's right.
So investigator Newlin will be first. And one of the things he's going to be asked about, we know from the proffer, is he will be asked about that grandma motion. That's what the state is calling it. That's the motion to keep Donna from seeing the children unsupervised. She would have to be supervised whenever she saw them.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful weekend and good morning. By a show of hands, I just want to confirm that everyone has in fact complied with the instruction not to seek out any information about this case, and also you've not spoken with anyone concerning this case. If this is true, please raise your hands. And for the record, all 14 jurors have raised their hands. At this time, we are going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Judge, the state calls investigator Newlin.
Investigator, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newlin, Jasonnewlin.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties at the state attorney's office?
Primarily assist the prosecutors with preparation for trial.
Okay, so that can include quite a long laundry list of tasks.
It can.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to review state's demonstrative A?
Yes.
What does state's demonstrative A contain?
It's going to be the entire divorce filing of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson.
Okay, and what were you asked to do in reference to state's demonstrative A?
Review it, find items of value for this case, but also review documentation that can corroborate this information was shared.
All right, so were you asked to look for the foundation to support the fact that each of the filings in that document were known to or seen by Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And what type of evidence did you find in regards to the divorce filings to indicate the defendant has seen these things?
Emails, emails primarily. There was a couple daily planner, documented daily planner agendas that we were able to use as well.
And when you say emails, where were those emails collected from?
A 2014 search warrant on multiple emails, but primarily Wendi Adelson's emails, and then a 2024 search warrant on Donna Harvey at Gmail.
And based on the research that you conducted for these divorce filings, did you find foundation to support the fact that she had seen or was aware of quite a few of those documents?
Yes, I did.
And based on that, did you create a new exhibit, State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And how is State's Exhibit 60 organized?
So each filing that we could validate would have been provided to Ms. Adelson is going to have a letter associated with it. And for example, A1, A2 would be a document validating the information passed along, whether that be an email or a planner.
All right, so each filing in State 60 now has a letter, and then behind it, the jury can find the foundation to support that filing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to take demo A away from the space. You have a copy of State 60 in front of you.
I do.
Let's go to first page. And Judge, may I make use of a PowerPoint?
You may.
Did you assist with creating a PowerPoint to assist the jurors in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
How is the PowerPoint set up?
So on the left is going to be the divorce filing pages and excerpts from specific pages. And on the right will be the documentation saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce filing? What was the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendi Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right, any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Judge, I asked the witness to speak to that.
I'm switching over. Don't worry, we're getting to the other.
This is true, please raise your hands. And for the record, all 14.
In regards to the divorce filings to indicate the defendant has seen these things?
Emails, emails primarily. There was a couple daily planner, documented daily planner agendas that we were able to use as well.
And when you say emails, where were those emails collected from?
A 2014 search warrant on multiple emails, but primarily Wendi Adelson's emails, and then a 2024 search warrant on Donna Harvey at Gmail.
Okay. And based on the research that you conducted for these divorce filings, did you find foundation to support the fact that she had seen or was aware of quite a few of those documents?
Yes, I did.
And based on that, did you create a new exhibit, States Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And how is States Exhibit 60 organized?
So each filing that we could validate would have been provided to Ms. Adelson is going to have a letter associated with it. And for example, A1, A2 would be a document validating information passed along, whether that be an email or a planner.
All right, so each filing in State 60 now has a letter, and then behind it, the jury can find the foundation to support that filing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to take demo A. Wait, let me give you some space. You have a copy of State 60 in front of you?
I do.
Let's go to first page. And Judge, may I make use of a PowerPoint?
You may.
Did you assist with creating a PowerPoint to assist the jurors in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
How is the PowerPoint set up?
So on the left is going to be the divorce filing pages and excerpts from specific pages. And on the right will be the documentation saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce filing? What was the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendi Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right, any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Judge. I asked the witness to speak to that, please.
You can just adjust the microphone, investigator.
All right, so she knew her daughter was getting divorced.
She did.
And that her daughter wanted to get divorced.
All right, let's go, if you would please, to tab B of Exhibit 60. What is the filing in tab B?
Joint stipulation for substitution of counsel.
Okay, and what is a substitution of counsel?
It's generally when an attorney that's assigned to a case is getting off of the case, and a new attorney will be assigned.
All right, and Wendi was switching lawyers?
Yes.
Who was she switching from and who was she switching to?
She was switching from Shannon Novy, switching to Kristen Adamson.
And was Donna aware that Novi had represented Wendi prior to this substitution?
Yes, she was.
All right, and for that, I would direct you to 60B.2. Did she send an email 7 days before this lawyer change?
Yes.
All right,
Well-
that's the defendant sent an email indicating that Wendy's lawyer was Shannon Novi. Is that right?
Correct. Currently, her attorney is Shannon Novy of the Novy Law Firm.
Okay, and then was there a second email directing you to 60.B3 sent on July 10th of 2013?
Yes.
Okay, that's after the changeover of lawyers, right?
That is correct.
And what does she say in that email?
This is going to be the July 10th B3. Gary Cohen told Wendi tonight that he thinks the offer should be made her attorney Kristen at mediation on the 18th of this month.
Okay, and what about in the paragraph above that? Does she talk about why Wendi left the Novi law firm?
She does.
Okay, so acknowledging that the new lawyer is Kristen.
Yes.
Do you know who Kristen is?
Kristen Adelson.
Okay. And 660B.4, did she actually draft an email, and by she, I mean the defendant, draft an email including a portion in Wendi's voice for her to send to Kristen Adelson?
Yes.
And that email is dated what?
October 18th, 2012.
And what is the email entitled?
Review of post relocation info for your attorney.
All of this is related to Donna's desire to have Wendi move down to South Florida with the boys, so she'd be near the grandkids. So
All right,
that's what
and
they're
that
trying to establish.
Pleading, she says, I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005, referring to having to live in Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the I in that sentence is Wendi, right?
Correct.
Okay, next.
That's pretty important. That contradicts what Wendi said at her last testimony in Charlie's trial, because she said, yeah, I didn't mind Tallahassee. I was fine in Tallahassee. I was putting down roots in Tallahassee. I was making plans in Tallahassee, had no specific desire to leave. That's a direct contradiction.
There are, however, 16 Christian, Catholic, and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students attending them. If I remain in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, nor be brought up kosher or religious in any way. That's not a threat, just a reality. Is that contained in that email?
It is.
Next slide. All right, so the boys stay with me, the mom, during the week and spend every other weekend, Friday evening through school, Monday morning with their dad. Okay, so this is arguments for relocation that are being outlined by Donna for Wendi to send to her lawyer, correct?
Yes, that's
Next
correct.
slide, please. All right, so let's move on to tab C. What is the
showing
pleading addressed?
Donna
in tab
involved.
C?
Wife's answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage.
Okay, and so now on what date?
That was filed on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so we have Wendi filing another response, yes?
Yes.
And what is she asking for? Next slide, please. She's asking for, I'm sorry, bad question. Strike that. Was there any proof that the defendant saw this filing?
Yes.
The wife's answer. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got an email in here dated July 19th of 2013. It's marked as state 60.C2. What is that email?
The subject is please forward 5 items, and there are 5 attachments to this email. It was on July 17th, Donna Adelson replied to an email, and then Wendi replied back.
All right. So sometimes Wendi would just file a group of actual divorce filings and forward them to her mother.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, she addresses the email, hi guys. Does that indicate she's sending it to both Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Next. So that's where Donna is asking for the items and then Wendi responds and sends them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next slide. All right, let's go to tab D. What is tab D?
We were told, by the way, in opening that Donna actually made changes to these documents. So I expect that to be coming, and that would be new information against Donna that was not used against Charlie.
Did petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children.
All right, what does this indicate, this petition? Does it indicate where she plans to go?
It does. This is Wendi Adelson attempting to move the children to another part of the state.
To Coral Springs, right?
That is correct.
To live with her parents.
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 60D.2, can you tell us about that email?
This motion was forwarded to Donna Adelson with the terms, here it is, let's edit.
All right, so who sent it to Donna Adelson?
Wendi Adelson,
On what date did she send this to her mom?
December 10th, 2012.
Okay, so that's 3 months before the document ends up getting filed, right?
So either they took a lot of drafting or they were rethinking the document or something. That's a long time.
Okay.
3
So
months.
before she files her motion for relocation, she being Wendi,
Interesting.
Wendi sends it to the defendant for edits.
Yes.
And does the defendant reply with some edits?
Yes.
Okay, we were told
And
that
that's
didn't
this
happen.
email that starts, honey, on page 3, number 13, says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your 401k, his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75,000 and one for $25,000, if not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So this is, am I correct? This is Donna responding to each, she kind of goes paragraph by paragraph and offers edits and questions for Wendi.
That's correct.
All right, and how do we know this is Donna and not Harvey?
Signed, love you, Mom.
That would be a good reason.
And are Donna's questions and feedback forwarded by Wendi to Wendi's attorney?
Yes, they are.
And does Wendi cut and paste Mom's questions and then send them to the attorney as her own questions?
She does.
Okay. And then does she, upon getting a response from the lawyer, does Wendi send the lawyer's answer on to her mother?
She does.
Let's go to tab E, please. What is tab E?
Motion for leave to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation.
We're going through everything we just talked about. Hold on. All right, so E, motion to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation. All right, so this is Wendi seeking to add the relocation issue to her initial petition.
Correct.
Okay, and was there any discussion from the defendant regarding the arguments for relocation in the context of the divorce?
Yes, there was.
And is that 60.E2?
It is.
What's the date on
Oops, sorry.
that email?
It's going to be 5 days prior to the filing, so January 9th.
Okay. And that is for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen.
Correct.
And Kristen Adamson, Wendi's lawyer.
Yes.
Okay, and how is this one signed?
We're doing
let
a
me
good job.
back up for just a moment. Some of the
Prosecution.
contents include, obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea, since this is a major bargaining chip for you. What was the major bargaining chip?
Her employment. I
That
believe.
she had better employment opportunities in
Correct.
South Florida.
Yes.
All right, he needs to know that there is no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he's the reason you're leaving. Is that what she said?
Yes,
And that's Donna's the author of that.
correct.
Okay. Let's go to tab G, please.
Very effective, I think. It's tying Donna into all of the
What is
bitterness
tab G?
about the divorce.
The husband's answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's objection to wife's request to relocate with minor children with prayer for relief.
So he didn't want her to move to South Florida with his kids.
He did not.
And what did he say was the sole
No surprise.
reason that she really wanted to move to South Florida with the kids?
So she can be closer to her parents.
Right. And did he say that she was misusing access to the children as pawns?
Yes,
Meaning Wendi was doing that.
correct.
Okay. And did he make some other allegations against Wendi in this particular filing? For example, the wife alleges that the husband wants to move from FSU, but that is false. So he's saying that Wendi is misstating his intentions in the pleadings. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Does he also say something about, here's the pawns, we can skip that.
Right.
The wife has on various occasions failed to allow the children to Skype with the husband. So as part of his allegation here that the communication is lacking,
yes,
and specifically that Wendi is failing to comport with the agreement that they've made about Skyping with the children.
yes,
Unfortunately, the broken promises, communication withdrawal, and deceitful behavior indicate that the wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest. Did Dan Markel put this in his filing?
he did.
Because there are numerous false statements in the petition to relocate, and because the wife's behavior reveals deception, lack of integrity, and other instances of bad faith, this court should look at the wife as having unclean hands. Did he put that?
He did.
And this was sent to Donna Adelson?
Correct.
Quick pause. Unclean hands, a legal term meaning that you don't have, you have a bad history in this regard, and that needs to be considered. So you don't come in pure as the driven snow, having done everything right. You have unclean hands, meaning that you have done things that are bad and that have to be considered. This is really
The wife
important.
who
This-
unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she barely contributed to. And then it goes on, this court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. He didn't even want to consult Wendi on those matters,
He did not.
and he was asking the court to grant him sole decision-making over those three areas of his kids' lives, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so do we have the defendant's response here? And I'm referencing 60G.2.
Yes, we have an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson.
And she replies the same day indicating she read everything that Markel wrote, right?
She did.
And how do we know it's her and not Harvey reading these documents? Or
Signed,
this
I love
particular
you.
one?
Signed, I love you, Mom.
And does she send any emails at this point indicating that she's working on Wendi's response to this filing that Markel, that we just went through in detail?
Yes, she did.
Tell us about that.
On February 27th of 2013, she sent an email to a friend, Ronnie. Literally says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table in Wendi's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
All right, let's skip to tab M, please.
I tell you, this is so critical because it undermines what the jury was told was going to happen and what the defense has been saying. this really makes it look like Donna is heavily involved. I mean, it really does sound like that.
What is tab M?
Husband's memorandum of law in support of his answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and objection to request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's motion to dismiss wife's petition to relocate.
All right, so we have a second filing, the gist of which is an objection of Dan Markel to these kids being relocated.
Correct.
You can speak up, investigator.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to M2. Was this filing that Dan Markel did forwarded from Wendi to her mother?
Yes, it was.
And it was forwarded on what date?
May 2nd, 2013.
The same day it was filed by Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next day, does the defendant offer a response to the email?
She does.
And what is that response entitled?
And isn't that exactly what you would assume? Donna is going to be all over this. Donna is not somebody who sits around. Donna is not the one who waits 3 months to file the pleading. Donna is like, yeah, we're on it. And very next day, she's coming back with changes is what they're going to say.
Info regarding his memorandum of law email.
And how does she refer to his memorandum of law? It was 23 pages
His
long,
23-page
right?
rant. Yeah, okay. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition.
Okay, what does she say about the efforts that Mr. Markel is putting into this divorce?
Gibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way.
And what does she say is the most important part of Wendi's divorce?
The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children and close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job.
Okay, and does she say anything to disparage Dan Markel in this email?
She says, Danny thinks he's a very important person, and as always, he and his needs come first.
Does she call him a narcissist?
She does.
Okay, I might have gotten ahead of you, but if you'll read what's up there, please.
Only an idiot like him would write that. He should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children.
This is very brutal, and I want to point out specifically one of the comments here, not one of the comments, one of the things he talked about was the most important part is relocation. The most important part of the divorce for you, Wendi, says Donna, is relocation. It's non-negotiable. That little excerpt we heard in Charlie's trial, but all of the rest of this, or just about all of it, is new, and it's very damaging for Donna.
Okay, keep going.
Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son. Skip forward. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is.
And attentive is in quotes, right?
Yes, it
But
is.
she doesn't think he's an attentive father, does she?
No.
Okay, what does she say about the schooling opportunities for the boys in South Florida?
He's indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys.
All right, next, please. Okay. Does she say the word bribe? Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say about a bribe in this email?
Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in.
Okay, next, please. What does she say about the legal fees?
And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony.
loving,
Loving,
caring father that he is.
yes.
She doesn't think he's loving.
No.
Your Honor.
No objection.
Counsel is testifying.
I'll withdraw.
Stay, please.
Yeah,
Tab.
he did go a little too far there. The
Next
bribe,
slide.
the bribe they're talking about, I believe, would be what ultimately ended up being the $1 million bribe that would have allowed him to travel back and forth to Tallahassee, according to Wendi, or just was a payment, depending on who you're listening to.
Okay. Okay, so here we've done something with the exhibit to avoid duplication. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Okay, so several of the emails that were preceding this, they all correspond back to this. The filings, everything was kind of an ongoing process. So there were multiple emails that covered multiple filings throughout the court document. So some of these files will say refer back to the emails in C or refer back to the emails in B. And this is one of those that says refer back to the emails in C. And this was a motion, father's motion for enforcement of parental agreement and for electronic access to minor children pursuant to Florida statute.
All right, so if they get to a filing in their exhibit 60 and they can't find the supporting documentation, they should look on the first page and there might be a note referring them to one of the other tabs.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, they're going to refer back. If they want to see the supporting documentation for O, they'll have to go to C.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and what?
Giving the jury a roadmap.
To provide a foundation for O.
It is one of the petitions. It is one of the attachments that was forwarded in that email.
All right, and that's the C2. It's not up there right now, but that we've seen where there was a batch of documents forwarded from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Tab P, please.
I'll keep going back and forth. Now, one thing that is, I think, relevant about this, that the defense will probably point out, is that this is talking about the wife interfering with the Skype calls, not Donna interfering with the Skype calls, because we got a kind of hint earlier that maybe Donna hadn't allowed them. So we'll see whether it also is Donna.
Okay, so this one is what?
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Sue Adelson.
All right, so the defendant's deposition was being sought in Wendi's divorce.
Correct.
And was Donna aware of that?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Emails.
Okay.
And the communication was back and forth between the two.
All right, did she author an email specifically talking about the service of the notice for the deposition? I'm referring to 60P.2.
Yes. It was an email on May 21st.
All right, and what does she say about the service, the notice of service for the depot?
It says, wow, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S? R, as in like a pirate.
Okay.
This is so much more than I expected.
And does she indicate she's still working on some of the questions for Wendi's divorce?
Yes, I've been working on some statements, etc., for the relocation, so I'll send them soon. Love, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Tab T, please. What is this?
Questions for the relocation. What does that mean?
This is the wife's memorandum of facts and law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
Okay, and how do we know that the defendant was aware of this particular filing?
This one we would refer back to Q2.
Okay,
And in Q2, one is indicating thanks so much, Mom. But in Q2, there's going to be an email on June 11th, 2013. Hi, honey. So here's the info I had for travel since Ben was born. And there's a list from 2009 travels, 2010 travels, 2011 travels, 2012 travels that Donna Adelson would have sent to Wendi Adelson, reference Dan Markel's travel.
So what's the purpose of documenting Dan Markel's travel?
Essentially to say he was absent most of the time.
I'm going to object to the investigator offering his opinion.
Overruled, the investigator may answer these questions based on his review of these documents and investigation in this matter.
Was
You may
it
continue.
specifically outlined in detail by Donna Adelson and present in Wendi's filings that Dan traveled too much to be a present father?
Correct.
And in support of that, does Donna here send Wendi a detailed accounting for every trip that Dan Markel has taken since the birth of their first child?
It does.
And we don't know how it is that she came to possess this information, or do we?
She kept track of a lot of things.
Okay.
And what would that suggest? Not just that she was tracking Dan Markel, but also that she was not the doddering old grandmother. She was somebody who was very capable, very able, and heavily involved in what was going on, therefore possibly could have been connected to this, despite the defense portrayal of her as the older grandmother who could not.
Can we go to tab W, please? What is tab W?
Husband's reply to wife's memorandum of law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
And what does Dan say about the wife's pleadings?
The wife's pleadings are vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept.
Does he mention her parents as well related to this line of our?
It's just lawyer talk, by the way. Don't pay any attention to that. Lawyers put that stuff in their briefs all the time. I don't think it's wise. I think you have to dial back the rhetoric, or you kind of have to judge off, but they do that all the time.
Argument?
For the preceding reasons, the petition should be dismissed with prejudice and costs forwarded to the husband. Indeed, if the costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren, will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation and thereby prevent the parents from reaching a space where they can cooperate, collaborate, and communicate effectively and warmly in the project of raising their wonderful children.
I thought Donna seemed to react to that. Chat, tell me what you think. What did you, when you saw her move, what did you think?
Okay, I think we can breeze through W3 and 4, please. Go on to tab Y. Tab Y, what is this?
Order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
What was the order?
It was denied.
When was it denied?
It was filed June 21 of 2013. It was actually denied on June 20th, though.
All right, so signed by the judge on June 20th, filed with the clerk the next day.
Correct.
Okay, and it denies relocation.
Yes.
With prejudice or without prejudice?
Don't see prejudice referenced in this motion.
Okay.
That would mean you could or couldn't bring it up again.
Does the defendant acknowledge that this relocation order has come down?
She does in an email to a friend,
When is the email sent?
June 24th, 2013.
So just 3 days after.
And we do know that the prosecution believes this was with prejudice, that it couldn't be undone. It was over and done. Never would the children be allowed to relocate unless Dan Markel changed his mind.
After the filing of the order.
Correct.
Okay, what does she say to the friend about losing relocation?
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi testify for 1 hour. Nothing. Well, I'll do this. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendi said no, the judge said, well, I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. Outrageous. So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate.
At the moment.
At the moment.
All right. How does she conclude that email?
Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry.
Wow, beyond angry.
Tab Z.
This is a order setting pretrial conference and non-jury trial.
All right, so the divorce is set for a final hearing, a trial.
Yes.
And when is the trial to take place?
Tuesday, July 9th, 2013 at 10 a.m.
I think that's the pretrial hearing.
Oh, that's a pretrial. Okay. The non-jury is scheduled for Wednesday, July 31st and Thursday, August 1st, 2013.
Okay, and does Donna send an email to her daughter Wendi regarding how we're going to take this news that relocation has been denied by the courts?
Yes, she does.
And does it say it's behind us, it's over, nothing else to fight about?
No, this says never, never, never give up. It's time for action.
Hold on just a moment. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages.
She doesn't look like a person with a lot of hope to me. What's your view, chap? Let me know.
That they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F what will make him absolutely miserable. Fast forward, however, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform or act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Dad and I have done everything we can to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward. If you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this. And you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for Sunday school classes. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1, take photos of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with new beginnings in Tallahassee might be nice. And then 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I'll happily do it for you. 3, let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks.
That's interesting. She actually checked it
I'm
out.
looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Gibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him, get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it. We'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school, in quotes. And then she says, I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat in your non-kosher home. As they get older and more involved under Gibber's religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Gibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I is referred for the person. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad.
And you mentioned this as we were going through there, but there's a reference to Dad and
We saw part of that during what we saw in Charlie's trial, but we did not see all of that. And there is so much more that we've heard about so far that we didn't hear about in Charlie's trial.
in the text, right?
Correct.
Could we go to tab EE, please? What is this filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
And what does Wendi Adelson allege in this motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement?
Require the former husband to immediately transfer to the former wife the remaining amount due to her.
So she's saying he hasn't paid up.
Correct.
Okay. And is there an email prior to this filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of this upcoming deadline? Or I guess the deadline had already passed at this time, but the deadline, the fact that he had not made payment, and the possibility of Wendi taking him back to court.
Yes, the email was from October 15th. The filing was October 31st.
Can we go to GG, please? Okay, what was filed in GG?
Former husband's request to produce to former wife.
Okay. And did the defendant discuss this request to produce in an email?
She did.
Okay. And did she formulate in this email a plan of attack or suggest a plan of attack to deal with Danny's request to produce?
She did.
What does she say in there?
In the first paragraph, it's let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month, from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts, where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Schitt's Creek.
So as we listen to this, I want you to think about two things, not just Donna's involvement in the divorce, but also remember what her defense said in opening statement. They talked about how she really cared for Dan Markel. As we went through the first witnesses, she cried the entire time about his death. The implication is that she was a person who actually would have wanted him to live. The fact that Wendi had this problem with him, that wasn't really affecting her. She still liked Dan. But as you listen to these emails, it doesn't sound anything like that. She aggravate him. We don't want him to have the religious control over the boys. I am beyond angry. Those are exactly the kinds of things that are going to bother the jury as they compare it to what Donna showed in those first witnesses and what was said in opening statement.
Does she specifically reference the deposition?
It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen to not give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief?
And can you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Did she say that too?
She does.
And what else?
Well, it's signed, love you, Mom, but something has to be done with this asshole. Love you, Mom and Dad. Love Mom and Dad.
All right, and let's go to tab HH, please. What is this filing?
Doesn't sound
This
like
is an
somebody.
amended notice of hearing,
Okay, and on what date was this filed?
February 11th, 2014.
Okay, so how close are we getting to the murder of Dan Markel at this point?
We're almost 5 months out.
In the amended notice of hearing, does Mr. Markel offer to settle the divorce?
He does.
Okay, and what is he saying about the settlement?
One of the suggestions is neither party will seek to relocate in the future with the children without the consent of the other party. If the offer above is not accepted by the deadline, then fast forward, Mr. Markel will file his motions and memoranda and supporting documents that detail how Ms. Adelson failed to disclose substantial assets in violation of the Florida rules and the master settlement agreement. How Ms. Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement, how she made numerous instances of demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition, how she ignored court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses to the latter.
And Wendi Adelson was a lawyer, member of the Florida Bar at the time, right?
She was.
May still be, I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
If this offer is not accepted by the deadline, Mr. Markel will file his motion and memoranda of law and supporting documents, and these will allege and with other evidence demonstrate that Ms. Adelson engaged in misconduct, including but not limited to filing a frivolous petition to relocate that had already been deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer, standing by silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information, advising Ms. Adelson to interfere with Mr. Markel's parental rights.
And I think there's one more, yeah.
And becoming a willing instrumentality of or participant in Ms. Adelson's financial misconduct related to the disclosures and discovery process related therein.
So he's going after Wendi and he's going after her lawyer as well, right?
That's correct.
And does Wendi Adelson forward this email to the defendant?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab JJ, please.
I'm gonna check this being shown. It hasn't been entered in evidence. I know that most of this will be. However, I'm objecting to this being shown to the jury and specifically the testimony concerning this based on the proffer that we had earlier.
You may lay the foundation as to JJ and Ms. Kappelman, but until it is in fact entered, there is to be no publication for the jury.
So, and think about this from the jury's perspective. They just heard that the defense wants to keep them from seeing something. That is going to make it far more interesting to the jury, but it also makes them think, well, what else is being withheld from me?
What is the document in JJ?
The former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that includes the allegations, grandma says you're stupid?
Please lay the foundation for the contents of the document. Ms. Kappelman, objection is sustained.
Are you familiar with the contents of the motion?
I am.
Okay. And are the contents of that motion present in an email that was dated before the filing of the motion on 12/17/13? I'm referring to JJ.2.
Yes, the email is a forwarded email. The original email is 12/16, and it was forwarded on 12/17.
Okay, so who sent the email on 12/16?
Dan Markel sent the email to Wendi Adelson and their parenting coordinator.
Right, and then you say it was forwarded. Who
It was
was it forwarded
forwarded
to?
to donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Okay, and that was on 12/17/13.
That's correct.
And did someone respond to the email?
They did.
And what did the person say?
Wow, with an exclamation point.
Okay, and the contents of JJ, that motion that was ultimately filed, were they also, you mentioned they were sent to the parenting coordinator. Did the parenting coordinator give a response to Dan Markel's allegations? And I'm referring to JJ.3.
Yes, this is another one of those convoluted emails, but yes.
Okay, so the parenting coordinator, you mentioned that the original email was sent.
So
To-
12/16, Dan Markel sent the email. 12/17, it was forwarded to Donna Adelson. 12/18, the parenting coordinator replied.
All right, and the parenting coordinator's reply, was that then forwarded to the defendant as well?
Yes.
And so on that, is part of that thread a second version of this content that we're talking about that Dan Markel is alleging?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it was sent to the Donna Harvey email twice.
Correct.
And the second time it was sent, the one that includes the parenting coordinator's response, how is that email addressed?
Dear Mom and Dad, here's the Skype phone plan for the holidays. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it. Love me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence state 60.
Objection, state 60.
We would object to JJ coming in with the attachments.
We had a long argument about this yesterday. They did not want
JJ, any remaining
this in.
portions of the foundation as to JJ may be laid through additional witnesses.
All right, the hearing on this motion that Dan Markel filed, was it ever conducted? This JJ motion?
I believe it was.
The grandma motion was heard?
I'm trying to figure out the dates here.
and think through this. What would this mean? This would mean that if Donna said, wow, and didn't really want to comply with the Skype calls, that would undermine what we heard earlier, which is she was the one who promoted these Skype calls. She arranged the Skype calls for Dan. She was not the person standing in the way of the relationship with the boys. She was promoting it. Would contradict that.
No, the hearings continue to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
That's
On
fair.
the rule, if the witness through his investigation is aware, he may answer the question as to his knowledge and background.
Eventually, Mr. Markel was murdered.
Before the hearing took place?
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
We'd heard that before. So this has been an extremely brutal witness for Donna Adelson, connecting her directly to the fight against Dan Markel, to the movement to get the children relocated, to the idea that she is furious with him, not just willing to help, got along great with Dan, so Wendi and he broke up. You know, that happens. Still love Dan. None of that seems plausible after what we've just heard. The detail of what she did, her responses to it, as well as her interaction with all of the pleadings and trying to help Wendi with those, make that seem not very credible. And that's going to be a problem with the jury. Thank you to Leslie and to Corey and also to Irish. This is so much more than I expected. It is Irish. That is an actual quote. I will tell you what, I was not anticipating how significant this was going to be. I figured, oh, let me do a little different thing. I figured that they said, yeah, that she made some changes. I figured it would just be, you know, some little red lines on something small, although that was pretty significant in and of itself. But this was a lot more than that. I had assumed that most of the really dramatic emails had come out during Charlie's trial. Not the case. Apparently, a lot of those were kept out by the court. And the reason we didn't hear them is because they weren't relevant to Charlie. They were, and he let in enough so that the flavor of how the family felt would come in, but not all of them. And now we have a much more dramatic outlay of, wow, look at all these things that have been said. And it's significant. I think it's going to be problematic for the defense. I think it's going to create issues. So let's see. I don't think I thanked Rue. Thank you, Rue. I'm not sure if I thanked everybody. Anyway, thank you all. I think I got everybody. All right. So the fact also.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so we're moving on to cross. We're going to hear from. I'm very curious where this goes because this is going to be new territory for us.
Morning.
Okay, so I want you to turn to B, and I think it's point 4. B4. That does that email indicate that it's who the sender is?
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
Not Donna?
No.
Okay, and then is there any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
Let me go through it again.
Let's basically throwing Harvey under the bus. Maybe it was Harvey. Maybe he was the one who didn't want to do the Skype. That Harvey. And
No.
I mean, that's a legitimate point. Although I think it's less of a point for the jury and more of a legal argument that there can't be a foundation laid. I think the jury will
I want you
stick
to
right past.
turn to JJ2. That one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
They generally are.
I want you to turn to
And it could be
Y2.
they have actual knowledge, maybe. Maybe they know Harvey sent that, and that's why they're pushing so hard on this.
When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that, you testified that the email says, so at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate. You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendi can relocate.
Yes.
That's something Wendi argued. Dan didn't want to stay there
June,
for long term.
let's see.
That's Markel stepping out.
After the relocation was denied, my client sent that lengthy email, I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendi Adelson later responded and said, I'm not doing this?
I do recall an email from Wendi saying, Mom, I'm not doing this.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
He's referring to the $1 million bribe. I'm not sure that was clear to the jury, but we know that and we know that email from Charlie's trial.
Redirect
yeah.
examination.
That was a strong witness, and
Relocation happened for Wendi and the boys?
After the murder,
Where did they move after the murder?
a couple blocks away from Donna and Harvey Adelson. Well, they moved in with Donna and Harvey Adelson for about a year, and then permanently to a location a couple blocks away.
No further questions.
You may step down, Investigator Newlin. Will he be recalled again by the state or the defense?
Potentially, Judge.
You remain under subpoena. Members of the jury, does anyone need to take a restroom break before we proceed forward? Please raise your hands if you do. Very well, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
here we go. Here's the big one. We have been waiting for this. This is going to be absolutely cute. I wonder how long it has been since Wendi and Donna saw each other, because I bet it's been a while. I bet Wendi has not been visiting Donna in prison. I bet there has not been any real communication, so I'm very curious. Thank you, Bring the Popcorn. Thank you, Jilly Mae. And Betty J. Parker, thank you.
You may.
Miss Nell Scraps, thank you from just a minute ago. Yes. Mildred is saying, drum roll, the moment we've been waiting for. It is indeed. I am so curious. So she is testifying under subpoena from the state, but has refused to testify under subpoena from the defense because she gets use and derivative use immunity.
I need to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Is that Wendy's lawyer?
Getting started very quickly within the next few minutes.
Okay, so I think they're going to take a break because they want to hear some arguments.
Please rise when the jury enters and exits.
Because earlier he had offered a break, no one seemed to need one. How nervous must Donna be about this? This has got to be the most stressful moment of all, even far more stressful than Charlie testifying. Maybe Rob.
Everyone can be seated.
That'd be pretty bad.
Ms. Floro, I had not forgotten about you, sir. You may come up to make your statement.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
John Lauro on behalf of Wendi Adelson. Your Honor, we previously filed a motion to make a brief statement before Ms. Adelson testifies. We'd like to make clear for the record that she is appearing pursuant to a state subpoena that by law furnishes her with use and derivative use immunity. But for this subpoena, she would assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to every question that the state would ask relevant to this matter. We also believe that the use and derivative use immunity covers cross-examination to the extent that it involves responsive and relevant questions as well.
The court has previously ruled concerning this matter that the immunity that is being conferred by the state's subpoena does extend to cross-examination, and that she is appearing to answer questions under this immunity. One matter that had come up, Mr. Loro, after the conclusion of the hearing that we previously had, in making sure that there is a complete record as to your client's invocation of her right to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the examination has occurred pursuant to the state subpoena, the defense is wanting to take a proffer. As to that, any questions in which she believes she needs to properly invoke, you may advise her to do so, and I will make a ruling from there whether there is, in fact, any proper basis that is both relevant and would not go to the right of self-incrimination. Ultimately, you may advise your client concerning these matters as it relates to the defendant's proffer out of the presence of the jury. Do you need to be heard in any way concerning this?
No, Your Honor, we'll just need a brief moment to consult, obviously, after we hear the proffer questions.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party need to be heard further before the examination begins pursuant to the state's subpoena?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
You may take your seat, Mr. Loro. You can bring back in the jurors when they're ready.
All right, so here we go. Very huge. And I'll move forward a couple so we don't. There she is, Wendi Adelson. Woman of the moment. I so want to see Donna and Wendi
Take your seat for
interacting as they look across the courtroom. Looks pretty unhappy.
I believe even though the
Very
jurors indicated they did not have to go to the bathroom at this point, if we are once again dealing with the needs of 14 people, they might be in the bathroom. So wait for the knock.
Seems very nervous. Does it seem that way to you? And Wendi seems very nervous too. Seems to be studiously avoiding looking at her mother. Wait, is she looking over? Quick glance. Way more awkward than last time, I feel like, with Charlie. Like it seems awkward.
I believe that we have a few jurors that do need to use the restroom. If anyone needs to stretch their legs or use the bathroom themselves, please take your opportunity now. Once we start with the testimony, again, the door will remain closed if you exit. Go ahead. Oh, before you leave the room, Ms. Fulford, once again, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to reiterate the instruction that I gave to you last Friday concerning any reactions that you may have to either the testimony or the evidence in the case. I understand this may be a distressing thing for your child to be offering testimony in your trial. However, you are to control your expressions and your emotions. Do you understand this? Everyone can take their break.
Wow. Okay. So let's talk about that because that's the comment of the moment. So the judge has specifically instructed her in the past that she was making too many, and Wendi gets stuck up on the stand just sitting there while everyone goes for a break. But the judge told Donna to stop making such dramatic reactions because for the first 3 or 4 witnesses, she pretty much cried the entire time. They were talking about things like Dan Markel and what Dan Markel happened, what happened to him, how he was shot, how he was found, the blood, as things like that were being talked about, as autopsy photos were shown. She was very much reacting. She was crying, she was upset, and the judge said, no reactions in the courtroom. I need you to stop that and tamp that down. So he just went ahead and proactively, I mean, he could see her face like I think all of us could. And she seemed already emotional about this. And so he gave her this extra caution not to make any emotional outbursts or to do anything that might show her reaction. She's to be very passive. In some ways, that's almost unfair because the jury may judge her for that, just as they might have judged her for reacting. So in some ways, that's not really fair. I think what the judge is hoping for is just a happy medium. If she could just react a little and not go over the top with sobs or outbursts, anything like that, I think that's really where he's aiming, so that it doesn't end up creating a problem for the way the jury perceives her and her relationship with Wendi. But already you can see from this moment that it is stressful and tense, and it's much more stressful and tense than it has been in the past trials, in my view. It was awkward when she testified in Charlie's trial, but this is way more awkward. This is really dramatic because what we are seeing is a daughter testifying against her mother, and the statement in advance by her attorney said, I'm only testifying because you're giving me this use and derivative use immunity, meaning you can't use this testimony against me, and you can't use this testimony to find other things you could use against me. So I'm not gonna, the fact that you are here, that Wendi is here, doesn't mean that any of this can be used in any proceeding against Wendi. And that's the only reason she's not going to be using her Fifth Amendment and asserting the Fifth Amendment and saying she shouldn't have to testify. So it has been absolutely a dramatic morning already. If you're just tuning in with us, first of all, welcome. We are glad to have you. Please be sure to hit that like button. And we heard some absolutely shocking bombshell evidence in the first part of the morning. We heard from a detective who told us about some of Donna's interaction with the divorce proceedings and the custody battle between Dan Markel and Wendi, and it was much stronger than I had anticipated. I had assumed most of the evidence was already out there and that we had already heard about that through Charlie's trial, but it turns out there was much more to hear, and we heard it this morning. Now, even more dramatic, Wendi taking the stand. That's been a huge drama point in every trial related to this. This trial will be no exception. In fact, it's way more because of her relationship with the defendant, her mother, Donna Adelson. So much so that the judge has already cautioned Donna Adelson not to have any big reactions, no emotional reaction, just warning you. He's told her in the past he doesn't want to have to make any statement in front of the jury, because of course that can be pretty prejudicial. That can make the jury wonder if she's telling the truth. Make them think she's doing something wrong. So I think he's trying to give her a little advance notice so she won't react, and then he has to stop the trial or talk to her separately or some such. So we are waiting to hear Wendi. This is really the moment we have been waiting for. Oh, thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. She's been a member for 10 months, and I don't think I said out loud, but thank you. You know I'm not going to get that first name right, so I'll just say Ortiz. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And ASMR Kitten, thank you. I'm so glad to have everybody watching with me. I have been so looking forward to this trial. This is just a fascinating trial. Is it the culmination? We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that Wendi and Harvey haven't been charged yet, but the woman you are about to see on the stand, many people have wondered if she should be charged. Was she at the heart of this entire plot to kill her ex-husband, Dan Markel, the father of her children? Or, as you will no doubtedly hear her say in just a minute, is it true that she had nothing to do with that? She had no idea this was going on, and the circumstantial evidence against her is just that, coincidence, circumstance. It wasn't anything that had proof that she was involved or had any knowledge that Dan Markel would die. So, and one of her sort of pitches has been, look, I have cooperated when told to come, told to testify. I did. I've told the truth. I told the police the truth. I've sat on the stand repeatedly and told the truth. And here I am again today. And here she is. She is, in fact, here. Good question, Ether Bunny. What does it mean that the defense is offering a proffer? What that means is they are going to proffer. You really could leave off the PR and just say offer. They're going to offer evidence to the court that would show what would happen in the trial if they were allowed to present this evidence. The issue is when you go up on appeal, the appellate court needs to know what it is that you would have done so it can rule on the matter. Because if Wendi just goes up to Donna goes up to the appellate court and says, look, I had a bunch of questions for her that would not have in any way incriminated her. She should have been forced to answer those. Well, the appellate court doesn't know what to do with that. Is that true or not true? So if the evidence,
Are they good?
stop it for just a second, if the evidence is offered in advance so that the appellate court then can see what it is, and so can the trial court, then it's easier to rule on that. If it, instead of just, there would have been some things that wouldn't have incriminated her, and then Wendi's lawyer in the state say, yeah, it would have. How does the appellate court know? So the proffer gives the court a chance to see what that missing piece of evidence is. The jury won't see it, just the court. And that will also gives this court the chance to change its mind, and then gives the appellate court the chance to see the entire record and to make a decision about whether that's correct ruling.
Oh, sorry to pop you down. They're coming back in.
She told her to put your earphones on. Did you see that? I will say that I can understand that. It can be hard to hear in the courtroom. And there she is, Wendi Adelson. She looks like it's been a tough couple of years, I think. I can only imagine that it has been, very much so. We last saw her testify in Charlie's trial. Donna looking impressively passive as instructed by the court.
You can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth? You may be seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to so you can be clearly heard. Ms. Kappelman, you may examine.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where are you from?
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
We were all
Immigration
wondering.
Attorney
How long have you been an attorney?
since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes,
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay, and when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school, so that would have been in the summer of 2005. and we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday. So he was 4 turning 5. And our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
Close.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that. I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what those imply? For those of us
Sure.
that don't know?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. And it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher. And then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right. And those rules were something that he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were less interested in those kosher rules?
it was less important to me.
All right. Were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes,
Was that located in Leon County?
yes.
What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend, and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement
Let's talk for just a second. I'll pause it. We'll get back to it. The question about, was he a religious zealot? What about this observant, the way he observed his Judaism, the way you did, those sorts of questions? We just heard emails from Donna Adelson talking about how he was, quote, a religious zealot. and talking about how he was controlling things through the religion. So the jury is hearkening back to what they just heard Donna say. And now they're hearing echoes of that in the way that the prosecutor is phrasing this with Wendi.
Roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay. And were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm gonna publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No,
Did she ever make
Uh-oh.
any edits to any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but I had an attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process. So she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward?
That was a potentially close call because one of the things that could still happen if Wendi lies, she can still be charged with perjury. So if she contradicts things we know to be true, then she could still be charged with that. Not what she says today can't be used against her in connection with prosecution for the murder of Dan Markel. But that doesn't mean it can't be used for a perjury charge. But I think she navigated that very successfully, saying, okay, well, she may have made suggestions, but I wouldn't call those edits. And that's probably fair.
Forward any of your mom's suggestions to your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
Be done.
My
There she
mom,
is.
my dad, and my brother.
Name Charlie.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money. So year to year, I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida. And the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country. And so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario to be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I don't know. I mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay.
Okay.
You have sent.
What she's doing is being very careful. The way that question was phrased and worded, she's concerned, what if there's a document out there where I said that I don't recall? So she's hedging around that so she doesn't commit perjury.
Email to a friend on March 24th of 2013 indicating, quote, I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee.
It's possible that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one of those binders in front of you. Let me see which one.
This one.
Yes, Reginald asking, she does have to answer all of the state's questions. She can't just pick and choose them. She can object to one. Her attorney could object, and then there could be a ruling by the court.
I see it's highlighted. So yes,
Okay, and did you also email a friend around the same time frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother Charlie and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
it's certainly possible.
Okay, that's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
Pulling Charlie in again.
Yes,
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? Get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
so my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we work together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay, but outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
You're doing a better job than last time.
Yes,
The
I can.
binder is up on the witness stand. Ms. Kettleman is the defense have a copy of the same binder.
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
Please do.
So the defense is asking about a document. And I saw a good question. Yes, Wendi could face charges for perjury if she contradicts testimony she gave earlier, and one of the two of them was a lie, then it's possible. So that's why
Were you able to find it?
so you're being.
I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And she's really good about that. The way that can I read the whole sentence? Which sounds incredibly reasonable, right? In fact, Georgia Kappelman pretty much has to agree each time. And that leaves the jury and saying, well, okay, that's pretty reasonable, but she gets in the whole context around it. She's good. She's a really good witness.
Relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right, and did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay, and do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is.
Oh, wow.
Right. I can't see her clothes from here, but she's directly across from me.
All right, is she wearing a headset on her head?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
She's trying not to cry.
Has identified the defendant. Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best for you, right?
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee. Yes.
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
Yes, she did.
That hurts, right? Hostage, prisoner,
Oh no.
not best for her daughter.
Clickergate continues. Prisoner. Close enough.
She's holding it in. But you can sure see it writ large across her face.
Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
All right. And where did your parents, I think you said they were in Coral Springs back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there. So from, I think they started living there when my oldest brother was born. So since the early 70s.
So it's fair to say they had deep roots there in that area.
Yes.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom had with your kids during the time frame we're talking about? So separation to murder time frame?
It was very close. My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
All right. And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist, and so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember what year that was, but he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I
Talked
did.
about relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom.
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce pleadings?
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email, so when I send an email to one of them, I would send it. It was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were?
That was a pitch perfect answer from the defense point of view, completely supporting what the defense had said. So I would say that, I mean, that's a pretty specific answer. She had to have known that that would be an issue. That's just my theory.
We're both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address.
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well.
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad? To
My
those
mom
types?
would reply more frequently.
Who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Is your mom an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay, did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
Okay.
Before you continue, Ms. Kaplan, I am going to admit State 60JJ at this time. Is there any objection the defense wishes to raise?
Yes, Your Honor. Same objection.
The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State 64AA, Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted as far as the.
And then her mom again.
If you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right, is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
Just another little quick note about what a good witness she is. That is exactly what she said at Charlie's trial. She said, I wouldn't use the word controlling. And she then agreed to overly protective, but she wouldn't agree to controlling. Now, she's allowed to read those back, but a lot of witnesses will have trouble bridging across those to remembering exactly and getting it right. She's very careful. Also, she could have just said, yeah, I remember the emotional subterfuge, but she knows that she may be able to put it in a larger context by reading if she looks at it. So she's asked for that, and we'll see whether it works or not.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh, no.
Copyright in the first paragraph on page 3.
Chaplain, you can just walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
I will judge. Page 3.
This is 3, I think.
Yeah, somewhere there.
Tammy pointed out she sounds rehearsed. She is by now. She is very rehearsed by now. She has done this a bunch.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You know what else this does? And I'll keep talking. I don't want to miss anything. This also breaks the rhythm, because if the witness just says, yes, that's right, and you can move on, the rhythm for the attorney continues and for the jury. But by instead stopping, and they have this long thing, they try to get the document, they try to point her to the right spot, all of that breaks the rhythm. By now, no one remembers what exactly the question was or what had happened right before now. It breaks it just enough to change the tempo.
So the question was, did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
Not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
That really seems
Did
to
your dad
bother.
think that was necessary, or was that a mom?
It really seems to bother Georgia Kappelman, the prosecutor, a lot. She asks about this every time. I don't really see what the big deal is. I don't understand why it can be hard to travel with 2 little children. So I don't know. This one thing just really doesn't impact me. I'm curious. Maybe it's a big deal to you. Tell me what you think.
Thing.
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Loaded.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay, did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab
2013.
97.
Okay. So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Check the very back. Got a few extras tucked in here. I'll just approach this copy for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes.
You did say mom was the dominant force in the household.
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life,
Yes.
your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes. And there were different types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think they were really proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging you to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com, but I do remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you?
I didn't use it, but yes.
And conducted searches for men in the Miami area and sent them to you.
I think
Remember
this
that?
was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here. Sorry, we'll get there.
They've done a much better job going through the divorce documents,
Okay,
I
so
think.
here we have an email dated January 17th,
Prosecution had.
2013. For the record, this is 64I. And it reads, so honey, so you think I'm nuts, but when you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And these are guys in Miami, right? After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see who's out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here's some options that she sent you. Here's an interesting guy, etc.
Pre-screening, huh?
Okay.
All right, I'm just curious, true confessions here. Who among the chat has pre-screened for their own child? I'm just curious. My daughter would not put up with that for a second. I'm just curious.
Did you ever feel like your mom was walking all over you?
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay. What about specifically regarding this divorce?
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay. And did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel in this time frame, 2012 to 2016?
And I think I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016. So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay, and what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you say in that interview for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else.
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours and had just been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
Picture perfect answer, exactly what she said in Charlie's trial. Even the phrase sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours is nearly a direct quote from what she said during Charlie's trial.
Are you suggesting that after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is really upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes.
And when she talks about it a lot, and I'm referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie specifically a lot?
My mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
Okay. And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like who you were going to date?
I would just be guessing about that.
Pretty much what she said last.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder,
No,
was the
important.
defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Good
Before
question.
he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying that.
Tab 5.
Great answer, because had she said, "Why, no, I wasn't angry with him," no one would believe that and it would be easily disproven. But instead she said, "At times I was," and then changed it, "I was very frustrated with him." Well, then she's a good witness.
It looks like I made that analogy.
Danny is an STD. One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
Did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes. I don't think it was an email, though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay. Did you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that.
Wow.
But I certainly might have.
Did you refer to your ex-husband as Gibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Gibbers?
Gibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was nonsense.
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't remember.
And boots?
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
I don't remember her saying last time that a friend helped her come up with that. That puts out there a potential witness who could explain what that name means.
I said that I hate him in this moment.
Very consistent.
Okay, and did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
Oh, good point. They can't find that friend and use it because of the immunity. Good point. Good point, Deb.
56.
Or Lauren, that was Lauren.
A, B, C, and 57. I asked you about the Gibbers nickname. Did you have that nickname stored in your cell phone as Dan Markel's contact name?
I did.
I can show you these exhibits and ask if they're fair and accurate. Contacts, 56A, who is that a contact for? You know,
It's my mom's phone number, so that would have been, it's a picture of Ben as a little guy and my mom.
okay, so fair and accurate contact
Yes,
from your phone for mom at that time.
yes,
And then 56B,
that's my dad.
and that's his phone number.
It is.
56C,
That's my brother.
Charlie,
Yes,
okay, fair and accurate phone number for him at that time.
yes,
And then 57, is that the contact you had in there for your ex-husband, Dan Markel?
yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 56 and 57 are admitted at this time.
Did you ever refer to your ex-husband, Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that, but
That one's on tab 34.
Great direct exam.
I'm so sorry. Is that? Yes, I believe it is 34.
it is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35, in June of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I don't see it.
Are you on tab 35?
No, I was on tab 34. It's tab 35.
Sorry, yes.
I did write that.
And that was approximately 3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Very important because it brings it up to date as opposed to leaving it, a year before when maybe she would have gotten past that. Maybe that was how she felt in the heat of the divorce, but they've been apart for over a year and maybe it's calmed down. This is very close in time. So suggesting that the animosity isn't going away. She's still mad. She's still upset.
Okay. Lost my clicker. Clickers are a real problem for me. All right, next I want to ask you about Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60. He indicates the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his belongings.
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No,
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
To your
remember that.
knowledge?
Wow.
Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a 11, so November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
All right, and we talked about the Aqua Ridge apartment, or I guess it was a home residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I've blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
And did your mom help you secure this place to live? Did you have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She helped me move in.
Okay, did she help you locate the place to live?
I think
At all?
so.
Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay. Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
And that was associated with the way he claimed that you left the marriage.
Yes.
And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page rant?
Probably.
She had a lot of thoughts about that particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes.
And were those mediations successful?
They were not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
What about your brother, Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision, and I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
It was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Is it true that you never would have left Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Overruled, she may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your
Wow.
memory.
Really? She wrote that?
I do say here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Do you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brother's suggestions and support.
Interesting. Parent and brother.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
Just one moment, I've lost my place a little bit.
I'm throwing one thing too. Do you remember that comment? We heard it just a minute ago where Georgia Kappelman asked her about whether she had strategized with her mother about how to inflict maximum damage as she left. We never got an actual email on that. So I'm wondering if that's still to come or if maybe she suspected that, but we don't actually have any evidence of that yet.
All right, I think you already testified you did not offer your mom your divorce petition to edit. Is that your testimony?
Sorry,
Did you
What's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay, and did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
What?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom. Obviously, I pretended to be you contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation. And so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me or that had like co-signatory authority. So that's possible.
Okay.
So she's trying to soften it. She's trying to move away from it and say, well, maybe this was some unique account set up by my dad. And so but overall, your mom pretending to be you and contacting financial institutions on your behalf, that's crossing a line. That's a big one.
And here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions? I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that
I do.
long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This is great.
It looks like I did, yes.
And then we go to L. In her responses, I guess they've got a joint email, so how do we know it's mom and not dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Would Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe, right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed mom and dad, or they reference dad and I feel this way. Was it common for your mom to express for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this particular email, so this is a little confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph, K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Markel's email to you and refuting each paragraph.
Wow.
And she felt that his position was outrageous, right?
Yes.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did. Yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
He didn't need a psychological evaluation, did he?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
Your mom,
I don't remember. Well placed, because she doesn't know. Did she maybe say that somewhere? So if she doesn't want to say no, he didn't need that, because she may have claimed that to a court at the time. And she doesn't want to say yes because she's not really sure that there's any evidence to support that. So she,
ever called
Maybe I
Dan
don't
Markel
know.
any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay, including piece of shit?
Yes.
Asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
A bastard?
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South Florida was a major bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
And she did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64. I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
Your mom mentions, see if I can find it. This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who was that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay.
again, coup for the state on that one.
More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney. Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Gibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name. Yeah.
She said that across her testimony. Silly name. Made up name.
Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate. Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denied with prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right. You can't refile.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep fighting?
Please rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not any more legal action.
I was not taking any more action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
She did.
There's an open-ended point.
She did want to take it to an appeal. You remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
That's on tab 43 of your binder.
yes, I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between the time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
Yes.
And she said Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
That was what she said.
And she said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't. I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
We did not know about that.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that part of it as well?
Yes.
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to pay the $1 million?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it.
Okay. And they were,
I've mentioned this in some of the lead up to this. That is not what other people remember. At least it's not what Charlie remembered. He remembered Wendi paid a third, he paid a third, his mom and dad paid a third. But Wendi is like, nope, they weren't going to do it all. I just sat back and received the benefit. So interesting. Also, that Googling how to teach acting, that gives a lot more credence to that email we've heard about in the past about Wendi, you're a great actress. You can pull this off, convince people that you're really trying to convert the boys.
We're gonna give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
so that I could relocate.
Okay, did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No,
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
It's all about getting control from Dan and Markel, right?
All right. Did you see the way she put that up? Stared at it and just paused for a minute. She's giving the jury a chance to read. They've highlighted the word control bright yellow, and she's giving the jury a pause. Take a look at this, jury. Well done.
And you told her these ideas were crazy, didn't you?
I did.
I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
As the counsel testifying, sustained, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions to the witness. Ms. Kappelman,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64V, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Little misunderstanding
Those
there.
are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I don't remember, but I can read there below what I was saying.
Did it have to do with this will give him ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown up.
That little
Kept pushing,
sound
though, didn't she?
from Georgia.
She was suggesting other ideas.
Okay, January 27th, 2013 email 64W. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he's not in control. Did she suggest that to you?
Yes.
And notice the contrast between Wendi has just said she doesn't believe her mother is a controlling person, but she is over and over talking about control and taking away Gibber's control. Dan Markel, that's her derogative name for him. She's talking about that over and over in these emails. Obviously, control is very important to her.
She urged you to rethink your decision not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
This is so much stronger than Charlie's.
She says here, and I'm still on 64W, I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So she did view this as a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
And she's sending all of this after the relocation is denied, right?
Yes.
Everyone has a price. Fight for yourself. Okay, I'm showing you this slide also from Exhibit 64W, which indicates that you were going to go into the $1 million offer as a third. Does that refresh your memory on that deal?
I mean, it refreshes my memory, but it's not something I ever considered or thought about doing.
So you would not have paid up the
No.
third of $1 million.
No.
Moving on to 64X. This is an email in which your mom expresses opinions on several items, including the marital home, the parenting schedule, alimony, child support, health insurance.
Oh, well
Did you
done.
want her opinion on all these things?
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
Please restate your answer.
Counselor asked me if I wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions, but I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you
I bet not all of you
to
agree.
aggravate your ex-husband, right?
Yes.
To screw him financially,
Yes.
to get a win.
Yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won, right?
It seems that way.
When was the divorce final?
It would have been final the summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13, sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes.
Okay. With witnesses being called?
No, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes.
And did you reach the settlement on the day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication. Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case?
I've seen a lot of wires.
Where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes.
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
Yes.
discs? Okay. And were you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right. So Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you initial on State's Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
Certainly can't read this, but
It's very small.
see if that's
Yes. Mhm.
That's where you initial. Okay.
I did.
At this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 135.
Any objection? I'm asking if there's an objection to the defense. States 135 is entered.
After the divorce was final, was there any more litigation between you and Dan Markel?
There was.
All right, and who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with the settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house, and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because otherwise he was going to be held in contempt of court.
The court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce,
The settlement agreement.
and he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right. One of his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement to provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that. Alleging these sorts of violations and including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And during this time period, did Dan Markel send you quite a few emails pleading with you to play nice? For example, March 7th of 2013, Wendi, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens.
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
No, I mean, if your lawyer files something on your behalf, then it's you who has actually made that statement because your lawyer represents you. So George is in the right here.
Did you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
It looks like my attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time, but if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay.
These
And
such good answers because like, well, I probably was advised to do that. The hint is, but her attorney is not going to tell her stop letting him access the children by Skype. That's just, I can't imagine the scenario in which that happens, but it's a good answer. Hard to pin that down. It's really a good witness.
the day that you filed that motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt, let's see if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point, I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house because Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house.
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13.
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No,
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
The image that I just had up there, was this image sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but I remember seeing that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your
No.
phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured with here?
Katie.
Is that Catherine McBanoa?
Yes.
Who hired the hitman?
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
So this is so much stronger than the way it came out in Charlie's trial. There was talk about the fact that there was an attempt by Charlie to keep her from buying the house, although he talks about that a good deal in one of the prison calls and says, I found buying a house instead of renting too quickly was like a huge mistake. And he seemed to be implying that the only reason he said that was not because he didn't want her to buy in Tallahassee, but rather because it's just a bad idea to buy abruptly. She needed to wait. He'd had a lot of trouble with stuff and she needed to be really sure about where she was going to go. So that may be the case. But here what they're doing is linking the photograph of him with the person who hired the hitman, which won't happen for more than half a year, like 10 months from now. And, well, maybe not quite that far. And then at the same time telling her not to buy the house. The link is as if, hey, got this person who's going to find you somebody and, please don't buy that house. We can get you out of this a different way. Honestly, I think the distance in time is too great for it to have actually meant that, but it's much more effective when this is really being linked together. This is so put together in terms of both the timeline and the depth into which they've gone into the documents.
Do you remember, after all the drama with the Skype, asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here, to help you work on the Skype thing because it was becoming a real problem between you and Mr. Markel?
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14, Mr. Markel files a motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
I do. I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message to you about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing? I don't remember. Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations
I would
in
have,
court, in a
In-
court filing?
we must have responded in a court filing to that
Okay.
because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point, my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a witness in the case and to say that that didn't happen. And then I had to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay, and did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous? That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion. So I'm sure my attorney filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Do you remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a lease to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I don't remember when they signed a lease there, but it's possible.
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there and he really liked the property and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start trying someplace other than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of 2014?
I don't remember that, but to the Continuum, the apartment complex had very high security.
Mhm.
And so it may have been that if you wanted someone to come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95, please. And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th of 2014?
And I don't know. So you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
It
I'm
looks
not
like
sure where we're headed
I
here.
was added and my brother were added. And then my other brother was in case of emergency. And it was in April of 2014.
April of 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder?
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting?
that was my understanding.
I mean, that seems likely.
Do you recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we've referred to as the grandma motion?
No,
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion,
What?
but
Really?
it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion, do you recall, or does it refresh your memory, that he was saying, Grandma, the boys were telling him, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against him?
I remember hearing about this motion.
Okay. And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That was part of the motion to enforce the settlement agreement,
but which was never heard
which was never heard
because he was killed.
because, yes.
And do you remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was filed in reference to that?
I don't.
Okay, if you will check tab, see if you can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
This is what's being referred to as the grandma motion to keep Donna from having visitation that was unsupervised.
I have tab 98.
Okay, does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is, where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14?
So this email is from 3/25/14,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming on Thursday the 27th.
And was it their practice to typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think I remember that one.
The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues. But basically, at the bottom there, Ben announced to me, Abba. What does Abba mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Father. Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which his boys have told him that Grandma, your mother, has told them that you're trying to take my sunshines away. She hates you, that sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory at all about those allegations?
It does.
And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
And your mom responded to it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay. And you forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that he was trying to accuse a member of the Florida bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay. And is that the reason why you sent it to the 12 people?
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said, wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
So that's been hard fought up until now. The defense team is trying to say that this wow email came from Donna Harvey. And so which one wrote it? The prosecution can't prove it. And the prosecution wants to say, well, Donna wrote it. And her response, that wow email, suggested that she was dramatically impressed in a bad way by what had been filed by Dan Markel. So Wendi is following that party line. She doesn't know who wrote that.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Do you remember just, let's see, a couple months before the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a friend named Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, "Danny is a monster."
Overruled, the witness may testify based on her memory.
I don't remember telling Jane that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to?
I don't,
Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay.
She's allowed to testify as per her memory, but she doesn't really have a lot of memory about this, so that really isn't saying much. As Mildred,
But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Judge, I don't know if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time. It's getting a little tedious, I'm sure.
Okay. How to read that expression? She doesn't seem emotionless over this. This is far more emotional than she was, say, at Charlie's trial, I think. Harvey, exhausted, no doubt. He looks like it. He looks like this is all overcoming him. And I can only imagine that that would absolutely be the case. I assume they're going to ask if there are any arguments they need to make before heading.
Before we continue with the examination of this witness, we are going to have our lunch break at this point. I am going to remind you once again not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Also, you are prohibited from looking at any information or reports concerning this case as well. For the lunch hour, there is a cafe here in the courthouse and also some other businesses within close walking distance. If you choose to eat together, you may do so. Again, the only prohibitions are what I've previously outlined. Please return at 1:15 and we will continue with the examination of Wendi Adelson by both the state and the defense at that point. Enjoy your lunch break. The gallery is to remain in the room for right now until the jurors have exited. Yeah.
I'm just curious looking at how they're looking at each other, if they are. All right.
Everyone can be seated. For the attorneys and the witness, we will have the same report time back, 1:15. Do any matters need to be heard before we go into the break?
Nothing from the state.
Very well. Enjoy your break.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit, because boy, there's been so much more this morning than I ever even remotely imagined. So we'll go ahead and catch up to the end of the stream, and then we'll be completely caught up. Let's talk about what happened, because this was a whole lot more than I imagined. I assumed it would be largely, at least through this point, the same trial as Charlie's in terms of the evidence. It might be directed a different way. They might focus on different things, but that the body of evidence presented was pretty much, that was it. It was the whole thing. Apparently not. We have had two witnesses who have told us that that is not the case. We had the first witness on the stand talk about emails that we had seen part of in Charlie's trial, emails from Donna to Wendi, but they laid out the groundwork for how Donna felt about Dan Markel, and they took them all the way up to the period just 3 weeks before his death. So the interesting thing about that, and I can at least make this a lot bigger. In fact, I could just go this way. Okay. The reason that's so important is because in opening statements, what the jury heard from the defense was that there was going to be that Donna really cared for Dan Markel, that she was upset at his death. She was over on this side with Team Dan Markel. And those people who killed him, including her son Charlie, were over there. Those were anti Dan Markel, but she was over here, Team Dan Markel. And these emails say anything but that. They clearly suggest she is very upset with what is being done to her daughter, with the fact that her daughter isn't getting the control she wanted. And when we moved into Wendi's testimony, it was even more dramatic. The word control, they pulled out and highlighted, and repeatedly, Donna would write that she wanted to take away Dan Markel's control. And conversely, that would leave the control with Wendi and with her. And it took it from a level like in Charlie's trial where Wendi said, she was asked, was your mother controlling? And she said, no, I wouldn't say controlling, but she would agree that her mother was very much involved in her life, had a lot to say and do. But here you see much more dramatic than that. There's no arguing that she wasn't very controlling, that she wasn't trying to insert herself directly into exactly what was being discussed in the divorce proceeding, in the custody proceedings, saying, yeah, don't take what the court said. The court said no relocation, and that's with prejudice, meaning you can't bring it back up. Don't take that. Keep trying. Try this, try that. And her mother was heavily involved in that. Been very dramatic testimony. We've also heard, and then we moved to Wendi, and it's been a very different look and feel from what we heard during Charlie's testimony, in my view. During Charlie's testimony, it was awkward. There's no question about that. But Wendi seemed very polished, and her answers were picture perfect. And here, there's just a different feel. There seems to be a little more, she's very subdued compared to before. I think she's less polished. Her answers are extremely well done. They're very lawyerly. She is a lawyer, and she divines that exact fine line as to how to answer them. And I tried to point some of those out so you could see when that happens. So she's done very, very well with her answers, but it's also been far more awkward than before, far more uncomfortable. And you can see Wendi's uncomfortable, and the testimony feels uncomfortable. And she is being drilled over and over and over again about these emails that her mother wrote. And they're very damaging for Donna Adelson. There's just no way around it. They're extremely damaging emails. Let me make sure that. So I do agree, for example, and thank you for the super chat, Southern Mill pointing out, she is saying, I don't remember a lot. I will tell you that lawyers often tell witnesses that saying, I don't remember is a super safe, really good idea, because it's a lot safer than answering and saying the wrong thing. If you don't remember, how's anybody going to prove you did remember? But you're absolutely correct. You can overuse that, and you can particularly overuse it in an area where everyone is going to expect you to remember. If people figure that's the kind of thing they would remember and you would remember, but you keep saying, I don't know, that does start to stand out. Also, if you say it multiple times in a row to questions that really need an answer, but would be negative for you potentially, again, people are going to be suspicious of your answer. So I think it does make a difference. It does matter that that's happening. Thank you, Jaguar. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate your super chat. And I will say again to Creative Chaos, yes, I think her lack of memory can play into the favor of the prosecution. But remember, we got two different prosecutors, two potential prosecutions here. When it comes to Donna, I think that I don't remember could play into the question of whether or not the jury finds Wendi to be credible or whether they think she's hiding something on behalf of her mother. But when it comes to any kind of potential prosecution of Wendi Adelson, I think what she's done is protect herself against possible perjury charges. She's here on immunity, under immunity, so she can't be literally charged with anything she admits to or says. She can't incriminate herself based on what she says here, but she could theoretically be charged with perjury. But by saying, I don't remember, she makes that really hard to do. I mean, how do you prove that I don't remember was a lie? How do you prove, oh, you did remember and I can prove it? How? How would you prove that? So from her standpoint, it's a very safe answer. So that's how I would sort of divide those up. Let's see if there's anything else. And what we'll do, just so you know, is we will take about, and if I spot any questions, be thinking of your questions. What we're going to do is take like a quick, I'll take a 15-minute break. The live will stay on. Please do not leave. We have more Wendi coming up. You don't want to miss this. So please hang on. I'll take like a 15-minute break. I'll be back. And until they get started, we'll talk about it. We'll answer your questions. We'll cover what's been happening in the trial, what's going to happen in the trial. This will give me a little chance to go over my notes, make sure I have this kind of organized so I can talk to you about it. So I will be back in roughly 15, 20 minutes. So stay with us. We will be right back. And hopefully I can figure out how to stop that screen and share the screen that tells you we will be right back. Oh, good. Hi, y'all, and welcome back from lunch break. Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about what has happened this morning. I also want to have a little time to talk about what's going on in terms of your questions. What are you thinking? It has been action-packed. We've gotten all kinds of new information and new evidence that we did not have before about Donna Adelson, including emails that she wrote to her daughter about the divorce. We got some pretty bombshell information about how involved she was in Wendi's divorce from Dan Markel. And of course, in her custody battle after that, first to move the kids down to Florida, excuse me, and then failing down to South Florida, and then failing that to try to persuade Dan Markel through something, anything, whether it be $1 million bribe or whether it be some kind of persuasive technique like pretending to convert the children to Christianity instead of letting them be Jewish as he was. And by the way, as Wendi was. So it has been absolutely a surprise. And then we had Wendi Adelson herself take the stand. Awkward to an extreme extent, because Wendi Adelson is testifying against her own mother. When Wendi came up to the stand, you saw Donna's face go totally emotional. And we have heard her described as very emotional by Wendi and by other people in the case. So she, being very emotional, you could tell, was reacting. The judge took that opportunity while the jury was out of the room to say, yeah, no kind of demonstrations. No, I know this is going to feel emotional to you, but I need you to not demonstrate that. Don't be emotional. Called her out like first thing before it even happened. And so she has been, as near as I can tell anyway. We don't always see her, but the fact that we don't see her suggests that people in the courtroom don't think it's all that important. She is keeping it together as her daughter testifies against her. We got a little bit more about the argument on whether Wendi will testify for her mother's side. The answer is no. The judge is not going to force that, but we are going to get a proffer. That is coming up. We will get that proffer, and that will tell us if the defense has some things to ask Wendi that would not require her to incriminate herself. So a lot has happened this morning. We also heard a lot of indictment to Wendi's statements, where all along she's been saying, yeah, it wasn't really that bitter between Dan Markel and my mother, and it wasn't that bitter between Dan Markel and even me by the time we got to the time he was murdered. That is not what it sounds like. They took it up to 3 weeks beforehand with statements like, I hate him. And that was 3 weeks before the murder. So it seemed much more like it had continued and that everybody was still heated and very upset over it. Not like we had kind of been led to believe that it was mostly being papered over. Mostly people were getting over it. That really didn't seem to be the case based on the messages that we saw. So it has been absolutely dramatic. We got, they just began to list some of the things that have been said. They took out the word control from, and I'm going to lower my voice a little bit. I'm remembering that I'm supposed to be, for all of you who have turned it up, no, for all of you who have turned it down, do it the other way, turn it back up, because when we get to the court, it's going to be kind of, the court is softer. Often the case when we get sound out of a court, that's kind of typical. They don't have the sound systems, and they don't like to be wired up in a way that is in any way obtrusive to the people who are testifying. So that's pretty typical that the sound there isn't that great. So I'm trying to tamp down on my sound so that we'll be roughly equal. We've done all we can to equalize it. It's not going to be entirely possible, but we're working on it. So, okay. They took a series of emails from Donna Adelson and they pulled out the word control. It was all the way through there. She was talking about take away Dan's control. Don't let Danny control the situation. Control popped up. And ironically, Wendi was asked, is your mother controlling? And she said, no, completely in tandem with what she said in Charlie. She said, no, he's not. I wouldn't say she's controlling. And that is exactly what she said during Charlie's. But it certainly looked damning because it seemed as if she really had her fingers way deep into the divorce and custody pie. She was really wanting to be involved. She had a lot to say about it. So it has been a very dramatic morning, and that's an understatement. It has really been something else. Let's get started with some questions that you have. And I want to see, let me flip through, make sure there's nothing. The things that Wendi called Dan were pretty, at least I had not heard those before, but they were very strong. Called him the Dark Lord, likened him to an STD. We knew she called him gibbers. There was a suggestion from the prosecution that that stood for Jew in boots, which I didn't fully understand, but I guess JIB. She said, I hate him in this moment. I hate that I hate my children's dad. And she said, I hate him so. She called him an emotional terrorist. And then, and it didn't seem there continued to be that. It continued to stop. And one other thing, Donna called herself the South Florida legal team, which that was so important because remember that we heard in the opening this real effort by the defense to side with Dan Markel and away from the people who murdered Dan Markel, including Charlie. Like, goodbye, Charlie. You know, it's you did it. And no defense of Charlie, just separating from Charlie. So that would have been one thing to have separated themselves. But when you see all of these statements that she made, when you see her calling herself the South Florida legal team, then all of that crying over the death of Dan Markel, when compared to the statement she was making, this doesn't really seem to fit. It doesn't really seem to make sense. And I think it's going to be a problem with the jury. We'll see how they tend to, what they think when of course we get to the end of it. We also found out she Googled how to teach acting. Remember those comments she made to Wendi about you need to put on the performance of your life and you can act when you want to? Well, we got some information that she Googled, how to teach acting right around that time frame. So all of those things, boy, if Donna gets up, can you imagine the cross? It's going to be amazing. I think I'm leaning towards she's not going to take the stand now because she's just going for the I'm on the side of Dan Markel. You can't prove anything. You can't prove I did anything. She's more going for that defense, not the sort of elaborate Charlie defense. What's really going to be interesting is how will what Charlie says play with this? Is it going to throw a bomb into the middle of the trial? Is it going to blow up her planned defense? I'm so curious. I don't know the answer. All right, so let's go with your questions. I'm going to scoot back. I'm looking for question marks at the beginning to show me that you had that question. And I may miss them. I may not go far enough back. So I see one here and I'll start there, put it in again, and hopefully we'll have time. I know the court will be starting pretty soon. So Kat wondering who all is going to testify. Well, we have a long list, but the truth of the matter is that until we get into trial, we don't really know for sure which ones will be called and which ones won't be called. On the list, Charlie Adelson. On the list, Robert Adelson, Donna's estranged son. Will he be called? I'm inclined to think he will be called, but it will depend on whether he has something to offer in the trial that relates to what they believe they need to prove. So we'll see. And sometimes, witnesses become irrelevant depending on what the various defenses and theories are. So the state may be crossing through some of the witnesses on its list saying, yeah, we don't think this one's that important. We don't think that one's that important. They may be doing that. And we may be, removing ones from the list. So we'll just have to, we're going to have to see it unfold. It's that's the beauty, but also the mystery of a real time live trial is we don't really know for sure. Yeah, I see Daniela saying the new evidence against Donna still has my jaw on the floor. Me too. I honestly thought that we had the bulk of the evidence. I know, a little bit here or there, maybe something new. I didn't think it would be nothing, but I was very surprised at the extent. those emails, I'm assuming, were known in advance because they went back and forth with Wendi and they had Wendi's phone. So I assumed that the state knew about those and maybe the judge ruled them out in Charlie's trial because they weren't about Charlie. They were about what was being said between Donna and Wendi. So it was a good ruling, I think, but it meant that we didn't have all the information that they had. It makes it much more likely and clear as to why they prosecuted Donna. I have a question for y'all too, because Googling how to show emotion. Not how to show emotion, how to teach acting. That's what I was saying. Yes, Jackie, I see what you're saying. Okay. Prosecutor is on fire. I can't argue with you. It's been really well done. I think their exhibits, and not just the exhibits, but all of those demonstrative aids they've been giving to the jury, putting up on the screen, way better than last time. And I think everything has been better, smoother, gone broader than it did last time. I'm very impressed, very impressed. I think that's definitely true. And we are about to hear the cross-examination of Wendi, and you know that's going to be fascinating. You know it is. All right, has my opinion changed about the likelihood of Wendi being arrested? Asked Kat. I am noticing something, and I'm curious about you. That was what I was just about to say. I would like to get the chat. What do you think, chat? Tell me what you think. It seems to me like Georgia is treating Wendi differently this time around. Georgia being the prosecutor. I feel like as she's cross-examining her, it's not as attacking. It seems less aimed at her and more aimed at getting information, less at proving she was involved and more at her mother. I am really curious if you also are getting that vibe. Does that mean Wendi won't be prosecuted? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that they may be thinking twice about that. Here's what we know. It's been 11 years and they still haven't charged Wendi. But really, that's the only part we know. We don't know exactly who might be opposed to it. For example, I'm thinking the prosecutors themselves, Georgia Kappelman probably wants to prosecute Wendi. But there are people above that. There are layers of approval. Maybe not everybody thinks it's a viable case, and maybe there's not full approval. So I think a lot of whether they prosecute Wendi will come out in what happens here. What she says, what the witnesses say, the evidence here. All right. And I see I have a couple people over here. So Corey asking me about, do you have experience with a child testifying against a parent? I honestly cannot remember that ever happening. I cannot remember that. I think that's so sad, so sad. This is at least an adult child, but even so, unbelievably emotional, as you could immediately say. I must say, Donna, not someone who should ever play poker. You know, as soon as her daughter takes the stand, I mean, her face is just fallen. It's just, you could read the emotion on it, which is why the judge took the opportunity to say, yeah, we're no emotion, no emotional displays. And this is to you, Donna Adelson. So I don't remember ever having had that happen, but it's a sad occasion. That's a fact. And Pascaline from Paris. Oh, how exciting. Great to have you in the chat. Thank you. And why was the defense unable to subpoena Wendi? Because she would plead the fifth, and why the state was allowed to subpoena. The French criminal system differs. Well, to be honest, I'm going to say I don't think it's fair. So there you have it. But here's why. Under our laws, we as Americans have the right to take the Fifth Amendment, to plead the fifth, which means we can say, look, I'm not going to answer that question because it might incriminate me, so I'm not going to answer it. The state has been given a special power called immunity. They can hand this to people they want to hand it to. And what the state is basically doing is kind of forming a contract with the person saying, we won't prosecute you. She is receiving a very limited kind of immunity called use and derivative use immunity. She's getting the ability to be told by the state, if you come and testify truthfully, we won't use the words you say against you. And we won't use those words to lead us to other things. We won't get test evidence derivative from them, derived, taken from those. So if you will come and testify truthfully, then we will give you this immunity. Well, the courts have ruled that is coextensive, equal to the amount of Fifth Amendment protection you need. So if a state will offer that, then the person can come and testify, and they're free to testify, knowing they will not be prosecuted for what they say there. Now, is that a complete and total protection? Well, you could argue about it, because the fine line between evidence that was derived from that and evidence that was just found coincidentally not connected to that can be a big fight. People can have arguments over that. Lawyers will go into court and argue over that. So in this case, the state has given Wendi this immunity. So she has to come testify. Could she still get in trouble? Yes, if she lies. And she's testified multiple times. If it becomes the point where one contradicts the other, she could be charged with perjury. And she could be, if she refuses to answer, she could be charged with civil. And then if she were convicted of it, she could be charged with a criminal perjury and could be convicted of that. That perjury charge would relate to if she lied, but she is required to answer the questions because the state believes it's not going to hurt her. It's used with grand juries all the time as an example. So if someone doesn't want to testify, but they have to come in and tell the grand jury the truth, even though they don't want to, because they're given this use and derivative use immunity. But the defense has no ability to offer that. The defense can't. The defense doesn't have the power to say we won't prosecute you. The defense would never prosecute them anyway. It doesn't have that power. So it's a little bit different scenario. So the state is allowed to offer it by statute, but the defense has no power to offer it. No statute, no power. Even if it did have a statute, it doesn't even make sense. Therefore, there's a right given to the state that is not equally given to the defendant in the case. The state can call Wendi, ask her questions. Now, Donna's team can cross-examine, but they can only cross-examine on the topics that were raised during the trial in the questioning by the state. So they've complained, we don't want to be limited to that. We might have other topics that wouldn't even be incriminating for her, and she should be forced to answer those. So that is going to be handled this afternoon in a proffer. They will pose these questions to Wendi, and there will be discussion around these, and then it will go up on appeal. The judge has already pretty much made his ruling. I don't think he's going to change it unless maybe there's some question that they could prove to the judge. Yeah, this is clearly not incriminating. It's just basic factual information that would help our client, but that Wendi would know, and she doesn't need immunity. It's not going to tie her in. The judge has already warned them, though, that's pretty unlikely because the bar is set so high. He has to protect Wendi's right to plead the fifth. Okay, so great question, Pascaline. All right, let's head over here and see what other questions we have. I'm a little bit behind it. Let me make sure. I want to know when they start. So, okay, we're still at the end. Everything's go. All right, will Donna's husband get called? I don't think so, would be my guess, but maybe. I would think nobody wants to call him because they don't have enough information about what he's going to say, and lawyers prefer to call a witness when they know what the witness is going to say. It's one of the basic rules of examining a witness is never call a witness unless you know what they're going to say in advance, and don't ask a question unless you know what the witness is going to answer. So I don't understand how all of it is relevant. Donna hated Dan. That doesn't prove murder, asked Jennifer. And Jennifer, you're absolutely right that it's not enough. She could hate Dan, and if there's no further evidence, that might be circumstantial evidence, but the jury is free to believe that she did not cross over the line into the actual murder or participating in it. They are free to believe that. But this is evidence the state is presenting that they believe goes to motive, to intent, and also to truth telling in terms of what Wendi has said or not said. All right, I'm looking for question marks of the game. What if Wendi blurts out incriminating information against herself? Could that be held against her, or is it immunity? So if she came in and blurted out, all right, I admitted I did it, she nonetheless has immunity. But is that going to be something that is a good idea? No, it's a terrible idea. I am puzzled over this around Charlie. Like, what will Charlie do? Because Charlie could come in and say, I mean, in theory, right? Charlie could come in and say, I did it. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anybody. I just thought she'd be really happy. I was going to wrap it up with the 70th birthday, but for my dad, but it ended up being a little bit late. So I didn't tell anybody about it. It was a secret, but I did it all on my own. And technically, he would have some immunity around that. But is that a good idea? It's a terrible idea, right? It's terrible. His lawyer would have a freak out. And so I think, I don't think anybody, I mean, I puzzled through this. Could he do that? That would contradict what he said at his, so then he would be subjecting himself to perjury. And it's such a tangled web. This is a law school exam, I'm telling you, right here with all these little threads and this person. And it's so interesting legally. And it's really thorny, hard legal issue. So all that to say, could it be held against her? She could, but okay, here's where she would get into trouble with that, Lynn. She didn't incriminate herself in prior testimony. In fact, she said, I would never hurt Danny. I didn't hurt Danny. And so if she suddenly said this time, okay, I did, at a minimum, that's perjury, right? Because that's not what she said last time. So plus, in real practical terms, it would put an incredible amount of pressure on the state to prosecute Wendi. Why would she want that? If anything, she would not want that, right? She doesn't want pressure on them. She wants to get away. She doesn't want them to prosecute her. Anyway, it is such an interesting issue. Shelley's Flowers wants to know about Donna's flight ticket to Vietnam. Does it show consciousness of guilt? The state will argue yes, and the defense will argue no. The jury will have to tease that out and figure it out. It doesn't look good. She looked for a non-extradition country where there wasn't a law that a treaty with the U.S. where they would force her to come back. So she looked for that. She went a week after Charlie was convicted, and she bought a one-way ticket. None of that looks good. But does it show consciousness of guilt? She's going to say needed to get away, been really stressful, had been out of the country many times, and had always come back. And after all, I hadn't been charged, so it was entirely legal. So that's what she's going to argue. Can I ask y'all, as you come back in, would you hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet? That'll let YouTube know, yep, we're up and going again. Okay, looking for question marks at the beginning. Does Wendi seem shaken? She definitely seems different to me. In demeanor, she seems much more subdued and much sadder. Is anybody else picking up on that vibe? It seems really different. Before she came in, and she seemed very polished, like I am prepared, I will take you on, and here are my answers. And this time I just have a very different vibe and feel about it. So let me know if you are having the same sense. I'm curious what you think. Why was Donna told, Jay Harrison, I said that very thing earlier. I agree with you. Why was Donna told not to show emotion when, if a defendant doesn't show emotion, that's often used against her character? Yes, I completely agree. I personally probably, unless there was such loud wailing that was interrupting the jury's ability to hear the witness, I personally, as a judge, would probably allow it all to go on. And the reason is I think the jury is going to be able to figure out a lot of things based on that. I think the way she acts and reacts or overreacts and the amount of demonstration, they're going to see through it if they think it's false. So, and I think it's a lot safer not to say, let's don't show any emotion. He did feel like, I gathered, that Donna was manipulating it in those early witnesses. So that may have, I think that has something to do with it. And remember, we even had the defense team in the Koberger case wanted the jury to be told, okay, he has autism. So if you see him being all cold and like he doesn't care, don't take that against him. Remember, he has this condition where he might look in that way. It doesn't mean anything. It's how he looks. So clearly there was an example of the defense saying, yeah, we wish we could show more emotion, but we can't. So don't hold it against us. So I do agree with you. Yes, I totally agree with Belle. Belle is saying these emails, I'll pop that up. These emails seem to paint Wendi much worse than we saw in Charlie's trial. Do you get the feeling this is a trial run for how a jury might view the evidence against her? I agree with you. And they took her I hate Dan's all the way up to the point at which it was right before the murder. So all of those things she said before about how they weren't, I think those were out there. And it's hard to believe that now based on what she's saying. I feel like it was a better examination than she has ever undergone before. And the primary reason was that they dove into those documents in the divorce proceedings. They dove into those and they throughout those pulled out the best parts in specific, in actual quotes. And that detail really pinned her down. I felt like that was a really good point. So I think it's maybe not being run for how the jury might view the evidence, but I think they are putting out the evidence that they would use in a trial against her. Is it possible that Don, this is from Jody, will just give in and say no more of this and plead guilty? So, and I should probably put more of these up. Jody, I don't think that's very likely. What can she get? Usually you plead when you think you can get something, when you can negotiate and have, okay, I'll plead for a lesser charge if you give me only 10 years. And, you know, you make it's a negotiation, but there's not a lot on Donna's side to negotiate with. So it's one of these things where typically these kind of have to go to trial because there's nothing Donna can offer the state. So, and Miss Lizzie asking about lowering my volume. You're reminding me I'm supposed to whisper. I am going to try to remember that I'm going to talk very softly. And we pumped up the court as far as we can pump it up. The court feed is not super loud. That is often the case during these trials. Courts aren't wired for public consumption, you know, and so you don't always get the best quality sound, but we will get it absolutely as best we can. I get excited, then I start talking louder. So I'll try not to do that. I'll try to be calmer and quieter so that when the trial starts again, we'll be about matched. I think we were doing pretty well. We've moved things around as best we can. So I think we've pumped up and lowered and hopefully we got it figured out. All right. So Virginia is talking about the fact that the prosecution has been doing a lot of name calling evidence. Like Donna called him an asshole. Donna called him and things like that. Wendi, I hate him, as opposed to evidence about the murder. Were they involved in the murder? But in this case, it's a pretty circumstantial case in that Donna never went to Tallahassee. Donna's fingerprints weren't on Dan Markel's car. She didn't fire a gun. She didn't own a gun like that. But this motive around it links her with Charlie, links him with Katie, links her with the two hitmen. And from there, you start to get some tangible physical evidence like the presence of the car, for example, and the travel to Tallahassee and back again. So I think what they're trying to do is they feel like they have to show every last bit of the motive evidence that they have. So I think that's the point. All right, looking for more question marks at the beginning. Let me flip over here for just a second. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. And I'm nowhere near the end. I should probably go to the end. Y'all are probably putting in questions frantically, and I am way past halfway up, so I'm not where I should be. If Charlie testifies, would it harm his appeal? It shouldn't, right? Because use immunity. So anything he says shouldn't be able to be used against him in the appeal. but it's got to be giving his lawyer a heart attack. It has to be. And there's the risk of perjury, right? If he says anything different from what he said last time. So Luca says, don't you think they already have enough evidence already to indict Wendi, but wanted to get through this trial first? So Luca, I think that what they've been, it seems to me, and this is just my impression, they've been going through each particular witness or potential defendant, and they started with the easiest, right? Luis Rivera pled guilty. Okay, that's easy. And then they tried Sigfredo and Katie together. Katie got a hung jury. Sigfredo was convicted. So they went to just Katie, and Katie in her second trial was convicted. So they seem to have been moving very slowly up the chain. Then they moved to Charlie. Then they moved to Donna. So the next links in the chain would be Harvey and Wendi. At this stage, we just don't know. Do they plan to charge them? They have less evidence for them than they do for Donna and they have for Charlie. So do they deem it to be enough? What will they decide? It seemed pretty clear to me in the past that Georgia Kappelman believed Wendi was involved and that she wanted to find a way to charge her. She wanted to do that. I have not gotten the vibe as much this time as I did last time, but I can't imagine that belief that Wendi did it has gone away. I just find that impossible to believe that Georgia Kappelman has just abandoned that and doesn't think it's the case anymore. So I think Georgia Kappelman, Sarah Dugan would still very much like to prosecute Wendi. There will be approvals they have to get, but I think they'd like to do that. So Beth is asking about use immunity, and that does apply to what she says in court. That's what she's getting the use and derivative use immunity for. Yes. Deidre asking me, some of the jury was offended by the Nazi uniform remarks. I would imagine most of the jury was probably offended by that. I think that's one of the reasons that Donna said it in the first place, and one of the reasons that the state wants to use it, right? That's pretty important to them. And this is an important piece of evidence because it suggests a sort of really extreme level of desire to get Dan Markel out of the kids' lives to make sure that she got control over the children and that Wendi got control over the children. So I don't doubt at all that the jury was offended. They tried, I think, as best they could to kind of defuse that because they knew that evidence was coming. It's terrible evidence. It's really bad for Donna's team. There's no getting around that. It's a problem. And yeah, I bet they were offended. In fact, I bet pretty much all of them were offended. Some just might not have shown it. I think it's a pretty shocking piece of evidence that they've been able to have. All right, let's see. Let me flip. I'm just going to go down to the bottom because I'm so far behind. And I don't want to miss anything if y'all tell me, for example, that they've started and I'm missing that. I wouldn't want to do that. What's my back cushion here? Here we go. Oh, my back. Ow. Okay. Jennifer thought the judge was referring to Donna not having another meltdown. Well, you're right. You're right. He didn't say don't show any emotion whatsoever. You're right. That's probably a better way to put it. He talked about, this is from Jennifer, and she's saying, it was more aimed at, no emotional outbursts and so forth. She didn't say, don't look, be completely passive, show no emotion at all. You're right. I think there is a difference there. Nikki, do you think the prosecution are going softer on Wendi so that they don't lose any possible evidence that they can use against her if they prosecute? It would definitely be wise to think through that if they think they might have some new or important evidence they could get. I would also think right before this, they'd want to go out and make sure they button down everything they could get that they think might generate new evidence before they ask her questions. Oh, they started. Okay. This is exciting. Got to stop that screen, add the screen. Okay. Okay, there we go. Thought I had, there we go.
Is there anything that we need to address before the jurors re-enter the room? All right, Ms. Adelson, if you please can come back and take the witness stand. You can bring in the jurors.
I'll rustle for just a minute as I get my papers back in line.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson.
Wait, that seems a little too
How-
fast.
Is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
He's 2.5 years older.
And in the time frame 2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but
Did
not
you-
in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair guy, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, he didn't take it away, he didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder?
So throughout the cases, the prosecution has suggested that this whole TV thing, the TV repair, that maybe it was even that Wendi just drove an elbow through the TV and damaged it, although Jeff Lacoste seemed to think it was a ball or something that got pitched through. But maybe that was done intentionally, and this whole thing was a setup to give Wendi an alibi so that while the murder was happening, she would have a reason to not be at Dan Markel's house and to have someone who could say, oh, I was with her the whole time. I've never thought this was one of their better arguments for the state because it's so unreliable when you get someone coming into your house. They give you this 4-hour window. You don't know when in there they're going to come and you don't know how long they're going to stay. So I will just say this. It was a very poor alibi, if this is an alibi that the Adelson set up.
Of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So that happen?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It
South
was
Florida or here? Or
It was
somewhere
South
else?
Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that
No,
you threw up at the celebration?
no.
Do you know Catherine Magbanoa?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay. Do you have an independent friendship with her or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends and they all,
I want to stop for just a minute. Look at Donna. I have to say, she doesn't look like the person you think of as running out to commit a murder. I think the whole look is working well for the defense. That's not to say they're going to win. I'm just saying that they have put together the grandmother appeal look. The older lady doesn't really have the ability or capability to do that. And that's one of the reasons out of the gate in the opening statement, the prosecution showed a picture of Donna as she looked at about the time of Dan Markel's murder. Much younger, much more vibrant, much healthier than what you see here.
looked somewhat similar.
I'm going to show you one moment here. marked as 35. Do you recognize stakes 35?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine Magdanoa?
Yes.
All right, and when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine Magdanoa?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting.
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce stakes exhibit 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
Stakes 35 is admitted.
Stakes 35. Which one is Catherine Magdanoa?
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there.
That's me in the middle.
And this photograph, was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
During that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine Magdanoa or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine Magdanoa the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magdanoa?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder.
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine Magdanoa at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies,
I don't have any memory of that.
like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things,
It had been, I think, about a year since.
since those were first broached?
Right, but I'm just saying by that time, it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I I remember more or less. I feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay, and Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract,
Mhm.
so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's
Okay.
possible that I did.
And it was Donna who arranged for the repairman. I'm sure she'll get to that.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. Lacasse. You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No,
Did you ever hear your mom do that other than the recordings in this case?
no,
So she didn't talk to you about the TV.
no.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse? And you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014? So just about a week before the murder at your residence.
I don't remember him being at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse in the context of if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? You remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict. So this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right. Where did you go after the TV? What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through. So I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Which one of you or your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning.
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, you know, they didn't have cell phones, they were little. So I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of
How
the question?
about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No,
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
no.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was
I
about?
wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11.
So what the prosecution is doing here is they're taking Wendy's jaunt down Trescott Drive. They'll go far more into detail about this later, but they're going to talk about how that was not the closest liquor store to her. It wasn't the easiest way for her to go, but she picked that route. They are suggesting that she was scoping out the murder to see if it had happened, like had anyone found the body, what was going on. And the fact that she sees police crime scene tape up doesn't get alarmed enough to call the kids' preschool, they're suggesting means she really wasn't concerned because she knew exactly what had happened. This is all stuff that goes directly to Wendy's knowledge and frankly less to Donna's. So interesting.
I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, when he had plans to be out of town, he was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that
Oh, wow.
I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
That's
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that,
Remember how they said earlier that Donna had that really detailed list of exactly where Dan Markel had been and said, here's how you can prove to the court that he isn't the great dad that he's pretending to be. Here's a list of all the times he was out of town. So what they're saying, what the prosecutor is saying is maybe it wasn't Wendi who said when he would be out of town, or maybe it was, but the bottom line was they're suggesting Donna knew when Dan Markel would be out of town, and that's how the hitmen knew they needed to move on the day they moved.
became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years, of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
Which is very detail oriented,
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
Right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that time making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine McBanama through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to a Stock the Bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that. And they did, and I bought it.
All right. And that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay. And does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49. And then I may have gotten gas after that. And then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you.
That's right.
Okay. And that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends.
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
Just to get things though, right?
not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
Okay.
or
But
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip?
And let's stop there for just a second. I want to mention that Bullet bourbon. that was much bigger a deal at Charlie's trial than it has been here in Donna's trial. The suggestion from the prosecution was this bullet bourbon was some kind of inside joke almost, the fact that she would purchase bullet bourbon as opposed to any other type. I don't know the names of any bourbons, but whatever other types. But she did produce an invitation to that party that actually asked her to bring bullet bourbon. So I think the prosecution still thinks it may be relevant, but I think they made a lot less of a deal of it this time around than they did before. Now, the fact that Wendi moved down to South Florida, they think that's a very big, important deal. The fact that despite her claim that, oh yeah, she liked Tallahassee just fine, she immediately hightailed it out of there the second she could.
South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom.
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's the
And
we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been 1.5 years after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay.
All those questions and the time in between, this delays the jury's memory. Like, well, it's a question, they have to go back to it. It breaks rhythm, and that matters.
Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
But that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me. So, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Okay, so they're approaching. They're going to ask if they can go a little further, probably with the document, and they're going to ask if they're allowed to get into something they think they've laid the foundation for. That's my best guess. So this is so far, it's been a pretty clinical exam for the afternoon anyway, where she's taking her right up to the point where she would prove something, but she is not taking her down the path of what it would prove. In Charlie's, we got a lot more of that. I'm guessing she's saving it up for the end of the exam, but then maybe she'll save it entirely. But you remember some of the questions she asked at Charlie's, during Charlie's trial, when she would say, she would ask about, for example, driving down Trescott Drive. Isn't it true you didn't have to drive that way and you could have driven this other way and it was out of your way to drove down his street? And you could have gone to a liquor store that was really close to you. And those were more pointed. Right now, what she's done is laid out the facts and laid her right up to the point. I'm guessing she wants to put those all together in a very larger. Oh, I thought he was going to talk to Donna. I was like, oh, is she being emotional again? Okay, so he's taking a notebook up. So I'm guessing she's going to put them all together in a kind of dramatic close where she covers the end of all of those, but we're missing that right now. For example, she never kind of closed the loop on the bullet bourbon, closed the loop on the Trescott Drive. I don't think it's going to be anything she's forgotten. I think we'll see that soon. Would you please hit the like button if you're just coming in? If you haven't hit that yet, that would be great. Also, I forgot to say this earlier. If you aren't subscribed, we would love to have you subscribe to the channel. Please do. It's completely free. Just hit that subscribe button. Okay, so, and I want to thank Donna, not that Donna. And Pascaline is very happy that she's not that Donna. I guess I can make this a little bigger, couldn't I? As we're waiting for them to come back, I'm going to talk a little bit about what.
Your examination.
Okay, well, we're not waiting for them to come back. We will go right back.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name and I changed my older son's middle name
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
to mine.
Adelson.
Mhm.
Last time she asked about the middle name as well. Said, wasn't that a tribute to Dan Markel's family? And Wendi's answer was, well, we both have relatives named that. Both sides.
Let's start by asking you about this email
She didn't do much
dated
of that.
July 3rd, 2014.
Oh, she's still going.
What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't
well,
remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes, no, I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school. And so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
That's shocking. How could you do that? I have to stop and just marvel at that. The kids would want to be there. This is shades of Lori Vallow Daybell, where she just calls up anyway, that's a different case. I won't go down that rabbit hole, but how could they not attend the funeral? I mean, it just seems like you would move heaven and earth to get your children there. That is really a surprise. I mean, not a surprise, but a shock. It was a shocking piece of evidence.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
Oh, good question.
November of 2023.
Okay.
Wow.
And so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay. And do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay. And what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Wow. Oh, okay. Huge. There you go. Bombshell. I'm really having to struggle to speak very softly because, wow, last spoke to her mother in November of 2023, nearly 2 years. We had speculated about that when she came in. I said, I wonder how long it's been since they've seen each other. A long, long time is the answer. And apparently she was devastated and, according to Wendi, not happy with the way Wendi testified that it was supportive enough for
Were
Charlie.
you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Well, no, I mean, I hate to take up the side here, but it's not necessarily the case that somebody hired a hitman, because if Charlie's story were true, then these two hitmen chose to do this themselves without pay in order to extort Charlie and to get money out of the Adelson family. So, but they did it voluntarily and then went backwards to Charlie. Just a little correction.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the
Personally, I wouldn't count that as anything at all. That would mean nothing to me. She should be worried. That is exactly what they're going to think.
restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You
They
remember
told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car, they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that, you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine my life fell apart.
But
So
you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
That's so much less.
That's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember.
I mean, that's so much less likely than that a family member, right? I mean, a crazed friend, is that really very likely? And also the student, the former student, also not very
Exactly
likely.
what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying, if somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family. And so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I mean, I don't remember word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down. Do you remember that?
It's a very
I
specific
do.
thing.
And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too.
But wasn't dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say,
You covered
page
that.
265, line 5 through 6, quote, "My mom handled that pretty well"?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, "Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief"?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
And that last one, I think is, my parents sounded really surprised, so that at least is a relief. Why would it be a relief? The only reason it would be a relief is if you were concerned that they wouldn't have been surprised. And since they were surprised, oh, thank goodness, that means they weren't involved. That's really what it sounds like. I can't think of a different way to interpret that statement from Wendi. Since she has said no further questions, this was very, very different from the very attacking mode of examination that Georgia Kappelman did in Charlie's case. Hands off, gloves on. It was not an examination that really went after her. That all of the groundwork was laid out for the same implications, but there was not a tussle with Wendi, and there was not a suggestion that Wendi was involved. Very interesting, and I don't know what it means in terms of whether Wendi will be prosecuted, but this is very different. I cannot wait for the cross either. So, I don't know, where are they going to go? That was a surprise to me. This was pretty different. Oh, they're keeping us in suspense here. I need to thank Tommy Lee. Thank you for gifting all those lawyerly memberships. I appreciate that. Just in time for our next crime and craft that we'll be doing. The suspense. Everybody wondering.
Afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
Also
I guess the
interesting.
best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. You listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered. I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. Recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie. Is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No,
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
no.
And then I think you mentioned that you had had a dinner with Katie.
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Are they implying it was Wendi all along? Is that what they're implying? Are they suggesting that Wendi had the connection with Katie Charlie wasn't there. The mother wasn't there. It was Wendi and Katie. And so Katie's the one who did all this. Is that the implication? Because there are a lot of people under the bus right now. It's getting crowded. It's going to be hard to drive the bus over all this many people.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before, but several months before.
Several months before?
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break. So that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
Referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution.
Double check. I don't.
Referred to as, this would be,
I think I might have hit something.
right,
That's right.
was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Or when I was doing the alternative spring break. So that's usually, it was my brother and Katie.
Sorry, I don't mean to skip over. There we go.
Dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry,
Wait,
how you
is
pronounce
Jeff
it?
under the bus?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a five-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest,
Yes.
Charlie's the middle,
Yes.
and you're the baby.
Yes.
And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No.
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
She did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you all went to school, grade school, high school. You grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist,
Yes.
which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
Yes.
every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well,
Yes.
very kind,
Yes.
very loving,
Yes.
very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. You recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the opposite of selfish.
It is.
It means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
You, and both of your brothers.
Yes.
You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came
She did.
and she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her,
Yes.
for little things and big things.
Yes.
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And in Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute,
Yes,
that was located in Broward County, correct?
it was. Yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yes.
they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah.
And you visited there.
I did.
Looking at her mom. At least that's what I think. So that direction.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay. And that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish.
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle.
Yes.
Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did. Yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage
Yes.
and you all enjoyed spending time together,
Yes.
the two of you together and with your children,
Yes.
and even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes. We went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant. Yes.
You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes. Very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes.
It takes a lot of time,
It does.
a lot of effort.
Mhm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes. Very.
We are we are back into the territory where we were earlier in opening, when they were pushing hard on the defense side to align Donna Adelson with the Dan Markel team and not with they who are all under the bus having killed Dan Markel. But at this stage, we have heard some very damning testimony about emails that Donna Adelson wrote. I'm not sure this is the time to be pumping up Dan Markel if you were on the defense, but that is nonetheless the route they're taking.
And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them.
Yes.
And he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct?
Dang.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking. Is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
And you assisted with that,
I did.
not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried,
Yes,
but that was one of the things you two bickered about.
it was.
And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him,
Yes.
while you were married to him,
Yes.
while you were separated,
Yes.
and after the divorce.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right. But the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications, I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Do you have States Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
I can't use this book.
So they're sharing a document.
Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes, you want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
Trying to catch up.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to
want,
the?
you don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that plea.
Okay.
And she's going to go through it. We skipped a little bit and it's still a long way. I'm definitely going to have a bunch of comments when we finish with this. I don't want to stop us. I want us to roll on through.
Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any, helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority,
That is so good. That is so good. That completely undermines a long running narrative throughout the trial so far. I am not saying that it takes away the fact that they asked specifically that Donna not be allowed visitation with her kids, but that was so well done. The focus of the motion was Wendi, not Donna. This is very powerful. I'm really wondering what will happen here.
of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes,
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay.
Wow. Wow.
And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to give it back to you or not. That way it's not going to fall on me.
Okay.
That was bombshell right there. That was all important. Putting my yellow marker on that. We definitely have to talk about that.
Now, the state has referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes,
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
no,
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
yes,
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
yes,
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
correct.
They have kosher food in Miami,
Yes,
lots of it.
yes,
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
no,
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
yes. That was my understanding. Yes,
You lived there with him before,
yes,
and he liked living there.
yes. He
In
liked it
fact-
very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have, yes.
But he didn't get it. And so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami. But for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same. Yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about. Okay. So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012.
I think it was September.
Okay. So you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay. So you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee,
I was.
FSU.
Yes.
You were not tenured.
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay. So being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you
It's
have more job security.
Job security. Okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay. And in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that,
He
correct?
said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
At the time that you filed it, do you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? You had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes.
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
It was.
And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer.
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion. There was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce. But within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings from the time that you moved out of your marital home that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No,
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
This has been a really good cross-examination so far. We'll talk about that when we get to the end. Have a minute break. I can slow it back down when we get moving again.
Yes. That's fine. The bailiff will take you all to your room.
I was running.
I'm here to use it.
You all can be seated. Gentlemen, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step down if you need to.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, let's move it to the end. Oh, they're already back, but tell you what, I'm going to talk for just a minute. So I will say it is that stopped. It is super popular, I know, to dislike the defense lawyer or whichever side it is that is least popular during the course of a trial. I know that, but I nonetheless think that calling it like it is makes a lot of sense. And I think this has been a fantastic cross-examination. They opened up the door just a little bit to the idea that this might be Wendi and Wendi doing it. They haven't followed through yet. I really am wondering, are they going to do that? But that initial elbow in the door suggested they plan to suggest it was Wendi who did this instead of Donna. I'm waiting to hear more about that. I think this is very dramatically different from what we heard in Charlie's trial and could be explained by the fact that they have not spoken for 2 years almost. So we'll move forward a little bit. Okay, so we are almost caught up pretty much.
Okay. Please remain standing and the jurors will come out in just a moment.
Okay, so they're waiting for the jury. There's Donna. She just looks so much older than when she was arrested, and honestly, so much older than the first day of trial. Wendi is undergoing a completely different form of cross-examination because it's from the side she was not anticipating it to come from. She has faced cross-examination. No, it was technically direct, but hostile examination from the prosecution, but this is different. And awkward. Okay, here we go.
Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. I have just a bunch of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father,
Well, yes, from both,
and,
from the
and,
same email.
and I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free of
Yeah.
charge,
Yes.
and you could message with them free of charge.
Both. Yes.
And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone, but your father would not get the plan to travel with? Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to
Yes.
be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it at the party.
It's pronounced paella. I think, I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. You weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
We know Charlie did. You may be wondering, who cares about the party? Why are we even talking about this? Well, the state's implication early on there was correspondence between Charlie and Donna. It's not in evidence through Wendi because it's Charlie, but they were talking about this upcoming party and a surprise for Harvey. And the defense is saying the whole thing was a surprise. The party was a surprise. And Charlie's gift of paying for all the catering was a surprise. Not, as the state is going to suggest, the idea that they were going to murder Dan Markel and the death of Dan Markel was a surprise. So the two totally different ways of seeing what normally would be a pretty non-event. It was just going to be people having a party for somebody's 70th birthday.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. It's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and show you what's
Interesting.
just for identification purposes as defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be.
Okay, so it's Harvey. It's not Donna who made the appointment. I thoroughly understood from the first trial that Donna made the appointment, but not Harvey.
Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under dates submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is.
Yes.
If it's mounted over 6 feet high,
Yes.
if the height of the ceiling.
Yes.
Is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes, that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business? And your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach? Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten.
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a like preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay. And so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did. I
Okay.
did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
It's so interesting how differently this is being defended than Charlie's was. Charlie's was that elaborate scheme where there was the extortion, and then there was later another extortion, and it was really complex, required Charlie to come in and explain it because it was not something you could get up without Charlie's presence. This is very deliberate separating of Donna at each and every juncture. So, for example, the name change. That wasn't Donna. That may be sensational evidence. Maybe not evidence of murder, but sensational evidence. But Donna's not the one who did it. That's Wendi. You take the 70th birthday party. That wasn't something that related to anything about Dan Markel. It's just little thing after little thing. They're just pulling Donna back and separating her. Another example would be the TV. The father made the appointment, not Donna. And they agreed to accept a different appointment. So it's just laser focused on pulling back and trying to get Donna on the other side of the line for guilt. That's what they're working on. That's the aim.
And the youngest one, where was he going to go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay. And whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish. I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay.
something like that.
And so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson.
Yes.
Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay.
Notice that was Donna, not Donna, who thought it would make it safer. Very different, very interesting. I think it's been a very effective cross-examination, very
There was
different.
some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right. I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that.
It wasn't possible at that time.
Okay.
She's keeping it very short too, so it's real easy to follow on each individual issue. A little slow, but That's normal. That does happen.
And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics. All of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Leaving out the
She
nuts.
wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that is fair. That's what she was saying, but it was just so extreme. I think it's sort of shocking that she was making these suggestions. It didn't even fit her religion, much less Dan Markel's. And I can certainly imagine the Nazi part, which
Justified
she didn't
that
mention.
your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes,
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
that's right.
And
I
in
mean,
fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him,
I think she was mad at him.
mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
Wow. Look how this turns things.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes,
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
yes,
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes,
And the children were there too,
yes.
and they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
I mean, do you see what this is doing? It's suggesting that this was all Wendi, and that maybe from the moment of her interview with the police, she was setting up Charlie and Donna. Why would she tell the TV repairman that day or the police about Charlie's joke about the hitman? Why even mention it? And for example, same with Donna. Why say she hated him? My mother hated him. Why would you throw that out there? They're almost suggesting that Wendi set everybody up from the get-go. My mind is blown. My mind is blown.
There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. You can just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just
Oh.
looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yes, but I can have Dad there. Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
Or this one's heading. I mean, surely she's going to connect that up. What's the purpose of that? That she can't sit on the hearing because she's testifying? What must she be thinking right now about her mother? Or what must, I mean, don't you want to know what's going on inside everybody's head there? Is Wendi thinking my mom is a formidable enemy? Is that what she's thinking?
Sometime in April of 2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip. I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Well, this sounds interesting. Where are we headed?
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that.
That would be
Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
while she was dating Jeffrey Lacasse, right? Is that the point that she was dating someone else while dating Jeffrey Lacasse? I wonder. A trip with Miguel. That's something new. I would say this is a little slow pace. She needs to have all her stuff ready to go. She wants to keep everybody's
Puerto
attention.
Rico, does that
Doing
sound
great.
familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay. And did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
I wonder if the prosecution knows about that.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor. going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 1E. And it's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
Dear Renee.
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes,
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
yes,
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
yes.
And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
yes,
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
yes,
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
yes,
And then this goes on. Third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
yes,
Little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
yes,
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
yes,
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Gibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
yes,
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend. So I need to, it's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
yes,
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
yes.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble putting some of this stuff together. Like, I get that she was on the way back from Puerto Rico, having been at the law professor conference when she wrote this letter to Dear Renee. But why did we need to learn that this was a trip with Miguel out of town to Puerto Rico? they were very intentional about telling us that. I think it means something to them, but they haven't given us any place to go with that yet. It's still kind of confusing. As far as the dear Renee, where she appeared to be wanting to rethink things, it's like the defense is now going in the opposite direction. For the first little bit, they were painting Wendi as maybe the perpetrator, maybe the person behind this, maybe setting up everybody, the mastermind. And now suddenly we're moving in the other direction. Yeah, Wendi wanted to stay in Tallahassee. Wendi was happy where she was. Wendi had no motive, and therefore Donna had no motive. Well, I don't know, it'd be true. Donna still had no motive, but less. We did hear from Jeff LaCasa. He thought she was cheating. So maybe they're throwing that out there for Jeff to pick up, or for the prosecution to pick up with Jeff.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here. I'm confused.
I couldn't hear what he said, but she's talking about how she got a bunch of papers. Chronic problem. Jeff is on the witness list, Mildred. And Kat.
May I approach?
I think he'll testify next, probably. That would be my guess.
Exchange with you, Ms. Adelson. I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
She does need to speed things up because it will frustrate the jury, and you don't want to do that. You want the jury to follow along with all your points. You want them to really understand where you're taking them. They came a long way to babysit, huh? For 2 hours? She was going to be on the stage for 2 hours. Mom and Dad come up. Wow. You think they're dragging on purpose, huh, Kat? I don't know. I think it's ineffective. I mean, they need to speed it up. I mean, jury will start daydreaming and they don't remember where you were. It's just a little less effective if you can have it all together. It's hard. I mean, I fully understand that. And her initial cross was so strong, really strong.
Okay. I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes,
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
yes,
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
yes,
And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay. And your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes,
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
yes,
And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you were considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to.
How is this helping? I don't get it.
That's what you said, right?
I say, even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
And I think, let me find it.
So she decided she did want to move. I guess she questioned it, decided she wanted it, not just the family. But yeah, I felt it's like, is this helpful for the defense? Why are we asking this?
Show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system. That would be Y. I'm gonna take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading or this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
So you went into this hearing and Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel. Is that right?
I'm sorry. I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel. And
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment. Yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay. So even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
I feel like we're
And
going.
it says what the court orders and adjudges. Court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes. And your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay.
That would be pretty normal. That way they don't hear the testimony of other people. Just ask that they be
And you
sequestered.
came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
You mean, did she
And
lie?
it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
So do you remember the question that they asked during voir dire when they asked the jury, you know, sometimes if someone is, you hear somebody on a phone call or outside the room, and then someone gets off the phone and they tells you what the other person said, you don't always know that that's correct. So are we headed toward whatever she said about what happened in the hearing room was false? I don't know.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation, the issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Prosecution showed us some emails by Donna that continued to discuss it.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice
Yes, ma'am.
of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is as after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
That's a boom
So,
right there.
Not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach?
Wow. Did you follow that? Did you hear what she just said? What just got admitted? She admitted that when all of these emails from Donna that the state showed us where Donna kept writing, well, hey, we could try all these extreme measures to try to get him to agree. She did not tell Donna and Harvey that she had really actually agreed that they would all stay in Tallahassee. And she, just like she wrote that friend saying, I'm thinking maybe Tallahassee is better for me. I just hate to break it to my family. I don't want to stand up to them, and they don't want me to stay in Tally, but I think I'm just going to stay here. So the way she did it, rather than just tell her family, I'm not leaving Tallahassee, I've decided to stay. Instead of that, she let them think the court had ordered it, and she didn't even let them realize that the court had finally ordered it. And the final part of the order was because she had agreed to it. She agreed to that, but she never told her parents that. Wow. Wow.
Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So
that-
sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along, trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but
And you
I'm guessing
testified
no.
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May
Do you have
we
any
approach?
questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach.
She wants her to either admit what happened, or she's going to, she wants to impeach her and wants some time to find the actual testimony. So the judge may be being a little frustrated with the slowness of it, but in general, that's what has happened here. Hey, a member for a month. That's fantastic, Sonata. And thank you to Kat and Irish and Teal and Violet and Irish and Pascaline. Since we last put them up, to Tommy Lee for gifting memberships, and Mildred, thank you all. So Sonata is wondering, does this change things? Is it all Wendi? Is it Wendi who used everybody? Is it Wendi who lied to everybody? Is it Wendi who manipulated everybody? All bombshell questions. Now, we do know that there were continued emails from Donna with some really dramatic suggestions, like dress the kids in Nazi uniforms and so forth. But okay, but all of those suggestions were while Donna thought it was still open and Wendi hadn't bothered to tell her it was over and done. Wendi was staying in Tallahassee. She was just avoiding telling her mom that. I wonder what the prosecution is thinking. I mean, in some ways it's a good thing. In some ways, they have to be frustrated because right now they're trying Donna, but this is opening up some questions and some thoughts.
Everyone can be seated.
And of course she has, the use and derivative use immunity for whatever she says.
I believe the defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment.
Okay. Defense is talking to their client. Oh, why? I wonder what is going on. I'm terribly curious. I can't figure it all out. This whole afternoon has been quite the surprise. The whole day, really. So right now they seem to have wanted to impeach Wendi with something she had said. And they took a little break. They had a conference. We don't really know exactly all of this has been whispered. We don't fully know exactly what they're trying to do, but they're taking a break. The defense team is conferring with Donna, so we will see from there. Wendi is out of the room. So, but boy, that was a surprise about Wendi having withheld the information from her parents about this being over and done. I'm just so curious what the prosecutors are thinking.
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
We have an alternative resolution, if we may just have 1 more minute, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that's it. They want to cross her more or less, saying, didn't you say something else earlier? And she's saying she doesn't recall that. So they're asking, the court reporter would have to go pretty far back in the record to find that. It can be real hard to do. So I guess that's why they're debating this, trying to come up with a different way. Mildred. The defense is helping them build their case. They can't use anything derived from this. Let me change the format of that because that's who's talking. But you're absolutely right that Donna's team is carrying the load. I am surprised by that. I don't think they could have counted on that, but it is working. Last time, the state went after Wendi than they did this time. This time around, it's more specifically Donna's team that's really going after Wendi, and in just little short, sharp cuts. It's not, isn't it true you did this? Isn't it true? But wow, what a cat fight we have going on here. This is Donna v. Wendi, and this is not just. It's every bit of what you thought it might conceivably be. It's that plus some. There's a lot of drama going on around here. So I don't know. Let me see if any of y'all are asking questions. I am terribly curious. So far, what we've been hearing has mostly been from the state, pretty much what we already knew. A little bit of new information related to emails from Donna, but it's the slant of it and the twist of it coming from the defense. I mean, they're kind of suggesting Wendi was a manipulator, Wendi was behind the scenes, and maybe Wendi set her mom and Charlie up. That's how I hear it. And boy, is that a surprise. So is Donna finally seeing her daughter's touche, a manipulation? Ass. That was Fred. I don't know, but she is implying here in this proceeding that she maybe arranged this. Maybe she hasn't been that dramatic yet. I wouldn't say she's gone that far, but what she has said is that what she has implied is that Wendi immediately drew suspicion to Donna and Harvey and Charlie. Like she got in the interview, and I've commented on that before. That's absolutely true, that she got in that interview and she's like, wow, my brother told this crazy joke about hiring a hitman. What are the chances a hitman would suddenly kill my husband? Like, wow, why would you say that? Why would you volunteer that? And she didn't just volunteer it to the police. She also told that same joke to the TV repairman when he came to her house that morning. So doubly said that. And then, so that was one situation where she suggested that they might be involved in the interview, but she also talked about how much her mother hated Dan Markel. Well, my parents hate him as much as anybody, she said. Remember, Jeffrey Lacoste also thought she was setting him up. So actually, that testimony is going to play to Donna's side because it's going to suggest that Wendi was off on this tangent trying to set somebody, anybody around her up for what had happened. What?
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we're going to take a break.
3:40. We will resume after the jurors have used the restroom and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well.
Okay. Some people have asked who's the person next to her. When they started the trial, they introduced the person next to Donna as a paralegal. So I think that's who that is. This is better than TV drama in as well. I completely agree with you. This is just absolutely wild. Okay. Well, let's talk a little. Y'all give me some questions and some of what you've been seeing because I am stunned. This is as dramatic as I think I've ever seen. You may not think that because it isn't people yelling. It isn't people crying or jumping across the bench at the judge. None of that is happening. But what you see happening is a really shocking twist on what everybody's been thinking about the case up until now. And you see Donna and Wendi going into full-fledged battle. And I think Wendi is just shooting daggers at her mom, isn't it? How dare you angry look at her mom. We aren't getting many pictures of Donna, so we don't really know how she's acting. But boy, do we see Wendi looking over at the table where Donna is. And she seems pretty angry to me. Unbelievable. So that Rose Quartz, right, is asking, okay, is it possible that she was blindsided? Donna, I think there's plenty more evidence. I think it's way too soon to say that. There was plenty. They had her conduct during the bump. And although if she and Charlie thought they were being set up by Wendi and someone comes to them and they think it's the government, I don't know. I can't think through all the comments. Like Charlie said that would be fine if it was the government and it would be better than if it was. Anyway, I can't remember, but are they possibly going to say the reason they said it involves the two of us when Donna was speaking to Charlie, is that because she was thinking to herself, because we were the two who were set up by Wendi? Is this just a mind blown, all of this changing, turning upside down all at once? Like, oh my gosh, who was expecting this? I completely was not. And is all of this going to open the door for Wendi to now be brought in and be charged with the murder of Dan Markel, remembering that she has immunity for these things, but also none of the things that she's saying are technically incriminating. It's just that Jackie Fulford, the attorney for Donna, is going through and pointing out, oh, but wait, this and this contradiction and that contradiction. And she's pointing out one by one each of these little things that undermine what she said. Those things are mostly facts that could be asked again. If Wendi doesn't testify, they might be able to be put in through another witness, perhaps. Unbelievable. This is absolutely fascinating. So I'm going to go to the bottom and take a look and see if y'all have any questions that you want. Is Charlie watching? Lisa asked. I would guess no. I would guess that he's not allowed to watch because he hasn't testified yet. So he'll be brought in for testimony. And then after that, he would be free to watch the trial, but I doubt he'll have access to it. Can they call the previous lawyer to testify about her leaving the country? They do plan to put that in evidence, I believe. I don't think they would even have to call her lawyer necessarily, although he might have something to do with it. But they, I think, will put in the phone call she had with Charlie where she talked about, she thought they had hung up, but they were still recording. And she talked about wanting to leave the country. She talked about the fact that she was looking for a non-extradition country, not just any country, but one that did not have a treaty to send people back to the U.S. for prosecution. So that, plus the type of ticket, one way, the location where she was going, the fact that she put all her affairs in order before she left, every one of those things would lead people to be thinking, yeah, this is about her leaving the country. This is not just about her being just temporarily wanting a vacation or a getaway. This is trying to leave the country. This is the real thing. Now, in the course of that conversation, she said something like, Dan said we might be able to get out or we might not. We might get to the airport and they arrest us, more or less. Dan sounded like a reference to Daniel Rashbaum, the attorney who represented Charlie and whom Donna seemed to really feel like was her lawyer as well, so much so that she hired him to be her first lawyer, went all the way up to trial, but then it didn't go any further. It's so risky, though, to hire to bring in a lawyer for testimony that I imagine they won't. They would just play that. But in theory, if he's giving advice not directly related, if she's not his client or is not directly related to whatever he's giving advice on, then in theory, he might be brought in to testify. But I don't think the lawyer will be brought in. Okay, going back and looking for, there we go, question marks. A 3-minute video of Georgia naming off every state witness. That is what she did during jury selection. She read through all the state witnesses. You are absolutely right, JD. And she read off all of those at the beginning during jury selection, the point of which was to see if anyone on the jury knew any of those people. And if they knew somebody, and then they could ask, okay, how do you know them? Would that influence your understanding or belief about their testimony? And then the defense read theirs as well. So absolutely, yes, agreed. Okay, there's a question. There were a lot of question marks. It was, S. Cipher had to stop knitting for this. Drop the knitting needles. Oh my gosh. Did I just hear what I just heard? Wow. Wow. And may I say that Wendi was very, very right to quash the subpoena of the defense. And I now think they have a zero chance of getting her in for testimony because it's clearly way too hostile between the two sides. They're not going to win on that. I mean, maybe if they have this proffer of something really specific that they need, but I would be surprised. KB, why are Dan's parents able to visit the kids? Aren't their grandparents' bills of rights? So Dan, and I think KB is saying, why aren't they able to? Because they have not been able to have a relationship with the kids. I think they've seen them only once, and that for like an hour. And it was shortly before Charlie was arrested, and there was talk among the Adelsons about why they waited, why the police waited to arrest Charlie, and the reason being they wanted to make sure the Markels got this visit in before the Adelsons pulled it. But there was not a grandparent's bill of rights. The Markels have lobbied hard for a grandparent's bill of rights. I think there is one now in Florida. A lot of states don't have that, but they wanted the opportunity to be able to see their grandchildren. So Dog Walker is asking, well, how is all this going to implicate Wendi if all she's doing is explaining that she did stipulate to that agreement in court, she agreed to it? Why is she responsible for telling her mother that? I don't think it does necessarily prove Wendi did anything, but what it might prove, and the reason the defense wants it, is to suggest maybe Wendi was manipulating things, including manipulating people. They also want to say that Donna had a specific set of ideas around getting Wendi to be able to move to Florida. And so all these sort of insane emails that she wrote about dressing the kids in Nazi uniforms, those were written when she thought there was still a chance they might be able to get things going and get the kids down in South Florida. And the only reason she wrote those is because she thought things were still percolating, that it still might happen. Whereas the way the prosecution framed it was she just couldn't let it go. Even after the court said, it's over, it's done, this is final, this is with prejudice, so it will never change. Donna is still pushing, well, let's do it anyway. And I think the defense is trying to say, well, that's because you didn't tell her what had happened. She had no idea it was over. You suggested you really wanted to move to South Florida and that it was still an open issue. So that's what I think that it's about. All right, so Pat is asking me about, with derivative use immunity, will these emails be allowed as evidence if Wendi is indicted? I think the answer would be yes as to the emails, because I think those are already in the state's possession, already something they have. It's not as if Donna is introducing brand new evidence that the state has never seen before. I think all of these came from the body of information they got from Donna's computer, from Wendi's computer, from the phones of everybody. B. Green, I just can't understand why they went so hard, full force on Donna with her comments, but not with Wendi. I think, and I'm assuming B. Green means the prosecution. I think because last time they went pretty hard against Wendi, but it's maybe not needed and maybe not even a great idea for them to do that, because the jury needs to be focused on Donna. And if the jury is shifted to the side and pointed toward a different person, maybe they'll conclude it wasn't Donna, it was Wendi. And that's exactly what the defense is trying to do. Joe asked about Donna wearing headphones. I believe she has said that she was concerned about having difficulty hearing in the courtroom. There are some people who think that could be fake, maybe trying to make her look older. I will say that I have trouble hearing sometimes in a courtroom. They can be big and noisy, lots of people around. So if you're sitting a long way from the witness, it can be hard. I can understand her wanting that. So just speaking personally, I don't read that as necessarily trying to cast an image. Maybe she just wants to hear. Marie, see, that's exactly what it was. Marie says, was Wendi planning everything with Katie and her friend on the day on the beach? That's kind of the implication that we got from the defense. They didn't say that, but they put up a picture of Wendi and Katie and a friend at the beach and then pointed out that Wendi has said, oh, I barely knew Katie. I hardly knew her. And yet here she is hanging out at the beach and Charlie's not with them and Donna's not with them. It's just the girls hanging out at the beach. So apparently she did know Katie. And the implication, maybe she had something to do with it. Now, that is not what Katie said. Katie, and that is not who approached Katie in the bump, right? That'd be Charlie. So take that as you will. I think there's plenty more evidence. I don't think this changes or revolutionizes the way this ends up necessarily, but it is a big shock. It is definitely giving everybody, it's shaking everything up and forcing everybody to rethink things. So now, from now on, we'll be looking at every piece of evidence through this new filter. Bunker says, wouldn't Wendi's attorney have to have given a clue that this was the direction? Not that this would take, not necessarily. They would have to produce all of the evidence under it, but you don't have to necessarily reveal the argument that you're going to make based on that evidence. So if you're going to bring a witness, you have to say, these are the witnesses that I might bring. Here are the exhibits I could use, and I might refer to this or that. You have to list out usually statutes you might use, but just as to how you're going to argue it, how you're going to pitch it, that you wouldn't have to do. Creepy GP is asking, is she trying to say her mom did it or she didn't know or what? I don't think it's completely clear. Well, I think Wendi is clearly saying she wasn't involved, but I don't think she's saying one way or the other whether she thinks Donna is involved. I think remember, I don't want to miss a word. That's it, right back in. I must hear all of this.
Are the juries ready at this point?
Okay, we got the jury come in. So we're just going to have to wait and find out exactly what Wendi's take is going to be. But Wendi's take seems to be, it doesn't matter what everybody else did, she wasn't involved, which is now Donna's take as well. Each man for himself. Oh, they're going to have a sidebar too, I guess. All right. Well, I am so amazed by today. I'm absolutely amazed. So Tracy asked a good question. Why didn't Wendi just plead the fifth today? And the answer is that because she received a subpoena from the state of Florida, she has use and derivative use immunity. They can't use her testimony against her to convict her, and they can't take what she said and go out and find information based on that, derived from what she said. And so she has to testify, else she will be subject to contempt sanctions. So that's why she can't invoke the fifth, because she already is protected for anything she says. What do you think Georgia thinks about the stipulation? I don't know. I would love to get some more. I would love to be in the after talk as everybody's talking about this. This is all so crazy. And Joe wants to know, can Wendi stop testifying now and plead the fifth? No, because she has that immunity. So, well, I mean, she could, but she would be subject to contempt. And she's not going to succeed in anything. It's not technically that any of this is necessarily brand new, except the name of Miguel, with whom she went to Puerto Rico. I don't know where that came from or what even the point of that was, except maybe to feed it to Jeff Lacoste. But other than Miguel, most of this is coming from information that's in documents that they presently have, or things they can prove, like that Donna was going to be a witness. So I don't think any of it is changing that in particular. All right, looking for your questions. Let's see. Wendy's testimony enough to prove reasonable doubt for Donna? I don't think so, not yet. I think there's a lot more to go, but it is so different that it is really forcing a rethinking of what exactly is going on here. Someone's saying Rob Adelson is about to testify next. Oh my gosh, it would just be too much. This would be wild. This has been a really good cross-examination, really good and very surprising, hitting hard, using documents very simple. It would be, I would like it to be faster, but I think it's been an excellent job by the defense attorney. It's always an excellent job by the prosecution.
They're still over there, but
Okay. Sounds like they're still not back. So yes, Megan is asking, I know they can't use this to charge her, but can they still charge Wendi? And the answer is yes. That this doesn't protect her from all prosecution. It just protects her from using the words she says here and things derived from it against her. But yes, she absolutely can still be testified. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, would you please do that? I'm going to switch back to my other notebook. Pen poise. I just can't get over this.
you may continue with your cross-examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, is it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day, when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him? You said, I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
I submit that there is no way on earth you could forget making a statement like that. That's my opinion.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Wow.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my goodness. I'm going to hear that. That was crazy. Okay. We're going to hear that again.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Further. Wow. 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 If we thought Charlie was under the bus, Wendi is way, way, way under the bus. And Donna is driving it over everybody. Wow. Wow. Okay. So anybody in your family who was involved in the murder should be held accountable. And that includes you. Like, wow. Could not be any more direct. Donna is definitely suggesting, heavily pinning the blame on Wendi, that Wendi did it. This is this is as dramatic as you will ever see in a trial. Right there. That's as dramatic. The mother just blamed the daughter and basically said, you set me up, and nobody saw that one coming. But Donna is, if you had wondered, is Donna going to do everything to protect Wendi? The answer is no, and the suggestion is maybe she never would have, right? That's what the defense wants us to be thinking, but absolutely, absolutely a shocker. I just can't believe that. I needed to just stop and process that for a moment before we keep going, because wow, this could not be any more different than Charlie's, right? It was so different. And maybe Donna is suggesting Wendi and Charlie were in it together. Like, would she do that? She, throughout here, has kind of linked herself with Charlie a little bit too, and not with Wendi. But oh wow, I would like to know what redirect will be here.
Said you were an actor in someone else's show. Whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013. And didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess? Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice. And so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
Right. And it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final, and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
She forgot that with prejudice meant it was final. Okay.
I'm gonna approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ. Just take a moment to review this exhibit and let me know what you think.
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
The email from.
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Kligermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance of no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation.
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25/13?
Yes,
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based
That's-
on this.
based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was, you were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes,
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
yes,
Aggravate him,
yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Give him some grief,
Yes,
take something from him.
yes,
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable,
yes.
but definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Donna was caring and devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes,
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes,
Just like Jake the Pirates.
yes,
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
yes,
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best for you
yes,
and what was best for your children,
yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves
there-
me and
Is there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
my dad.
Okay.
I thought she was saying
She
herself.
thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes,
Better family support,
yes,
a happier mother
yes,
with a more lucrative profession.
yes,
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
yes,
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
he was amenable, but then he didn't want to
Well-
ultimately.
He could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes,
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
in
That
theory.
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right. He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
It wasn't an ongoing thing. What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Nothing further.
Hearing before we continue this afternoon, we'll take a brief break. The bailiff will take you back to the jury room.
Now we're going to have the proffer, at least I think. And we're going to hear what Wendi would say if She may, well, we'll see. We're going to see what she'll take the fifth to and what she will agree is not something that she would need to take the fifth to. Her lawyer has said she's going to take the fifth to everything, so we're going to get the questions. And that is what the court is about to hear. So just wow.
Yes, go ahead. Very well. With there being no need for a proffer from this witness.
No need.
You may
Okay.
step down.
Okay.
Ms. Kappelman, will you be recalling her at any point under your subpoena?
I don't intend to, Judge, but I would ask that she remain under the rule at this time.
Very
She's free to
well.
go about her business.
You are not to discuss your testimony with any other person that will be testifying in this trial. Mr. Lauro, will you need to be heard any further, sir? Have a good day.
Wow. I would really like to see them exchange looks
State's next
at
witness
the
will
end.
be home this afternoon. All right, you can bring the jurors back in.
She's hugging her dad. Kind of hug.
Do you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so could I go ahead and call him in?
One moment, don't bring the jurors in just yet. You can bring in Mr. Adelson.
Okay.
Everyone be seated.
Yep. So that was, she gave her dad a hug and a peck on the cheek on the way out. Very light, weak hug, but it was there. But I think, honestly, the most likely outcome of what we just saw in the cross is not so much that Donna gets off and people believe that Wendi was solely responsible, but that Wendi
Mr.
gets
Adelson,
pulled
before you
in for.
testify this afternoon, I just wanted to make sure the court's prior ruling on this matter you understood and you were clear on. When you're testifying, you are not to testify about any opinions that you have concerning whether your family members or your mother may have committed a crime. Do you understand?
Rob.
Yes.
Does the defense or state wish for there to be any further instruction from the court that does not otherwise cover the substance of the ruling?
It's just too big. This afternoon.
Please bring the jurors. Yep.
This is Donna's estranged son, Rob Adelson.
For everyone in the gallery, again, as you are watching the evidence and testimony, please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other, please do so silently or step out in the hallway. There should not be any murmuring happening whatsoever as the witnesses are testifying. Please bring them in.
Okay, so Donna is seeing her son probably for the first time in a number of years because they have been estranged for a while. We know that in his deposition, he apparently said that in his opinion, it was very likely his mother was guilty and Charlie was guilty. But he is not going to be allowed to say that because his opinion about somebody's guilt is irrelevant. The only opinion about whether Donna Adelson is guilty that matters is the jury's. And so he's not going to be allowed to just jump to the end and say, okay, it's what I think, so you should think that. So he's not going to be allowed to say that. And that's what the judge just instructed him. Your opinion about somebody's guilt is not relevant or important. He looks like Harvey, doesn't he? He really looks like Harvey. And a little bit like Charlie.
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. In what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so ear, nose, and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendi and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendi?
Yes,
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes,
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
yes,
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life, of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson.
Yes,
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of off.
We'll say that does not match with the recorded conversations between Donna and Charlie, because they were always, during the bump, they were talking a lot about, oh, well, you know how dad flies off the hook. And he might get really upset, and we have to be careful when we tell him and what we tell him. And they were constantly suggesting that Harvey was really volatile. So that's interesting. He had a different perspective.
Sits in that way a bit.
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes,
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing,
absolutely.
did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us. And, if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to
Yes.
her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
You're probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendi's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
That is pretty leading. I don't know exactly what the objection was. I couldn't hear it, but it was definitely guiding the witness into what to say. So far, what we're hearing from Rob Adelson, the estranged son of Donna, is that his mother was controlling, assertive, a very involved parent, especially when it came to Wendi as she was getting her divorce and her marriage was falling apart, that their dad was more passive, and that Donna had very rigid ideas of what she wanted for them. Now, we do know outside the confines of this case that Donna very much did not approve of Rob's wife, and that she felt that Rob's wife, I'd heard it was based on her race, but I don't even know what her race is, so I don't know anything about that particular part, but that Donna didn't like the wife, and that is sort of the root of some of the estrangement issues that caused Rob to head off, and he hasn't been in contact with his family. But think about this from Donna's perspective. All three of her children are testifying against her in this trial, all three of them, and all testifying for the state with grants of immunity. Rob has nothing to do with any of this that I'm aware of, but the other two will be given that grant of immunity. And so Donna is facing all three of her children coming to testify against her. Unbelievable. And what Rob is specifically doing is countering that vision of Donna Adelson as the grandmother, the doddering older person who can't possibly have planned a murder, just isn't powerful enough or with it enough to have done that. He's countering all of that. Plus, we've got the look back of 11 years to when Donna was much more vibrant, much younger, and we got a picture of that straight off the bat from the prosecution in opening statements. Here's what she used to look like. This is not a little old lady, and this is somebody who definitely could have done this. So, all right. Well, this is the afternoon has been almost overwhelming. I think it's so mind-blowing. I mean, we've got Rob Adelson and Wendi same day. Wendi's was a shocker. The prosecution's questions were fantastic as always, led her right through and used really significant new evidence about the emails that Donna had written that are frankly putting her right in the mix there as being really angry with Dan and continuing to be angry with Dan. We heard all of that, and then we saw the defense just turn everything on its head. Amazing testimony. So now we've got Rob on the stand. Donna, she looks really frazzled to me. This has to have been an unbelievably emotional day. So much so that as Wendi walked up to the stand and the judge saw Donna's face, he spoke to her and outside the presence of the jury said, no outbursts of emotion. Okay, we're going to have it be calm and collected in here. And she has done that to her credit. She hasn't cried or made any significant, she has not made anything significant in terms of an outburst or bursting into tears or anything like that. We haven't heard sobs, anything along those lines. Okay, well, we are waiting for them to finish the sidebar that they're doing. His wife is Indian. Okay, thank you, Michelle Bell. I'd heard that it had something to do with her race or nationality, but I didn't know any details about that, so thank you. Yeah, Biddly Widdly, what an occasion to see your family again, right? Oh my word, that is so true. And it's true that Robert's marriage stories, and I don't know how many there are problematic for Donna, but I don't think the court is going to let them get into details about that because it's not an issue here. She could be a person who has done all kinds of things inappropriate with this son, but that's not what she's on trial for. She's on trial for the murder of Dan Markel, and that's where the court is going to really stop things, I believe. Yeah, I would think Donna hasn't seen Wendi for 2 years almost, and she hasn't seen Robert for probably much longer than that. So this is an overwhelming day. I completely agree. It would have to be. It would have to be. Okay, here we go.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Okay. Can't ask about the mentally sharp versus unable.
Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then did the dental practice, you said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So
Well, that would be kind of.
To what others have stated out of court, you may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay. And then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey Adelson as then becoming the head of the practice again?
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay. So fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into 2016. That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
Right.
This is not going to motion. You may answer the question.
That's a very confusing question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do
Yes,
something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay. So he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from your knowledge of that, come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson, I apologize. Can I hear the question
Sorry,
again?
did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoting Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay, so they're having a hard time getting the questions in, but this part about Donna hating Dan Markel in 2014 is important because we now heard that from two people. We heard in opening that Donna was completely team Dan Markel. We saw her crying through the testimony about his death, about his shooting, about what happened to him, the autopsy, and then until the judge spoke to her and calmed that down. But we saw her aligning herself with the side of Dan Markel and not hating him, saying, yeah, that was everybody else, but I was really on pretty good footing with him. We also heard Wendi say kind of contradictory things. On the one hand, she told the police first thing, well, nobody, probably the people who hated him most of the world were my parents. I mean, she offered that voluntarily to the police, but at the same time, she said things like, well, yeah, but my mom had made banana bread for him. She babysat for him, implying that maybe they weren't at odds. Maybe her mother didn't hate Dan Markel after all. So now we've got another person from Donna's family coming alongside the idea that, yeah, Donna absolutely hated Dan Markel. She had every reason to hate him, and she believed that he had taken or wanted to take her grandchildren away, which would mean she could potentially have the motive that the state gives her here. So that's what I figured he would probably testify to. The fact he also added a little bit about her being controlling and assertive, which Wendi wouldn't say, but which I think came out pretty clearly in the direct examination. That yeah, she was pretty controlling, and she was in their dating lives. She was, wanted to know everything about the grandchildren. She was heavily involved. She was revising pleadings that were being filed in the divorce case. She was fully involved. So but the defense is saying that some of these questions are going a little too far or phrased wrongly. And so it sounds like the judge wants to talk that over and figure out how to move forward. I don't think he's going to be on the stand very long. I think he's going to be a pretty quick witness. I am ever so curious what Donna's side will ask. I assume they're going to say, yeah, you have a bone to pick with your mom, right? And you've been estranged. You haven't seen her for however many years. But other than that, I don't know. I'm thinking that might be all they ask him or say. So this has been a wild day.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson had
Yes,
been?
that she had been in Tallahassee for several months. renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out, but she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out, and then told me that somewhat gleefully or pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving the money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, I guess, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage or right before he got on stage to give a speech at a conference.
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded.
Donna's the one that gave the news? If not, then we'd
I
go.
believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Wow. So that's the
Did you ever see Donna
origin
Adelson doing anything?
of that question a little bit ago where they asked about, isn't it true, Wendi, that you wanted to make sure this was as painful as possible to Dan Markel when you broke up with him? And she was kind of like, what? And didn't really answer. But this is the origin of that.
Thing to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before he went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendi Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
Personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
She said that Wendi needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
Like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success.
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, I guess, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
Very, very ironic, right? And that was the argument during Charlie's trial. And it always was a little weak. Why was this so important to Charlie?
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, or she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay. And that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi, or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual? Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may.
So they're trying to get in a comment, but they are not having much luck. Well, they got it in, but now the judge has ordered the jury to disregard that. So the argument the prosecution is making here is flipped on its head. At Charlie's trial, one of the weaknesses was, why did Charlie really care all that much about Wendy's kids coming down there? Yeah, sure, he could be the doting uncle, but is it really that important? And he really made a point of that, and he testified to that, as well as questioning directed at that. But here, we've got the state making that argument that, what was Charlie caring about? Go-karts, jet skis, boats, and not Wendy's divorce. Whereas Donna very much cared about Wendy's divorce, very much cared about the result. What the state is doing is saying, Charlie may have been involved in hiring Katie and so forth, but it was Donna who was agitating for this. It was Donna who ultimately wanted this, which they also did argue at Charlie's trial as well. All right, someone has asked about a recap. We will be doing a recap right at the end of this, and I will be going through what the highlights of the day have been, sort of talking through it. So absolutely stick around for that. So if you missed any part of the day, you'll get the whole day. And I'll probably, if I have time, by tomorrow morning, I'll aim to pull it out and be able to post it separately, so you can just have a shorter version to look at. But yes, that will happen. We'll be doing that. I've been trying to highlight as I went, but there is a section in there I don't have highlighted. I don't know how I'll do that part. That's several pages, like 5. I don't want to take a brief break right before that, because I know everybody will leave, but it's hard to do it. All right, well, let's I'm curious what you thought. I'm exhausted. It's been such a crazy day. So much happening. It has really been dramatic. I think this is about as dramatic as it gets in a law trial, especially just in terms of the arguments and where they're headed. It's not, no one yelled. It wasn't anything that you would normally count as dramatic, but in terms of a courtroom, very much so. Very much so. Okay, why does Rob look so unhappy? You know, I thought the same thing. I was tempted to say that, but he looks just very sad. And that seems like things have been hard for him. It sounds like things have been hard for him.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. Mentioned that she wanted that I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded I didn't know, and she said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. She says they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay. So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay. So it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they're in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed.
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No. I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email is something like, your dad doesn't want gifts; he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically just letting know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay.
So tell us at the party, or about the party. You said it was at the Continuum.
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay, so is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay, on Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It is very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and it was apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Okay. And these celebrities that lived there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the Continuum?
I got the idea it was certainly less than a year. Like, I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement. And so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay. So by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they like fully moved into their condo there?
Yes.
Okay. And are they living there full time from what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they're just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively, but it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right. Was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendi and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was. Yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise,
No.
Anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
All right. So how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and that I was in a meeting, and so I just said can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning. It said like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in
Donna
that
Adelson?
conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot?
Why does that matter? Because Donna cried the whole time they talked about Dan Markel being killed. She cried through the testimony of the neighbor, and she cried during the autopsy evidence presentation, as if to say she was very overcome by emotion at the death of Dan Markel. And he's saying when she described it to him, she was very matter of fact.
Or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home, like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day. And, it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And, one of the things that she told me is, it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that, someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And
Okay. So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
that's the story I heard. And, later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
They came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. Did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but and she called me and said, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, everything that week was unusual, but I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? I mean, this was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
This is really significant testimony, and we've got nothing like this that was said about Donna, really, other than this. It's specific about her reaction following the death of Dan Markel, and contrasting it, we all can contrast it with what we saw in the courtroom, where we saw her crying and being very demonstrative. So completely different there. And also talking about the actual quote, I don't know and I don't care, it doesn't concern me. That's really damaging for Donna.
Is a person, you mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, I mean, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence. So it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion. It would be rerouted, or it was just not a subject to discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were arrested?
Yeah, I do. I actually I like saw it in the OR lounge. Someone told me about it. So it had to be like a Wednesday, and
And you were in the the operating room
yeah,
lounge,
it was
and
the
someone
lounge.
told you about
Yes,
it.
it was someone else because
Okay.
stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me like, hey, did you hear about that case, because it's more than one person had followed it, and I saw it, and then that was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. My wife and I were like, should we call them? Like they arrested some guy who killed Danny. And
When you say them, you mean like should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
Yes.
yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. Like we thought, like, should we call them? And we figured, if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they did. And so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's pretty stressful. And this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think.
2 days after I found out. Yes.
2 days after you found out. Thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, and wished us well, and had some small talk for a bit. I kind of let it go for a little bit. And I mean, this was not small news. And so I finally broached the topic and said, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. There's no response. And then I said it, at least 2 or 3 times that, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah. And then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to her about it again ever after that?
No.
I'm trying to highlight just the stuff to do. I've highlighted every word, like all but 2 words on this entire page. This is so important.
Just a second.
I mean, this clearly paints a really different picture of Donna from the one that we saw at the beginning of trial that the defense was really working toward. This is Donna not caring at all about the death of Dan Markel, much less being emotionally broken up over it. Very different.
Other than, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
So that's what, 8 or 9 years ago. I don't know when exactly they were arrested. Well, that went extremely well for the prosecution. I am exceptionally curious about what the defense is going to do with this. I don't think they'll spend long with him. That would be, I think that, I don't think.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
She may not be lead counsel, but she's doing a lot in the case. It's weird that they never had another conversation, like for a birthday or anything. If they had been regularly calling, like what caused that final break? It doesn't sound like that was a volatile conversation. He was mystified by it. It seemed inappropriate, but that's it. So I don't understand why that would be the very point at which it would all break off. But very, very damning testimony about Donna Adelson not really caring, particularly damning because it contrasts with what she presented to the jury. That goes straight to her credibility, and that's going to be problematic for her. All right, here we go.
Say it again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014. My daughter was born in October of 2012. And so I think my dad's birthday, there was a Thanksgiving, I think in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013 and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a
Yeah.
job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014. That was in the summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
And when did you arrive in Florida to be with your family?
I didn't.
Thank you. You had mentioned in your direct testimony that
So he didn't come to the party. I guess that's what she's saying.
your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Maybe they mean for Dan Markel's funeral.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do. Yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Wow. That was brief. Very, very brief.
You may step down.
Okay. That was it. And it was brutal. And they couldn't really do much about it. They didn't even try. It just sits there. Very negative.
The state have a witness that will go about a half hour exactly.
One very brief witness you can do.
Please call your witness.
Wow. I thought sure he'd stop here. They're going to do one more witness. He probably wants to get rid of this case so badly. Please don't let them win on appeal. Please don't send it back to me. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. So that was a very brutal witness. Just the information about Donna and her way of how she was presenting around learning that Dan Markel was killed and around the arrest of the people who actually killed him, the 2 hitmen. All very strange. And her statement that, well, you don't know anything anyway, he took to mean that, well, he thought it was odd, but it almost suggested that maybe we know something, but you didn't know anything anyway. Now, the point of the defense, I think, about the family friend had called, an attorney had called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. I think what they were saying.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Thank you. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
I'm Officer Brannon, number 510 with the Taos Police Department, BRANNON.
And where do you, you said you work at TPD. And how long have you been with TPD?
26 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
Okay. Now, did you respond to a crime scene on Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive?
approximately 11:15.
When you arrived, was EMS and some other TPD officers already there?
Yes,
Okay. Was your role maintaining a crime scene perimeter that day on Trescott Drive?
that was one of the roles, yes.
Tell me about that. What does maintaining a crime scene perimeter mean?
Just keeping people out, redirecting traffic.
Okay. So are you putting up crime scene tape then?
Yes,
Okay. And making sure nobody comes in or out, no cars come through?
correct.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
I was a little ways north of the incident location on Trescott.
Okay. I want to, and when you were next to the crime scene tape, were you seated in your marked vehicle?
Yes,
And at that time, looking south down towards the incident location, was there EMS and marked police cars there in front of the Markel residence at the time?
EMS had already left the scene by the time I was in that position, but there was investigators, other officers, and crime scene units.
Okay. And when I say marked, as in your car's marked and their cars are marked, like TPD insignia, what we would typically see as a police car.
Yes,
Okay. Did I show you before court today a map that is marked as States Exhibit 87?
yes,
And was that map a true and accurate depiction of where you were stationed that day and of Trescott Drive and of the Markel residence on that road?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit 87.
States 87 is admitted.
And this is about Wendi and coming toward driving down Trescott Drive and then veering away when she realized the crime scene tape was there. This is important because the state says what she was doing is she knew all about that killing of Dan Markel, and she was just kind of scoping it out to see who was there and what people were doing. Had anyone found the body yet? And they had.
I have this for you. Okay, so looking here at this map, move that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here
Yes,
where I'm pointing? Okay. And is this orange arrow ABC Liquors?
I believe so.
Okay. This is Benton Road.
Yep,
All right. And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
yes,
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area.
correct.
Okay. So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the blue arrow show where the Markel residence, 2116 Trescott Drive was?
Yes,
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no cars came by the crime scene?
approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep,
with the arrow? Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
yes,
Okay, and your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
correct.
All right, if I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
No, not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes,
While you were stationed there, did any vehicles approach your location on Trescott, encounter the roadblock, and have to turn around?
yes, several vehicles.
Okay, did you notice a particular vehicle that pulled up that you notated in your report that day because it stood out to you?
Mid 2000s maroon or dark red Honda Odyssey van.
And are you familiar with that make and model and the year of van?
Yes, my family we actually still use it. My son uses it. 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Okay, so at the time, your family owned the same van,
Correct.
okay? And you said it was maroon in color, the one you saw that day?
Yes.
At the time, did you know that the ex-wife of the person who was killed drove that type of van?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 18. Was this vehicle consistent with the one you saw that day that turned at the roadblock?
Yes.
Were you able to see the driver of the van?
No.
Now, Donna and Charlie talked about this very issue when they were doing their jail calls right after Charlie's conviction. And they talked about the fact that Wendi had gone back to the area and about the conclusion the state draws from that, which is that she knew what had happened and she was sort of checking it out to figure out whether people had discovered that Dan Markel was dead. So they obviously believed this to be a pretty significant point in the case, the fact that Wendi went back over there. And it's one of the key things that would draw Wendi into the case and Wendi into knowledge of the case, because this is not something that could be done that would be attributed to Donna, that would be attributed to Charlie. This is Wendi.
About what time did the vehicle approach the roadblock?
Approximately 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay, I think, did you say between 12 and 1 in your
Somewhere in
report?
there.
Okay. But don't know exactly the minute that it approached. Okay. Was there anything unusual about the way the vehicle, or I guess the driver of the vehicle, behaved when the vehicle encountered the roadblock that stood out to you?
It wasn't fast or anything, but it was just a little more deliberate and pulling up, turning around, and leaving. The other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to block roads, when vehicles pull up, they kind of stop and they're processing like, well, I can't go this way, and trying to think, well, where do I got to go now, etc. So this one didn't squeal tires or anything like that, but I mean, it was boom, 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 and out.
So just less hesitation.
Correct.
Did the driver of the vehicle ask you any questions?
No.
Did the driver of the vehicle question anybody else, any other officers there at the roadblock?
Not where I was.
They just
No.
turned around and went back towards Centerville?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
Officer, you may step down. Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
Sir,
Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
he is released. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Members of the jury, we are going to come to a rest for this evening. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any information or news reports about this case at all as well. Please report tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and we intend to get started at 9 o'clock once everyone is here. Have a restful evening. We will see you in the morning.
Yeah, well, they may have a little talk among the lawyers. We'll stick around for that while they let the jury out. So the officer already knew that that was the type of van that the ex-wife drove. Sees it coming up to the barrier where they have stopped everybody as they're investigating the crime scene. And this one turned around abruptly with less hesitation. It stuck out to him. And as it turns out, Wendi, in fact, will admit later she drove down that way and she did turn around. So his instincts were spot on. He had spotted a car that was.
Brief discussion of tomorrow. The witnesses that were supposed to be the PM, are they now going to be our AM witnesses state for tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Parties need to be heard before we go into recess.
Nothing from the state, Judge. No, Judge.
There was one thing,
Go ahead.
can we approach about it though?
Yes.
Okay, so they are gonna talk more, but they're not gonna tell us what they're saying. So what I'm about to do, as soon as they click off, I'm gonna do a day recap of the trial. And so you will be able to hear, if you've been in and out and missed parts, you will be able to hear a full day recap of everything that happened. We will move into that right as soon as they finish. So this is my first time doing a trial as a live stream. So I don't really know who I am yet. Right now. I don't really know. Am I a person who interrupts all the time, or do I go long periods? I'm figuring that out and trying out different things. So what I think I'll try different ways of doing this closing and just kind of see how it works. One thing I can say is I'm super tired, so I can see where it might be hard for me to think clearly and quickly to give you a long recap. So I think I'm probably going to need it to be on the shorter side, but I want it to be thorough too. I want you to understand everything that happened today. So we will be trying to do all of that shortly. Still nobody sitting next to Harvey there in the reserve defense row. Today has just been an absolute bombshell. It's been quite the day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I can only imagine how Donna Adelson must feel. I mean, she's had 2 of her children come and testify against her. One she has not seen for many years, and even Donna been 2 years. So this is quite dramatic that she is facing them when she's on trial for murder, and there they are testifying against her. But even more dramatic, I think, was the fact that her attorney went after Wendi. Is it likely to help, or is it likely to just hurt Wendi? We'll talk about that when I get to the closing, because I think that's probably the most important, the most important issue for the day. I think we've got to talk about that, whether it was, how did it work? What effect did it have that they went after Wendi so hard? So I'm seeing, I need to say thank you to Teal and Violet. And B Green is a new member. I think I put all these up, but I wanted to say thank you. And Rue, thank you for your super sticker as well. All right, we are probably just a minute or 2 away from our recap. So I think, well, all right. Well, I've got a lot of pages of notes today, but I've tried to highlight and winnow it down. What I probably need to do is have 2 different sheets. And this sheet over here is just the points for the final recap or something. I need to come up with some system that will help me do this, because I've got a lot of notes and I can't go over all of them. This is, and normally like a big note taker, these are little notes for me, but there's still more than you could cover in the course of this. Why didn't Sarah let Rob finish as to why Wendi couldn't get the job in Miami? I don't remember that specific question, Jeremy. That if she cut him off, I would probably because of what it was going to be hearsay, what somebody said to him. That's just my guess. And then there was a discussion with the judge about a couple of points in that, and which I believe the objection was hearsay. But they let some of it come in, and then. Okay. Well, day 2 of Donna Adelson's trial wrapping up, and what a day. We are about to go into it. I think they'll pack up for a minute or 2. Harvey standing there all alone. This is, even though they're on trial and charged with truly horrific things, at the same time, it is clear to see how devastating this has been to everyone involved. Absolutely everyone involved. All right, so let me get back to my start of the notes for day 2. All right, here we go. Are you ready? I'm like really tired. I'm wondering, how exactly am I going to do this? Not really totally sure. All right, but I'll start so my goal will be to be able to cut this out and then post it separately, because I think looking at a 8 or 9 hour live stream would be overwhelming for most people. For us, we love watching the trial and it's really exciting to do that. But I think for a lot of people that would be like, I can't watch 9 hours. So I'm going to try to cut it out. And but it's really hard to do. It takes YouTube a long time to process a 9 hour video. So, but that's my goal. So I'm going to make it sound like it's a whole video. Okay. So if I'm talking to you like, who are you? I had no idea you were here. Now you'll know why. All right, so welcome. Today we are going to be talking about day 2 of Donna Adelson's trial. She's on trial for the murder of Dan Markel, her ex-son-in-law. He was killed all the way back in 2014. She is on trial for murder, solicitation to murder, and conspiracy to murder. Her son, Charlie, already convicted. And the woman who had been married to Dan Markel, Donna's daughter, testified today. She's not on trial and she hasn't been charged. In addition to the two of them, in fact, I'll just go ahead and add this back to the stage to show you. 3 other people are already serving prison time. Katie McBanawa, who was Charlie, the son's girlfriend, she hired the hitman, according to the jury that convicted her. She hired Sigfredo Garcia, her ex, and his friend Luis Rivera. And all of them killed the man you see on the left, Dan Markel. Now we've got Donna Adelson, the matriarch of the family, the mother of Charlie, and the mother of Wendi, who had been married to Dan Markel. Now, Dan Markel was a law professor at FSU. He and Wendi had 2 children together, and they were in not just a bitter divorce, but they were really in a very bitter battle over custody of the children. Donna wanted the kids to be able to move down to Miami with her, nearer her, where she could spend a lot of time with them. Dan Markel said, no, I work in Tallahassee. We're not going down to South Florida. And that is among the most important reason as to why Dan Markel was killed, according to the prosecution theory. Now, we started the day with a proffer by Jason Newlin, an investigator, and a proffer is where you simply offer evidence to the court outside the presence of the jury. And you do that because it's not clear whether it's going to come in or maybe it's even been ruled out, but you want to be able to have both this court and the appellate court know about the evidence so they can rule on it appropriately. So this was about the grandma motion. And the grandma motion was a lengthier motion in which one part of it was a motion to keep Donna Adelson, the one on trial right now, from being able to see her children, her grandchildren, for unsupervised visitation. And so the judge allowed pretty much all of that in, and ultimately that was discussed during the day. There was also talk about Wendi Adelson, who would be coming up right after that witness, after Jason Newlin. And the question was, would Wendi Adelson be forced to testify for her mother under a defense subpoena, or would she be able to object to that and have it quashed by the court? It ended up being a big nothing, because after the cross-examination finished with what the state had asked, the defense withdrew its request, said we don't really have anything else we wanted to ask her, and it ended up being a nothing. But a lot of time had been spent on that. The reason it would matter is the defense was limited to the areas that the state had covered when it brought Wendi up, and it might have wanted more things to talk about, but the defense might have. But as it turned out, that apparently wasn't really an issue. So it was really, to me, surprising how much additional evidence there was related to Donna and her feelings about Dan Markel. The state says she hated Dan Markel. And frankly, the new emails and the new evidence that came in today really did support a lot of what the state said in that. For example, Donna read in detail the pleadings that had been written by Dan Markel, the pleadings that were being filed in Wendi's divorce case with Dan Markel and the custody dispute. She even made changes on them, suggested things that should be said, arguments that should be made. She was deeply involved. She wasn't just a passive watcher, like hearing about things that were happening. She was intimately involved with what exactly should be said during the course of this. And some of the things she said about him were, one we'd heard before, that the most important part of the entire divorce proceeding was that Wendi be allowed to relocate, that it was non-negotiable and Wendi needed to win on that, which she did not. Spoiler alert, the court ruled against her and said, no, I'm not going to let you move the kids away from the place where they live and where their father lives. So Donna called Dan Markel a religious zealot and suggested that he was pretending to be an attentive father when he really wasn't. She also said that bastard has not paid 1 cent toward an amount he owed to Wendi. Called him a royal jackass and said, how smart are you to get rid of this piece of, and used a more descriptive term there. That they also made a point that wasn't really clear why they were doing it at the time. But Donna actually sent a detailed list of all the times that Dan Markel had been out of town. And he went out of town here and there and this time and this time. Her point during the course of the divorce proceedings was to say, okay, granted, he may have been out of town for all of these times, but it was Donna who knew about it. It was Donna writing this up. Donna was trying to suggest that he wasn't that attentive a father. He was out of town all the time, wasn't even hanging out with the kids. The state used that, though, very effectively later. We'll get to that. Donna also wrote in an email to a friend that at the moment, she, Wendi, will not be allowed to relocate. I am beyond angry. This, however, was a year before Dan Markel was killed. Donna also wrote to Wendi, and we heard about this one in Charlie's case. You can be a great actress. And she talked about how the entire family was being affected. And you can be a great actress, Wendi. Get in there and convince Jibbers, that was their name for him, convince Jibbers that that you are going to do things with the boys if he won't let them relocate, such as baptize them, such as take them to a Sunday school for Christian Sunday school, knowing that both Wendi and Dan were Jewish. And she even mentioned dressing them up as Nazis in Nazi uniforms. If you have to do that, I'll support it, she said. It's the performance of your life, she told Wendi. Aggravate him, meaning aggravate Danny as he's aggravated you. She said she didn't want Danny to have religious control over the boys because she thought he was way off base, way too out there on that. And she said, something has to be done with this blank. Love, mom and dad. It was such an odd contradiction between those two, juxtaposition of the two things. Then on cross-examination, so it was very effective and there was a lot of new information. On cross, they tried to once again go into that distinction that these emails are coming from Donna Harvey and that maybe people don't really know. Is it Donna or is it Harvey? Maybe Donna's on trial now and maybe it wasn't Donna who wrote this. Maybe it was Harvey. And they argued that Donna specifically has a lengthier style. She tends to say a lot of things. And one of the emails was just, wow, that after they actually saw this email from Dan Markel saying that Donna Adelson shouldn't be allowed to have unsupervised visits with the kids. And actually that ended up being undone by Wendi. But after they presented the grandma motion, then there was a one-word response from Donna Harvey of, wow, but it might not have been Donna. There's no way to know whether it's Donna or Harvey. And that's one of the things the defense is sort of depending on. It's a really risky way to go because even if the jury believes that, if they get enough evidence and the arguments are super technical, like, well, it might have been the one other person in the house instead of Donna, and the rest of the evidence, there's a lot of it. I think the jury will just roll right over that. So it's not, if it's just one thing and that's the only evidence, it might be effective. But if that's a technical argument and there's a bunch of other stuff, I think it's not a very effective argument with the jury. All right, we then got Wendi Adelson on the stand, which was a huge moment. It was dramatic enough when she testified in her brother Charlie Adelson's trial. It was dramatic because Charlie Adelson was her brother, and he was on trial for murder of her ex-husband, and that alone was dramatic. But now Wendi is testifying against her own mother. Super dramatic. And in this case, she argued that he was, I would say when the direct examination was done by the state, I think it was pretty similar to what had been done before. There were some differences, but a lot of it was similar. But the defense, the cross-examination was radically, completely different. Let's get into sort of specifics. She argued that she didn't think Dan Markel was a religious zealot, that he was using it more as a way to control her. That yes, he was more observant than she was, but really he was just doing this as his method of control, as opposed to he really believed it was right. That's what she was suggesting. The direct examination from the state talked about the fact that she didn't like to live in Tallahassee, that she had really referred to it as being stuck in Tallahassee, that she was claustrophobic because she had to stay in Tallahassee. And the argument that has been made by the state is Donna wanted out of Tallahassee at any and all costs, and she would do whatever it took to get out of there. Did I say Donna? Wendi wanted out, and Donna wanted Wendi out. And she, according to Wendi, she said, yeah, well, I think my mom saw it as best for me. Excuse me. I think my mom saw it as best for me not to be in Tallahassee. She's called me a hostage, a prisoner, and a prisoner in Tallahassee. Those were all quotes. And so these various pleadings were sent to Donna Harvey. So either Donna or Harvey could get them. These are all the pleadings, the very vicious things that were being said back and forth in the pleadings that Dan Markel would file related to the divorce and the custody in his battle with Wendi. She was asked, do you think your mom or your dad was more the dominant force in your family? And she said, my mom. That was going to be echoed by Rob Adelson, who will testify next. That was total surprise. Very interesting. She told a friend that she felt like Donna was trampling on her, Wendi's, autonomy. And she immediately told the police right after they hauled her in for an interview, pulled her out of a restaurant where she was eating with friends to tell her Dan Markel had been shot and to interview her. And she told them that my parents had more reason to dislike Danny than anyone. And she said, yes, I said that after sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours. Wendi is a very polished witness. I think she was a less polished witness today than she has been at the other trials, but she's an attorney and she's a very good witness. She was asked, was she angry with Dan Markel? And she said, well, at certain points I was very frustrated with him. So not a direct answer, but pretty much implying that she was, but that she was moving on and had gotten over it. They then went through some of the things that Wendi had called Dan Markel, such as the Dark Lord. She compared him to an STD, called him gibbers. It's always been unclear. What is that? She always says, oh, that's a silly name that we came up with to make him feel less scary. But this time she said that a friend helped her come up with. She didn't name the friend. And the question from the prosecution was, well, could that have meant gibbers, Jew in boots, J-I-B, Jew in boots, which I didn't understand. I don't know if that's like an insult, but maybe one of you knows. If you do, please put that in the chat. I didn't understand that. But they also had quotes. I hate him in this moment. And I hate that I hate my children's dad. She said that back in 2013, more than a year before Dan Markel was shot. She referred to him as an emotional terrorist. And one of the things that the prosecution has done very effectively this time, different from what they did in Charlie's case, is they went in detail through those divorce pleadings and they had them ready to go to cross-examine Wendi with things that she or her attorneys had stated in the course of those pleadings. It was very effective. And she also made the statement, I hate him so. Again, a year before he was killed. But she was asked about what was the reason you left Dan Markel? Or she was discussing why she had left. And she said that she probably would not have left Dan Markel without her mom's leading. That was the question. And she said, well, that's false. I would have done it on my own. So the implication from the state was, isn't it true that you wouldn't have even left Dan Markel if your mom hadn't led you right up to that stage? And she said, no, I probably would have left him anyway. But she said that she was very unhappy in the marriage, but she had been kind of thinking to herself that she might stay until the kids got to college. At least she would wait until then. But so I think I'm messing this part up. Let me re-explain this because I don't think this is coming out clearly. So she had said in a quote, I wouldn't have done it on my own, saying that Donna, Charlie, others had helped her with the idea of leaving or helped her with actually leaving, and she might not have done it on her own. But she said, yeah, okay, I was unhappy, but I was kind of thinking to myself that I might stay until the kids got in college, but I was unhappy and I did want to leave. So that was sort of her argument. And bizarrely, this is like just bizarre stuff right here. Apparently, Donna pretended to be Wendi and contacted financial institutions on Wendi's behalf. And Wendi said, oh, yeah, I don't really know what that was about. Yeah, she did do that, but maybe it was some special account that they set up that she had some interest in or control over. But that is definitely next level controlling for an adult to have their mother contact financial institutions on their behalf, pretending to be you. That is really strange. Donna also referred to herself as Wendi's South Florida legal team, again suggesting she was heavily involved in everything that Wendi was doing with the divorce. The mother was still pushing. The state arguing, this is going to be really important when we get around to the cross-examination from Donna's team, but the state is really pushing the idea that even after a judge said to Wendi, you cannot relocate, and I'm ordering this with prejudice. You can't relocate. You can't take the boys to South Florida. No. And even after that, Donna just kept pushing. She would not let it go. And she would say things like, well, Jibbers, and did say, Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And she would argue things like, we could try this and that. In fact, her most extreme ideas came at that point when she said things like, let's pretend the boys have become Christian. I'll pay for them to go to a Christian summer camp and we could baptize them, and implored her to be a good actress, put on a good act here, even Googled how to teach acting, and offered or came up with the idea to offer Dan Markel $1 million if he would just agree to relocate down to the area where Donna and Harvey lived in South Florida. All that came to naught, and that was never actually offered to Dan. She even made the infamous suggestion about dressing the kids in Hitler uniforms if that's what it took to persuade Dan Markel. The prosecution did a great job going through these documents and pulling out the word control and popping it out yellow in red type over and over again. Donna talked about taking away Dan's control. And the state's thesis, of course, is that Donna's the one who's the control freak. That she, and again, quotes, she wanted you, says the prosecutor to Wendi, she wanted you to aggravate Dan, yes, to screw him financially, yes, and to get a win, yes, all things that she said. There were things that he had failed to do that he was supposed to. He was supposed to pay her half of the value of the house and had not done that. She says that's why she pulled out of buying a condo there or house there in Tallahassee, not because she didn't want to live in Tallahassee and she knew that Dan Markel was about to be murdered, so she didn't have to. She said instead it was that Dan was supposed to give her half the money for the value of the house and he didn't give it to her, so she didn't have the cash to actually close on the house. And that's why she backed out of it. The parents had signed a lease at the Continuum in 2014, and they added Donna as a visitor along with Charlie. She said, yeah, that's just a place that everybody was going to visit. That wasn't that didn't mean that I was moving into it. It just means that I was going to be visiting there, and they wanted me to have permission to do that. And then in March of 2014, just 4 months before Dan was killed, he filed what the prosecution called the grandma motion, where he said, Donna is trying to alienate my kids' affections from me. She's telling them, you're stupid, and she hates you, meaning Donna hates you, Dad, and she's trying to take my sunshines away. These things Dan was hearing from his own children. He said, that's not okay. I don't want Donna having unsupervised visitation with them. And then somebody from Donna's side responded, either Donna or Harvey, someone accessing the Donna Harvey email. Wendi also told a friend that Danny is a monster. And that was a quote from that. And they went through, frankly, a number of the things that we heard last time. For example, the hitman joke, where always it has been just puzzling and confusing about why Wendi gets pulled out of her lunch, brought down to the police station, and just immediately tells him, yeah, my brother made a joke about hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper, so he bought me that instead. And she just volunteered that. And she volunteered that her mother and her father had every reason to dislike Dan Markel. All of this is going to be extremely important when we get to the cross-examination by the defense. Went through the fact that Charlie didn't like Dan Markel, that ever since they'd been broken up. But Wendi said, yeah, okay, he didn't like Dan Markel, but he also wasn't heavily invested in my life, unlike my mother, who really was. They went just, the various points, the photo with Katie, the vomiting on the table, the dad's 70th birthday. They went through each of those things as suggesting, the state did, just really quickly. Last time they interrogated her really intensely, got more argumentative when they examined Wendi in Charlie Adelson's trial. But this time it was more like, oh, you went out for lunch or dinner with your brother and you vomited on the table. Their suggestion has been that this had something to do with discussing Dan Markel's murder. But it wasn't clear to this jury. They just kind of threw that out there. There was the dad's 70th birthday party. They again just threw that out there. And it wasn't really explained to this jury. The suggestion in Charlie's trial, and I imagine all of this will be connected up for the jury, but in Charlie's trial, the suggestion was that there was a big present to be given to the dad on his 70th birthday, some secret gift that Donna said, don't tell, I need to talk to you privately, call me later. And the prosecution believes the big gift was that Dan Markel was going to be murdered. And Charlie says, that's ridiculous. It was a surprise party. That will become important in just a little bit. Keep listening. We went through Wendi's trip toward Trescott Drive. That's one of the things that really connects Wendi to the case of Dan Markel, to the murder of Dan Markel, is that shortly after he was shot, she suddenly headed down the road where he lived, where she used to live. She said, I was going to a liquor store near there, but it was not the liquor store that was closest to her. None of that was brought up by the prosecution. However, it was brought up in Charlie's trial, wasn't brought up here. They really, throughout this trial, seemed to be pulling back. They were not pushing hard on Wendi compared to what they did in Charlie's trial. They were not pushing hard on Wendi being involved. They're pushing hard on Donna being involved. The group pushing on Wendi being involved was Donna. And that was truly dramatic. All right, making sure I've covered everything for you. This was utterly, and we'll get a little bit into the kid's name change. The older son, she changed his middle and last name from Markel to Adelson. The younger son, just the last name to Adelson. In Charlie's trial, they went into a great deal of detail of that. Here, they just mentioned it casually and moved on. But one of the things that just was show-stopping, I think, is that neither she nor the children attended Dan Markel's funeral. That is shocking to me. Even if she herself didn't want to attend. I'm just surprised she didn't at least take the kids up to be with the family. If they were too young to actually go to the funeral, maybe they could at least be comforting and happy for the family. I mean, I remember having my grandchild at my husband's funeral. That was really comforting, to have little people there, little lives. And it was, so anyway, I'm just really surprised at that. All right. My little rant aside, I was horrified. So she has not spoken to her mother. I've been wondering when was the last time she saw Donna? When she walks in that courtroom and sees her, how big of a shock is this? Well, she has not seen her. She last spoke to her on November 2023. Long time, nearly 2 years now that she has not seen or spoken to her mother. And she said that her mother had hoped I would be supportive of my brother at the trial, and afterwards was completely devastated and felt that Wendi had not been supportive enough of Charlie. And so things like the brother and the hitman and the jokes, etc., that she felt she just hadn't been supportive enough. She told her mother, and another issue that she raised at the interview, when she was interviewed right after the death of Dan Markel, in addition to saying, Charlie told this joke and my mom and dad have a lot of reason to dislike Dan Markel, she also mentioned specifically, she said, well, I should call my parents. I need to let them know this is going on. And so she called her mom and said, okay, I need you to sit down. I'm going to tell you some news. And then talked through it with her mom and her dad. And then afterwards hangs up and says, well, my mom handled that pretty well. And said, my parents sounded really surprised. At least that's a relief. So I may not have that exact quote right, but pretty close to that, sort of implying that it was a relief to her that they were surprised because it had occurred to her maybe they were the ones who did it or arranged it. So then we got into cross-examination. And what was a huge surprise here is that Donna was throwing Wendi under the bus. Donna was telling Wendi, it was really a surprise because I had assumed that Donna would try to protect Wendi and would continue to try to protect Wendi. That is not what happened here. They started with you called your mom from the interview room. There was shock in your mother's voice, right? You could hear that. She said, yes, she could hear that. They also put up the picture of Wendi Adelson in the center, Katie on the left, and another friend on the right, and said, there you are with Katie. You've said you didn't really know Katie that well. You've said Katie was Charlie's friend. You didn't really know her, but here you are at the beach with her, and Charlie's not with you, and your mom's not with you. It's just you and Katie and a friend, like hanging out. And the reason that is so important, I think, is I believe they were insinuating you could have hired Katie. And when Katie comes and testifies, her testimony is such a complete wreck that it's very easy to say to the jury, look, she lied 5 times, 6 times. It's all of these things were lies. And so lied saying she talked to Charlie versus lied saying she talked to Wendi, what do you care? It could go either way because you're not going to be able to tell directly from what she said. So, and I believe they're setting up the narrative that Wendi went out and Wendi could have been the person who hired and got Katie to do this. And it may be Wendi. Maybe not even Charlie was involved, but definitely not Donna. It was Wendi who arranged the murder of Dan Markel. They went into what a great mom and grandmother that Donna had been, although that could cut either way because also that supports the prosecution theory that she was obsessed with the grandchildren. They also went again into pumping up Dan Markel and how great it was, and how great he was, a great guy, intelligent. Said they talked about that motion that the state has called the grandma motion. And in that, it was actually a motion for contempt and sanctions against Wendi. It did have a part in there about Donna and alienating the grandchildren's affections, but it also was mostly and primarily about Wendi and a motion about her being held in contempt about sanctions. And at no point did it mention unsupervised visitation, and her mother didn't see it. All of those things were said there. The relocation, they pointed out, this was, and I'll have to do this in parts. So I've reached the part, oh, thank goodness. I'm finally to just about the part where I started to highlight again. That'll be a lot easier than trying to read through this and summarize it for you. But in the relocation, Wendi wanted to move to Miami in South Florida and had a great job. Everybody thought it was a great job. It was going to make a lot more money, good career track, although it ended up not working out in the end. And so she filed for this temporary relocation, and it was denied. She wasn't allowed that. And the lawyer for Donna pointed out, well, she never intended to completely take the kids away from Danny. That was never the point or the intent. There was also a really important point, I thought, about the TV, because we had heard, at least this is what I understood from Charlie's trial, that Donna had called and made the appointment for Wendi to have the TV repaired. The state had leaned into that, saying, well, the reason for that was because Donna wanted to make sure that Wendi had an alibi for the period of time when somebody was going to be shooting Dan Markel, and having somebody come to your house to repair the TV would suit. But actually, the notation showed the father made the appointment for the TV repair, Harvey, not Donna. That was a surprise. And on that form, it said, would you accept a sooner appointment? Answer, yes. So they're saying this is not how you set up an alibi. You don't agree to do it at a different time if the whole purpose of this is your alibi. So maybe the TV isn't really a connection. That's their point that they're making. Give me just a second. I want to take a look at this. I don't want to miss anything for you. There was a question to Wendi, and I don't know, it never really got pinned down, but in April, they said, you took a trip with Miguel out of town, right? And y'all went on to somewhere out of town to Puerto Rico, and you went to a law professor conference. And she said, yes. And who's Miguel? At that time, I thought she was dating Jeffrey Lacoste, who said he thought she was cheating on him. She has adamantly said, I was not cheating on Daniel Lacrosse. I was not. Or sorry, Jeffrey Lacrosse. But I don't know who Miguel is. Maybe we'll hear when Jeffrey Lacoste takes a stand. Maybe we'll hear about Miguel and who exactly that is. Or if he even knew about Miguel in April of 2013. She also wrote to somebody named Renee that on her way back from this conference, talking about how she wanted to be living life. She had a lot of changes that she wanted to make. And she said she was realizing she wanted to keep her job, that she didn't want to live in Tallahassee before, but actually it was kind of growing on her. Maybe she really did want to stay in Tallahassee. Maybe that was really the best idea. Here is what they are suggesting. They are suggesting, let me make sure I have that spot for you. So she told Donna, I don't want you to come into this hearing that I'm about to have in my divorce case because you're a witness. You're not allowed in. So Donna didn't come into this hearing. But at the same time, she came out of the hearing and she said, well, Gibbers won and the judge is not going to let me relocate. Actually, they showed her the text of what the judge had signed, and it said that the judge was granting the motion to prevent Wendi from relocating because it was stipulated. That means both parties agreed to it. They agreed. So Wendi agreed not to be relocating. This text right here or email she wrote to somebody about wanting to live in Tally, really realizing, well, maybe I really do want to live there. That fits with her not, and she even said at the time that she didn't want to confront her mother after all for the chance to save face with my family and be given the opportunity to live with my family, which I don't want. So she was rethinking it, but rather than actually just saying that to Donna and to Harvey, she instead kept them out of there in the hearing, agreed to it, and then came out and was like, oh, well, the judge did that. And had no idea. Can't believe it. Won't let me relocate. So their argument, the defense argument was those really extreme things that Donna said, like you dress up the boys in Nazi uniforms, that was all done after she was told that the judge had denied relocation, but Donna thought it was still ongoing. There was still a chance. So the prosecution suggestion that Donna just kept pushing despite the fact that the judge had clearly and plainly ruled doesn't make sense. Donna had no idea the judge had ruled, much less that Wendi had agreed to it. And the last question, it was like, I played it back for our group watching during the trial. I was like, what? And I played it back. I'm stuttering over my words here. The defense lawyer for Donna Adelson, Jackie Fulford, got sort of animated and said, look, your boys lost their father with his influence and his advice, and they lost him, and that he was removed from their lives. Something the prosecution argued a great deal at Charlie's trial. Remember that the entire presence of Dan Markel had been erased, even the children's names canceled. But that they lost everything that he could have provided to them. And you said that anybody in your family should be held accountable if they were responsible for that, didn't you? And she did. And that includes you. And then they sat down. It was dramatic, powerful, and they clearly have pointed the jury to Wendi as the person who orchestrated the murder of Dan Markel. Maybe Charlie, but not Donna. It's really the very best defense they possibly could have done, I think. Is it going to win? There is tons and tons more evidence. Wendi is not the only evidence. But so what it may have done is throw Wendi under the bus, but for not a lot of gain for Donna, because there still is a lot of evidence. The chances of Donna winning, it's a very uphill battle here. But this really cast Wendi in a negative light. Now, nothing she said here can be used against her if she's charged. She is given use immunity and derivative use immunity because she came under state subpoena. So at that point, there was a very brief sort of, not really all that effective, I guess, redirect. They just pointed out that really Donna had found out about the finality of the fact that Wendi couldn't move to South Florida pretty early on. So some of these things she wrote were after that. But there was, at the end of that, the judge said, okay, I'm ready for that proffer where you're going to come to me and you're going to explain to me the questions that you want to ask Wendi, that I quashed your subpoena defense, but you still had some questions that you thought wouldn't be one she would have to take the Fifth Amendment for. And you were going to give a proffer to me. And they were like, yeah, no, we don't need that. And it was super well done. I mean, it was a really effective cross-examination that pointed the finger at Wendi. Wendi clearly was upset through it. I thought that was pretty visible on her face. And it was Donna versus Wendi today. That was how it went. The next witness was Rob Adelson. So it was a double whammy for Donna. 2 of her children testified in a row against her. We are also expecting Charlie. He's been brought down from the prison where he has been moved in South Dakota. So they gave an instruction, the judge gave an instruction to him at the beginning saying, you cannot give an opinion about your mother or your brother committing a crime as to whether you believe it or you think it. And the reason for that is this is reserved for the jury. What any one witness thinks about it is not really relevant. The jury, looking at all the evidence, has to put it together. So he said that he believed his mother was controlling and assertive, a very involved parent, that his dad was a lot more passive, and that his mother had very rigid ideas of what she wanted for them. She said that in 2014, when Dan Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson hated Dan Markel, that Wendi was busy playing the damsel in distress, and that Donna really disliked Dan. Donna even used her own maiden name to rent an apartment for Wendi so that Wendi could get out without there being any notice that she was trying to rent an apartment in the area. And then Wendi and the boys moved over there. She said that she outlined and told Rob Adelson, her son, about this plan they had about Wendi calling Dan right before he was about to give a very big, very important speech at a conference. And they were going to call him right before it happened. And Wendi was going to drop the news on him that she was getting a divorce. And that is, in fact, what happened. That's exactly how Dan found out about the fact that Wendi was seeking a divorce. And according to Rob Adelson, Donna's son, Donna sounded pleased about that. She seemed to think that was great. That was just a great thing to do, just to really devastate him in this really brutal way at a time that was super important for his career. She said that $1 million was a bribe, and what they were trying to do was get the kids anywhere. They wanted the kids near them. They wanted the kids to relocate. He talked about sort of a comparison between what his mother cared about and what Charlie cared about. His mother, deeply involved in their lives. Absolutely everything about their lives, the kids' lives, was important to her. Charlie, on the other hand, he described as, what does Charlie care about? Go-karts, jet skis, boats, and not Wendi's divorce. So those were the things that were or were not important to Charlie. What's the point of that? The state is really leaning into the idea that even if Charlie was involved and maybe was the conduit, maybe he hired Katie, he was doing it for his mother. He didn't really have any reason to do it, except that Donna desperately wanted it. That Wendi suddenly wrote him about her boyfriend and said his name is Jeff. She'd never done that before. She just suddenly like, hey, went somewhere with Jeff. And he was like, who's Jeff? And she said, my boyfriend. And sent a photo of Jeff with her boys. And he told the FBI then, when he was interviewed, that Wendi had a boyfriend. Now, why would this be relevant? Jeffrey Lacoste felt like Wendi was setting him up to take the fall, that she was trying to make sure he was in town at the time that Dan Markel was murdered, that she was stringing him along, even though she was dating other people at the same time. She was stringing him along to try to keep him in tow as her boyfriend. And he told the FBI, yeah, she's got a boyfriend. So he felt like he had played right into that. Jeffrey Lacoste was interviewed then by the police, by the FBI, but it wasn't anything that was ever traced back to him. He was never considered to be the person of interest. He was never considered to be the murderer. He said at the 70th birthday, he was never told that it was a surprise party. And he was never told that they were all chipping in on a big gift. Instead, he was told that we just want all the kids to be here. That's the important part. So that would undermine the story that the defense team, or at least Charlie, told about it. He said he heard about the news about Dan Markel when he was at a meeting in Chicago. He got this text from Donna that said, tragedy here, please call. Donna Adelson, he then called, he stepped out, called her, and she was not crying. She was very matter of fact as she told him that Dan Markel had been shot, that he had not made it. And she said someone knocked on his door and asked, are you Dan Markel? And then shot him. And Donna Adelson was not crying about that. Plus, there was an implication on that the person wanted to kill not just anybody. It wasn't random. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong. They asked, are you Dan Markel? And then shot him. And of course, how would anyone know that the killer asked, are you Dan Markel? Just like, how would Donna Adelson know that? How would anyone know that? Because unless they actually are interviewing the person who did the shooting. The person who was shot can't say. Donna Adelson said, don't talk to law enforcement. And he said, oh, well, I already did. The FBI came by and I talked to them. And she said, well, you didn't know anything anyway, which he thought was odd. And he keeps bringing, this was odd and this was odd. And even though he wasn't allowed to tell the jury that he believed that she was involved, that Charlie was involved, I think the jury will clearly get the message that that's what he thinks. And Donna also said, was not at all curious, he said, about who had killed Dan Markel. In fact, no one seemed curious about it. He said that Donna Adelson said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me. That Sigfredo and Luis Rivera were arrested, and he was like, oh my gosh, this is huge. My parents will call me. And they didn't call. They just happened to be talking for some other reason a couple of days later. And he mentioned it 2 or 3 times, and nobody responded. Nobody was like, oh, really? Or nobody started talking about it. He thought that was really strange. And when he brought it up the last time, Donna Adelson just said, oh, I've got to go. And then she left after that. So on cross-examination, they had pretty much nada. They just said, well, a family friend called and said, y'all shouldn't be talking to the police. And so that's why she didn't want you talking to the police. Isn't it true that you know this family friend who's a lawyer and said, don't talk to police? He said, yeah. Then next witness, Officer Branham with the Tallahassee Police Department, and he told the tale of Wendi driving up to Trescott Drive, where Dan Markel's house was, where he lived and where Wendi had lived before she moved out abruptly. But the vehicle approached and then did a relatively quick turn and abruptly, with very little hesitation, turned around and went out. The prosecution believes this was Wendi stopping by to check to see whether or not anybody had found out that Dan Markel had been murdered. Did they get that yet? And so that's what he recognized the car. He'd been told that the spouse drove a maroon Honda Odyssey. It was like, that's a maroon Honda Odyssey. And so they, in fact, began looking from that point. And Wendi admits she was actually driving down that road. The prosecution has not made a large amount of this. They didn't ask Wendi a lot of questions about this. They got out that she did that, and she's admitted that in Charlie's trial and elsewhere. But they believe that she was driving out of her way to a liquor store she didn't have to go to. She could have gone to a much closer one, and taking that route because she wanted to see whether he had been killed yet and whether anybody had found it. She found out they had. All right. So that was the day. It was huge. It was surprising. I could not believe the defense twist. My mind was truly blown by that defense twist, because it could reinterpret a lot of the evidence. If what they suggest is that Wendi was the mastermind and that she was setting up Donna and Charlie, or at least Donna, but maybe Charlie too, that really changes everything. And it doesn't mean that she doesn't get convicted, but it means that you have to reevaluate each bit of the evidence in light of that new argument. Like, okay, does this still make sense? Does that still make sense now that I have and understand the new argument? So let's take a few questions. We won't do too many. I am pretty tired, but let's see where we were. I cannot remember exactly where we were in terms of me thanking people, but I'm going to start here with Irish. Please do leave your DNA on the like button. I would really appreciate that. If you're not subscribed, we would love to have you back for more. So hit that subscribe button too. Kat, thank you so much. Sonata, I think I have done this, would be, has been a member for a month. That's awesome. And Wendi is now, and she's now thinking that Wendi used Charlie and Donna might not be guilty. That is what the defense is going for. A completely revolutionary theory that turns things on its head. So every piece of evidence, it's not that it's not correct. It's just that you have to start rethinking things. Okay, if that's true, if it could be true, then what does it mean that Wendi drove to Trescott Drive? What does it mean that Wendi immediately volunteered these things during her interview? All of those things are now, it's stuff you have to rethink. Oh, I definitely remember this. So I think we are about right here. Oh, Otto gifted 10 lawyerly memberships. Thank you, Otto. We are doing a crime and craft coming up. So you bring your craft and we're going to talk crime. You do have to agree and promise that you will type some messages in so we have stuff to talk about. But anyway, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think. We're just going to hang out and talk. Bring your crochet or your painting or whatever it is you're working on, just for fun. All right. Thank you, A to Z. And I'm so glad you've been a member for 9 months. That is absolutely awesome. Taylor Jade, Wendi be throwing her family under the bus. That is sort of how I saw it too for her own game. Justice for Danny. And this is so difficult for the children and for the Markel family. This case just seems unending. It does, I think, push the state toward the need to do something about Wendi. If they can make Wendi look guilty, then probably the state is going to have to act. That's one of the reasons I thought Donna probably wouldn't do that, because that will then remove the last person from the Adelson family from their lives. Well, I guess Harvey's still there. Harvey's still around. So maybe Harvey. Of course, the Markels would be available as well, but the boys are older now and they don't know them anymore. Thank you, Mortal Cloud. Good to hear from you, and I appreciate that super chat very much. Rue, oh, well, thank you. My soft voice sounds very sneaky. That is so funny. I am trying to use my soft voice because of the difference between my voice and the court, because the court sometimes it's softer, can be harder to hear. But it is hard. It's actually harder on my voice, I think, to maintain this soft voice the whole time. Of course, I've been talking for 9 hours too, so that is very unusual for me. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that very much. Khadija, thank you so much. I'm glad you're liking the recap. And my hope is I'm going to put this, it'll be at the end of all of my live streams. I'll be live streaming every day during the trial. I'll be putting this at the end, but also I will be trying, after YouTube processes it, I'll try to break it out and post it separately. So if you just got a little bit of time, you can watch that. The trial is unbelievable, though. I can't strongly enough urge you to come watch with us. It's amazing. And thank you to Nitty Lenny. If Donna understood that the relocation decision was final, the only way to get relocation was to influence Dan. Therefore, the Shopfluence campaign. True. That would explain why she suddenly began pushing so hard for influencing Dan. That's a really good point. I'm glad you liked the coverage. Well, you know what? Let's do this. I'll be starting before the trial starts tomorrow. If you've got questions, why don't you bring them then? I honestly think I'm at the end of what I can answer and what I can do for the day. So please join me tomorrow. We are having such a good time watching this trial together. It is absolutely fascinating and insane. And it is even more insane than I had expected. So I will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.